Hello there. So, a little bit different than what I usually do. I wanted to do uh, a smaller playthrough, kind of like a one-off thing, because this game can be pretty quick. So, I'm sure a lot of you already know what Castlevania is, so it doesn't really need an introduction. So, don't think it really matters what I need to put here. The story of A. Yeah, so I figured I would also have this as well. Because it's a fun game. It's always nice to come back to it. It's pretty easy, has a good story, really good mechanics in it, and it's just an all-around really good game. I am currently playing the PlayStation 4 version of this. This originally did come out on the PlayStation 1, and I believe the Sega Saturn? Or maybe one of the other consoles. There was a Japanese version of this game that had some content that's not in the English version. Okay, so I can skip that. Nice. Which is kind of sad because we have some pretty cool stuff. There was another area that we could get to, and there was also a character that we could play as, Maria, which unfortunately we can't get in the original PlayStation version, but in the PlayStation 4 version, we can actually finally get Maria, which is pretty cool. If you're wondering what I'm doing, I'm just farming some hearts. Should be good with what I got, and I'll grab a few more. Yeah, so right now we're playing as Richter.
Dracula,
talk to
die
Dracula
now and leave this world. You'll never belong here.
Oh, but this world invited me. Your own kind called me forth with praise and tribute.
Tribute? You're a thief. You steal men's souls.
and make them their slaves.
Freedom is always sacrificed to faith, good hunter. Or are you truly here by choice?
All I'm here for is you.
If you haven't had a chance of watching the original
You're
version of
nothing but
this,
a blight on mankind.
oh, it is so good.
Mankind. A cesspit of hatred and lies. Fight for them.
This version is okay. Yeah, it's really hard to beat the first one. Okay, so we'll get this here. Yeah, so I'm pretty much just going for a no-hit. Another Hydro Storm.
Impossible. Not this time.
Not bad. Yeah, so that was Dracula. Yeah, so the reason why I was going for a no-hit there is that it changes the stats that we could get for Alucard, the character that we're going to be playing as. If we get hit, we get like average stats. If we actually lose to that fight, Maria comes in and pretty much gives us invincibility, and that's where we get like the lowest stats. If we get a no-hit, right there, we get the best stats we can get. And it's pretty easy. Just gotta make sure you have enough hearts for the rainstorm, and then just hit them around.
As if to show her the way. Meanwhile, powerful forces struggled for the soul of a man named Alucard.
Yeah, so it's just giving us a little bit of a backstory right here.
Against his own immortal father, Count Dracula himself. To purge the world of his own cursed bloodline, Alucard had submerged his vampiric powers and fallen into what was meant to be eternal slumber. But now, he awakens to
Alucard
the
stirs
cackles of
once
evil
more.
and cries of the innocent. The eternal battle of good and evil has come full circle once more. Dracula's castle beckons for you, and no man can say who will emerge victorious.
Uh-huh. Yeah, so I believe I should start at 80 health. It usually tells us how much we're doing. 75. I thought it was 80. Yeah, so here we have Alucard. Alright, so right off the bat, there are a couple of things that I'm going to be doing. Pretty much to hit like certain levels because it helps me later on. So I'm just going to get the first level here with the wolf here. Mostly because this is what I usually just do anyway. So compared to other games, farming for monsters in here can be much easier, depending on what it is. Start getting zombies here. Alright, so I should get another level up when we encounter some bats. Hopefully right here. Oh, I did? Okay. Grab a pot roast. Yeah, so right now I'm just doing like a standard new game. There are a couple of different things that we could do if we had the New Game Plus. There is a way to glitch through a cutscene that's coming up using a certain mode. It's called luck mode. But we don't have to worry about that here. Yeah, so we can potentially skip this. Like, actually skip it. We get thrown, like, through the cutscene and into the next room. And the reason why is that, if you notice here, I lost everything. Because Death, the person right there, pretty much took all of our equipment. So, we're pretty much screwed. But not quite, because we can just go through and collect everything. So we will have to find some equipment. Yeah, so this is where we can get the first weapon here. This guy gives us a short sword. And this guy gives us a red rust, which is a... I think it's a two-handed weapon. Yeah. We're not going to be using that. I will change this. I usually do this to... pretty much organize everything. Food at the bottom and then thrown. So I'll just go through this. And this is completely optional, by the way. This is just how I do everything here. Because we do get quite a bit of stuff. Alright, shield. Club fist, two-hand, short sword. Alright. Alright. Yeah, so that last bit, it pretty much sets it up. It just reorganizes it. Every time we cycle through everything, it just cycles like short swords up top, medicine on bottom. So it's a good way to get everything organized. Yeah, so about 3 hits for these guys right now. Oh, we had a good hit. Let's see, curious. Whoops. Those guys are about 1 hit. The red skeletons will come back because they have like 0 HP. We don't have to worry about them. Look at the shield. Yeah, so you can definitely tell I've played this before. It's definitely muscle memory. I have played it quite a bit. But I'm sure I'll probably mess up things here and there too anyway, so it's just how it is. It's par for the course. That. Grab a few of these. Now, we could get a special one here. We're gonna get the sub-weapon, which is a dagger, but we don't really need that. We're gonna be needing the axe, which is coming up. And that is because we have our first boss fight. Ignore that guy. And so I'll just set this up so I can climb up here. Try not to get hit. Trying not to get hit. Pass. There we go. Yeah, you can take them out, I just didn't feel like it. Alright, so we'll just climb up here and I believe it's a headpiece? Cape. Cape. Okay. Yeah, so I could almost remember where everything is. Alright, that's easy enough. Take these guys. Yes, I will grab that actually. Alright, what am I at? 80 experience until next level. Okay, not too bad. Yeah, I usually just skip those guys because they're just, they're not one hit right now. Grab some money, grab a heart. And grab the axe. Alright, so right here we have our first boss. Now it's 2 of them. Mento. Hit that guy. Here we go. Yeah, because it's supposed to do this. Yeah, so it's almost like a block, but not really. Yeah, pretty easy. And he always does it. It's just kind of funny. Okay, so a little bit more from this guy here. Come on. Yeah, intense boss fight. Alright, so he lost his weapon, so he's getting low on health here. Do have to be careful. Now he's done. Yeah, he's gotten angry. Ooh, there we go. Got one of them. And the second. Right. Yeah, not a bad fight. Here we get the free heal at the end. Alright, moving on. So there was a corridor to the left that I missed. We can't quite get through there yet because we need to pick up something first. So we gotta go this way. Let me think. Okay, so this is a different corridor. I think we can get a circlet down this way. Yeah, because we need this. Just go wait for the elevator. Either way, we have to wait for this because we can't drop down below. Yeah, it's the midway point. We'll get the item here. Sunglasses. Yeah, so most of the time, every time we pick up new equipment, I'll just equip it. And I'll really only make changes unless I need to. Some of the weapons or items are actually pretty decent. Like this, for instance, we can pick up a Basilard, which is actually a pretty fast short sword compared to the short sword itself. Yeah, so definitely a fun weapon to get. And we're pretty much back here, so we just double back. Just hop back onto the elevator. And then wait. Yeah, gotta go to the top. Now, I wasn't quite sure how to do this playthrough. I was thinking of probably doing like a no save. There are a couple of bosses that I do have to be careful with because it can be pretty, it can be a pain. Because if I don't save and if I die, that's pretty much it. That's the end of this. Let me switch. Yeah, so anytime we need to reset that, I'll just do that. There we go. Much better. Yeah, so I think if I really feel like I need to save, I will. I don't like that sub-weapon, so I'll just stick with the one I got. The axe is pretty good. Yeah. That's what I think of them. I suppose I could go to the bottom left and pick up that potion. That is right over here. Because you really never know. Even though I do have food items, we can get more later. We can get what's called meal tickets. And that's how we can... It's one of the ways we can get food. Alright, so Marble Gallery. I will take the bottle here, because this will help out with some of the monsters down here. So, even though we don't have Acid Rain, which was pretty much for Richter, the bottle is still pretty useful for Alucard. Just gonna make sure we have plenty of hearts. Now, we do have... Okay, so 43 to 75. Attack the ghost table, look at that. Yeah, so this is a save room. I'll just get the save right here. This will be just in case. I can do this periodically. Because it is definitely helpful. Attack the ghost table. Alright, so we got some skeletons and marionettes down here. Pretty reasonable. Number 3. Go. I won't grab all the ones from here, I'll just go for the bigger ones here. Not bad. Yeah. Alright, so that one's done. And we also have another special item down here as well. Do I have anything yet? Yes, I do. Let's see if it'll... Nice. Yeah, so I use a little bit of magic there. Sweet. Drop down. Yep. Oh, smart potion, nice. Alright, so we got Spirit Orb. Now we can see the names of the enemies. Or the damage. It's one of them. Let me double check. Because it's a relic. Enemy damage. Okay, so you can't see the names quite yet. Alright, so the monster right here, this is where I like to use this. Just watch out. Because that can hurt. Yeah, because he pretty much backs up right into it. So you can take him in easily. Alright, a couple of skeleton archers. Pretty easy at this point because we're doing pretty decent amount. Alright, I'll grab that. Yeah, so money-wise, you could farm. There are a couple of places like this you can sort of farm here. These guys have a chance of dropping a pretty decent amount, but you need a little bit of luck for it. We don't really need that right now. Alright, the monster here, this one can be pretty dangerous early on. So we do need the bottle. There we go. That's a really good one. Alright, just about at the end of the corridor here. Oof, laggy. Yeah, so we pretty much just looped around, and the reason is because of this. We actually get to unlock this side. And this is also another good spot too, because we also have another one of these rooms here that we can get to. Now, later on it is easier to get over here, but it is possible to get over here now, so we'll try it. We just have to line up the jump here. It's sort of pixel perfect, but not. There's a little bit of space, like right after the ledge, where you see Alucard dip down a little bit, and that's when we jump. But obviously, like right there, if we go too far, we pretty much just fall over the edge. So we'll see if we can get this one. I believe it's a heart container. Yeah, so even though I am falling, I am pressing jump where I should. So hopefully we can get it. So I like getting this one, like, right when I loop around. I can always come back, but yeah. It's nice to get stuff like this early on. Nope. Yeah, there are a few rooms like this. Yeah, like right there. You saw that little push off. Ah, there we go. Yeah, so it's definitely possible. We do have the ability to double jump later on. We get that in the library. But like you saw right there, it is definitely possible to get the jump. Just needs a little bit of timing. These guys. Alright, now we can loop back around because we gotta go to the center here. And we're actually gonna run into somebody. Alright, a little bit more. There we go. Yeah, that was definitely a good one. He has a couple of attacks that can do quite a bit. Yeah, so early on you just gotta be careful with him. Because I've died to him before. Grab this money again. Yeah, we'll grab his money because we can actually access a shop later. That was close. He has a chance of dropping that ball. It's an iron ball that we can pick up. It does quite a bit of damage, but it doesn't really move far. So, kind of a gimmick item, sort of. Grab the money. Skip these. Don't really need them. If they're in the way, I'll attack them, but yeah, don't really. Easy enough. Alright, how we... Alright, so we're put up on cards. Yeah. Alright, so I will save here. Just get the save here. And these are good too because they'll refill our health and MP. The hearts we have to manually restore, which isn't too bad. 50 bucks, nice. Alright, so we got a couple of small dudes here, which are pretty easy. They just need a little bit of timing, because they can move around quite fast. Alright, so we get to say hi to Maria.
Wait, are you human? What are you doing here?
I've come to destroy this castle.
Likewise. I'm Maria. And you are?
Alucard.
Well, if you're a better swordsman than a speaker, perhaps I'll see you again. Farewell.
Uh-huh. Yeah, so Maria is a character we can run into several times in here. She is currently looking for Richter, which is apparently gone missing. Which we don't know this yet. Which we will find out soon enough. Yeah. Yeah, so the skeletons aren't too bad. They're just more annoying than anything else at this point. I will grab this, though. This one's pretty useful. This is a clock that stops time. Uses a lot of parts, but it can be quite useful. Alright, and this room we will be coming back because of these right here. There's a room down there that we can access. But we can't quite get there yet because we need an item for that. Yeah, so see, I was able to start. Yeah, and even though that was still there, that can still hurt us too. So we do have to be careful. Grab a few of these hearts, because I actually didn't mean to do that. I didn't mean to use the clock. Alright, grab the money. And we got some giant flowers to take care of. Easy enough. There we go. Yeah, I'm totally not being followed in the background. You can see that eye in the window to the left. Yeah. Alright, now we made it to the wall. Alright, so we have a couple of things around here that we can pick up. Just gonna watch out for them. Let's take a look, see what we can find. Oh, we got the oarsman. And we got to see a fish. Nice. Yeah, so that right there, the oarsman, we do actually run into later on. Okay, so can we put that? Not until later. Because we need his help. But we don't have to worry about it for now. I don't think it's strong enough. Sorry, because over here we do have a few more monsters in the save point, and then we have boss number 2. The Doppelganger. What level am I? Level 9. I should be okay. Level 9's pretty reasonable, and I have the clock too, which is definitely going to help. Yeah, so we'll get the save in. Because even though I'm level 9, this fight can go either way. Alright, so I should be okay. Yeah, so we get a nice little intro here. But he's easy since we have the clock. So, there you go. If you don't use the clock, you're in for a fight because he can also use the same stuff that we can. He uses sub-weapons like the dagger and axe. And he can move around quite a bit, but if you have the clock, you could pretty much just cheese that fight. And we got a nice little weapon out of it. So. Yeah, which isn't too bad. It does 15 right now. So, there is another little ledge right here that I can do that little lift, just like we did earlier. That one's a little bit trickier because this one, as you can see, I kind of have to loop around quite a bit in order to get back up here. So, I will be skipping this. I believe the only thing that's in that is I think it's a heart. It increases their max hearts. We'll be going through that door momentarily. I want to get this first. Oh, banana. Quite a few of these guys. So that's one thing that we can get. That's another relic. In order to get that, however, we need to go here. We pretty much have to engage this so we can get the elevator. I think I can actually do this. That'd be another ledge jump. What a jump. Alright, so the relic here. This. But don't worry, the elevator is safe. Alright, now we can turn into a wolf. So we just head down Alright, so our next destination is the library. You can spend quite a bit of time here because this is where we have the Master Librarian, which has the shop. Yeah, I'll be skipping these guys for a little while because their defense is quite high. I'll be attacking the books though because they have a chance of dropping quite a bit of money. guys have a chance of dropping a 1,000 gold, which at this point is actually pretty useful. There are a couple of things that we can get that are somewhat expensive. Okay, but we also have these guys here, which can have a chance of dropping $2,000. Alright, now we get the fairy scroll. This will tell us the names of the monsters here. And I believe this is Dullahan? Dora. Thornweed. There. I'll attack these two to make a librarian. Yeah, it'll be pretty noticeable because 1,000 gold. If you remember seeing that green bag, that was 250. The 1,000 is a giant white bag, and the 2,000 one is a giant black bag.
It's been a long time, old one.
Eh? Why, it's Master Alucard.
It's Master Alucard.
Come to visit, have we?
I need your help.
Oh, but young Master, I could never betray the good Count.
You won't go unrewarded.
Really? In that case, just tell me what you need.
Yeah, so we can do a few different things here. We can also sell different rings that we can find.
Thank you.
How about this?
So, we need Jewel of Open.
Thank you.
That is going to help us unlock the doors that I was talking about earlier. And probably grab the map.
Thank you.
And we should be good for now. For the most part, I usually don't get any of this stuff. Because you could usually get it anyway. So now that we have most of the map, we could pretty much head back. Where that first boss was, the two bosses. There was a corridor that actually has a locked door. We needed the Jewel of Open for. So we're going to be heading there next. Alright, so we need to go up a bit because there is a certain room that we need to get. This will make the traveling much easier. This will unlock the teleport rooms. Yeah, so that right there, it's pretty much a bomb. Does a lot of damage to enemies that are on the screen. Unfortunately, it's like one use. Which isn't too bad. Whoops. Whoops. Completely missed him. How much MP do... Okay, so I have 69 MP. Let's see if I can activate it. Nope, need a different one. 55. There we go. Yeah, so the magic I use right there, it needs 50 MP, but it's one of the best ones that we could use, and it's called Soul Steal. Anything that can be hit, whether it's the candles or enemies, it pretty much breaks it, and we get HP back. And it can be used against all the monsters and anything that we can. So it's definitely a handy spell for healing. And the only real requirement is knowing the button thing for it and the 50 MP. So, how are we going to get back? Right up here we have a teleport room. Now, the reason why we have to go to this one is that the one that's at the beginning of the castle, it is behind a wall that is pretty much locked on that side. So we have to go around up here. Oh, wait a minute. Did I go too far? Oh, it's that room. I went too far. That's alright. Grab that. Yeah, I forgot it's this one. Yeah, so we'll find several different teleport rooms. Yeah, this one's a feather. The one that's at the beginning of the castle is the horse head. And this is how this is the only way we could get into here is by teleporting from another room. Because it is locked. And this is where we needed to go anyway, so we're pretty much just going to head through the alchemy lab. And instead of going to the right at the boss, we head to the left, because we now have the julep open. Yeah. I think... still get one hit. Excuse me. Yeah, so just like before, I pretty much just skip these guys. Yeah, it's pretty simple. I mean, a lot of this game is just muscle memory. It's like knowing where stuff is, how the enemies interact, what goes where. It's definitely a fun game to play. Alright. Got the save point in there. Alright, so we're gonna head to the left right there. I'll keep the clock, actually. And we get to run into Maria again.
Alucard, wasn't it? We meet again.
So it seems.
Yep.
As friendly as ever, I see. It's strange. This castle's different than I remember it.
This castle is
This
a creature
castle is a creature of chaos. With each rebirth, it takes a new form.
Here I thought my mind was playing tricks. Well, there's nothing for it. Till we meet again.
I do find it interesting that they have kept some of the original dialogue the same. Alucard does say in the original, this castle is a creature of chaos. It has like, I think he also says like it has many reincarnations or something like that. But some of it was changed, which I don't know, it kind of lost its substance compared to the original. The original was so good. And the original VA. These VAs are good too. It's really hard to beat the original ones. I was trying to see how close I can get. Jump out of the way here. There we go. Make it a little bit easier. Yeah, so the reason why I did it that way is that if I actually attack the bottom one, the top one falls. And it pretty much just rolls down the staircase. Whoops, a little too we will be seeing that in a second here, because there is something actually at the top of these that does that, and it hurts quite a bit. Take a few of these guys out. So, you see right there, you sort of have an enemy, but not quite. That actually hurts. But, we can actually destroy that. Interestingly enough. So, why don't we do that? This might take a little bit because of its high defense. Currently sitting at level 13, 656 until next. So, the reason... It pretty much just has a really high defense, so we're going to be doing like 1 damage. And this is a good reason why I have the tiny sword. So this will take a little bit. I'm just going to line it up, and then we can just sit here and watch it. So this is going to take a little while. It's mostly just a gimmick thing. If you get here earlier on, you can get more experience. So, how they do the experience in this game, it is based on the enemy levels and your level. If your level is lower, you get more experience. If you are about the same level, you get average experience, and the higher level you are against enemies, the less you get. All the way down to get, like, 1 experience per enemy. And this is the same for, I think, bosses, too. If you're at a certain point, like if you were over leveled, you'll get much less experience compared to if you were under their level. And this specific entity right here is the same. I think it's level 10 or 12 or something like that. So if you get here like really early on, this can actually level you up. But the downside is that because it has such a high defense, you can only do 1 at a time. But I found that the fastest way to kill it early on is with the Bachelor weapon, because you can pretty much just sit and hold the weapon here. Yeah, so we got like 300 experience there, which isn't too bad. But it's also, it's not reliable. That took way too long. That was like a minute and a half. There we go. I was trying to get that soul steel off. Let's see. Okay, so we go up farther. This door right here leads to another section that we can't quite get to yet. This side is blocked off, so we'll have to go around. And we gotta go this way anyway, because we have another boss coming up. Let's see, which one? I think it's this one. No, dangerous lady. One of these can actually give you an item. I think it's the red lady. I believe. Unless it's the other side? Is this
Rest
dangerous?
your weary soul here. May the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost be with you. Amen.
Oh, that wasn't voiced in the original. Oh, there we go. Oh, cool. Grape juice. Yeah, so that guy was not voiced in the original one. He pretty much just says a prayer and then disappears. Huh, I didn't know that. Alright, time to attack some birds here. Try not to get hit. Owie. Now I want soul steel, please. Thank you. think... Let me change that. Let me get this, because I can time it when my... I'll try to time it. So I can time the attacks with my jump, and when I jump... Well, I tried. Yeah, like that. I could time the jumps to the attack. Owie. I'm not doing too good. It's alright. Get some health. This is strength potion. Alright, so we get some armor finally. Alright, so the left side can't do anything over there just yet. I think it's void. That one is a book that pretty much flies around you. It does alright, but it's kind of useless as a sub-weapon. That's not the timer here. Grab the sword. Oh, this is just a ring. Bats are also pretty useful in here too, because they have a chance of dropping... Oh, get the other one. They have a chance of dropping a potion, which can be pretty useful. Speaking of, let me... Kinda want to keep those. Yeah, I'll use a potion. Yeah, pretty handy in a pinch. There we go. There, a little bit better. Yeah, see how we have another boss. A griffin, I believe. Yep. Pretty reasonable one. Just gotta wait for it to land. And kind of bit more. There we go. And then we got Maria again. Oh, so you do know how to fight.
You look like you're doing well for yourself.
And you didn't come here to flatter me.
True. Do you know the name Richter Belmont?
Richter of the Belmont clan?
Of course. Why?
He disappeared about a year ago. I'm sure he's here now. If you see him, please let me know.
As you wish, my lady.
A gentleman after all. Thank you.
Uh-huh. Yeah, so the original dialogue is pretty close to that. He questions her at this point. It's like, you didn't come here just to tell me that, did you? And it's like... Owie. This guy hurt. Alright, Oh, actually this works, yeah. Get the save in. Yeah, at a certain point, the birds fly down. As long as I can have the attack, like, already up. Alright, Tal War. Oh, cutlass. Here we go. Yeah. Alright, and over here is one of the final areas that we'll learn the name of when we get to the side of it. Now, that thing right up there, that's what we need for double jump. Kind of have to fight our way to it first. Just gonna head over here. Just, we'll be fighting some more of the chicken dudes. Castle Keep. I believe this is... Wrong one. Why do I keep doing that? Okay, so this one I think is a teleport. Okay. Yeah, so to unlock the teleport rooms, we pretty much just have to do that. Enter it. And then we have access to it. I believe... Yeah, this is a side room. Okay, so that right there is pretty much completely useless. Well, I'll pick it up anyway. The reason is because it has 0 attack. As far as I know, and I could be completely wrong, it has no benefits to it, so I don't know. I'd imagine you could probably do like a challenge run with it, maybe. For the most part, it's pretty useless. It'd be cool if we could get these guys to drop chicken now. I didn't mean to use that. They could drop pretty good food. Alright, now we have double jump. And turkey. Yeah, so now that we have that, we can actually get to a lot of different places. The next place that we could actually head to is the second half of the library. Which is actually a pretty good spot to head to, because we can get a couple of things out of that. We also have, in the center, we can now access Olrox's chambers and the Colosseum. And we can also head down as well. So, why don't we... Let me think. Why don't we do that? So I'll take this again. I'll head over to the wall, which is a feather. We could do the library first. Because this one might as well do that in the way. We will have to come back through here. Because we need a certain item first. Oh, that looks glitched. The cable's gone. Or the cable looks messed up. Oh, that's odd. Yeah, I think I'll do the library after. Yeah, that's what I remembered. Yeah, so we gotta head down anyway. Yeah, the reason why we need... let me backtrack. We need a certain item in order to get into a certain section of the library, but we need to have... We have to go through the Colosseum to get it. So I think I'll do that instead. And since we gotta go down this way, we could just head back through here. Yep. Yeah, so one of the other things that we could change into is called Mist. That's what we have to pick up. We have to get it out of the Coliseum. Because we could actually use that to travel to a couple of secret rooms. But we have to get it first. Alright, easy enough. Yeah, in order to go through here, we have the Jewel of Open. Yeah. Yeah, so this is a big reason why we needed a Jewel of Open. That room that was to the far left, and then this one here. So this gives us access to two big areas. Alright, I believe... Yeah, the one that's right here has... It's either a library card or a meal ticket. Library card, okay. Yeah, so the library card is really useful. We could use it to teleport back to the Master Librarian. Which is definitely handy. It is one use, but we can get more if we need to. So we'll probably do that later. And we can also pick some up too. A lot of these items we can find. And now we're in the underground cavern. Okay, don't push me out. Just in time. Alright, let's get the save point here. Just so we know where it is. I probably shouldn't go down. No, I'll be fine, because I can actually climb back up to the top. Yeah. Never mind. Let's grab that. Yeah, because I can't quite get over there yet. So I'll just go down this way. And right here, the save point. We do have another... Well, two bosses, I guess, right down here. So I could probably... Well, sort of two bosses. The first one's like a mini boss. And then the second one's like an actual. You'll probably see how I'll do. And we'll be coming back through here later on. Yeah. Alright, so I gotta be quick. So water is rising, and that actually hurts. Yeah, so at first the water does damage you, but we'll fix that later on. We have to find a relic, and the music goes away. That's because we have a boss. Don't know if I can... Too much stuff in the way. way too much stuff in the way. Trying to use the soul steel, but it's kind of have to be quick with it. You also can't be hit too, so it's kind of not doing too hot. Oh, here we go. Let me up. That was pretty good. Alright. It's alright. I can't be down here, so I want to be up there. Come on. Not doing too good. Grab some turkey. There we go. That took a little bit more than this one. All my hearts. Yeah, I was trying to do Soul Steal, but had a lot of attacks that just pop out. And we got a Crystal Cloak for it. Which is pretty good. And now because of that, we don't have to worry about the water for now. It actually drained because of that boss. Alright, Scimitar. Not as strong. Alright, so now that we got this boss out of the way, pick up the resist ice, and then we can head over to the left. Yeah, the area here isn't too bad. I'll get this first, because we need that water item. Actually, no. We get that relic in there. We need another one to get it first. So, in order to get the relic that keeps us from losing health in the water, we have to get another one. Let's take these guys out first. And in order to get it, we have to go through this place first. Yeah, so for now we kind of have to stay out of the water. Yeah, I felt like I was having controller issues. I don't know what was like that. Weird. Yeah. I think the frogs can also drop pizza, by the way, but I can't. Yeah, so we can't make it over here. But we can drop down and actually get secret boots. So the secret boots is just an item where we can equip the Alucard. Funny enough, it says that wear these to increase height. It actually does. It increases Alucard's height. I think it's by like a pixel, which is pretty hilarious. Other than that, they have like no use, but it is kind of funny. Okay, so nothing from them. They do have a couple of drops that we can get, and we found the Oarsman.
Welcome aboard, O Prince. Shall I guide thee across the river?
Alright, so the first item we need is the mermaid statue. This is what's used to call the Oarsman. Because for now, he only appears in this spot. But we need him for the second area out here. So I need to get out of this water. Thanks a lot, Bat. Yeah, so I'll move this first. And now we can head back to that other spot. And for now, we can just enjoy the boat. Now, you can try and look in the other place to see if you can get the other relic, but you can't. Because there is a wall that blocks the path. And the only way to remove it is by getting that mermaid statue. Now, you did notice we did drop down. So, we actually do have to double back. I just forgot. We can come back for that later. Grab a Shiitake. Alright, Nathan. Now that we made it back to the first part of the castle. Yeah, so right now it's pretty much just a one-way trip. We don't have a way to get up there. But there are a couple of things that we can do now that we have double jump. Alright, I will actually shut this off. Where is it? Relic. Here, scroll. And that's because of, if you see where the word zombie popped up, it actually makes it annoying for these guys. Because they tend to spawn like in the ground, like right there, on the floor. So you might have a tricky time to see them. The name is like right there. Okay. Kind of a pain, but yeah. Alright, so now that we have double jump, we already got this room right here, so I can skip that. We already got this room right here, which we can skip as well. This was the save point. Double check. We have the first boss room that has a room that we could get to, but we kind of have to skip that. Yeah, so the next thing we need is that mist. So we have to head to the giant clock, which is at the center. Now, I could take the teleport and go to the wall, but since I just did that, for monotony's sake, I'm just going to head through this way. Because we'll be pretty much like right there anyway. I will actually need this. Alright, we could pick up any items or whatever that drop along the way, because you never really know. The biggest thing is the money early on, but yeah, don't really have to worry about it too much. Doing pretty good damage though too. Alright. Big heart. And then the 100 gold. And those two are always that too. Certain candles drop when you get that item. So they're a really good resource. Just like how the center one is always a big heart. So, yeah, it's good to know if you want to like replenish. Replenishing the hearts or certain items. I missed it. If we can get those guys to drop cheese. Alright, so why did I keep the clock? Well, it turns out we need the clock in order to get into the second room right here. And we find some interesting items in here. We found a la carte stuff, but it's a little bit different. If we... Whoops. Take a look here. Resist fire, lightning, ice. These are replica items. Now, these actually do serve a purpose. If I can press the right buttons here. If we equip these, if we have all of them, if you take a look at our luck stat, it actually increases by 30. This is actually pretty useful for getting certain rare drops from enemies. So we will be using this a couple of times because there are some really specific weapons that I like to get. So for now, we'll just keep the Blast Lord. It's not too bad. The a la carte sword is pretty decent. Yeah, I will keep that in mind. Give him the secret boots. Yeah, so a la carte's now a little bit taller. Alright, actually wait, ooh, this is already active here. Yeah, so in order to get this side, it is active every minute. So in in-game time, since it's like 10:29, it's active for another minute and then it closes for a minute. So we would have had to wait. So this was actually good timing, so we don't have to wait too long. Alright, so now we're at Olrox's quarters here. Oops. Yeah, it is a pretty fast weapon too. It's definitely pretty useful. Alright, so I'm gonna head over here. Grab a few of these hearts. I think we do have a couple of enemies in here. I think I was thinking of the hallway. Ooh, broadsword. 26. Yeah, so even though it's not as fast, I will take the broadsword. Alright, so we're gonna head to the left. this is where we can access the Colosseum. But I want to head over to the right first because I want to get one of the teleport rooms. So I kind of have to fight our way over. Which means we gotta get through these guys first. A little bit more. Come on. There we go. Ooh, that's a rare drop. Oh, wow. Oh, that's cool. I didn't expect to get that. Oh, that's a really good one. Yeah. Yeah, so right there, that was actually a rare drop. The guy with the 2 swords actually has the chance of dropping the hunter sword. Yeah, I didn't expect that. That's kind of cool. Yeah, I won't say no to that. Yeah, and this is also another important area here too, but we can't quite access it yet because we need another relic. So not only can we turn into a wolf, which is this, we had gotten this at that little elevator, and the mist, we can actually turn into a bat, and we don't get that until where's it? The library? We get it somewhere. Oh, and if you're wondering, the guy with the hammer actually drops a hammer. That's useful for summons that we can actually get. Let me just go around this guy here, because I don't feel like... Yeah, so we can get... I guess you could call them pets, too. We could find summons around the map. And the hammer is really good for curing petrify. Alright, so that's the mist right there. We have to go around for that. Let me head over here. Let me get the save point. This place is also good to farm early on, too. Because of a certain monster that we can get, but there is an issue with it. And for some reason, in the coding for the monster, in the first new playthrough, it doesn't drop what it's supposed to. It drops a ring, like a ring that we could sell. If we were to do like a new game plus mode, like beat the game and have clear data and then start up a new game, it actually drops another ring, which ends up being one of the best accessories in the game. But for some reason, it is the coding for like the standard new game is like it messed up somehow. Which is, it kind of makes sense though too, because it's like the best accessory in the game. I mean, it increases all of the stats. Compared to some other accessories which do like a couple here and there or whatever. Yeah, so now we have access to the outer part there. Alright, so since I'm on this side now, yeah, so I don't really need to go through the Colosseum just yet. Because I don't really feel like it. So I can save it for later. I'm at a pretty decent level, I think. So, since I saved, I'm going to try and take on the boss here. Pick up the library card. And we're actually going to run into somebody new.
Who are you? Servants, come from the
Richter.
gates of hell!
Your blood. The scent of your blood. You're a Belmont!
Attack! Rid my castle of this pest!
Alright. Messed that up. Pretty decent hit. I'm trying to go for a soul steal. There we go. Take this guy out first. Ooh. And they are quick too, so. But they aren't impossible.
A Belmont for certain. So he says he's the lord of this castle.
Yeah, so we found Richter, which is kind of interesting. And we will meet up with Maria to let her know. It's like, hey, we found Richter, but he's acting really strange. Grab this first. And we can unlock the elevator for this place. Oh, here we go. Okay, so let's see what we can find here. Ignoring that room. Some of the rooms in here can be a pain, especially early on, because you get like hit and knocked around and whatever. So I'm like, yeah, no, I'm good. Yeah, so the one that's really important here is that giant gold skeleton. That's the one that has a chance of dropping the best accessory in the game, but for some reason the coding for it is messed up in a standard new game versus the new game plus where it actually drops just fine. So yeah, because the ring that it drops instead is called a turquoise, and we can actually sell that for a decent amount of money, but we don't really need that too much in this one. So, alright. Next up, now that we have the mist, we can actually use a library card, because that's where we're going to head to. We do have...
Young Master Alucard.
How about this?
Yeah.
How about this?
Alright, so we got 15,000. Ring of Pails is decent. Damascus Sword would be good, but we're going to be getting better weapons anyway, so that one's kind of pointless. Probably Ring of Pails. This one will help.
Thank you.
Alright, that'll do for now. Alright, so Ring of Pails. Okay, so Blood Cloak is a little bit less than the Crystal Cloak. Sunglasses, we don't have anything there. Yes. Okay, we'll just leave that. Alright, I need something for the second one. I think... Let's take the Hunter Sword. That was definitely a welcome surprise. Alright, so now that we got the mist... Wait. Oh, there we go. Oh, it's L1 and R1. Yeah, I forgot about that. Yeah, so we need it for the second half of this, because I'm pretty sure that's where we get the map. But yeah, we can access this area once we get the double jump over here. But they usually wait until I get the mist anyway. Because some of the enemies in here are a little bit stronger than some of the ones that we've encountered so far in the library. Namely, the flea men. There are stronger variants in here that actually hurt, which we will see momentarily. Yeah. They have giant axes. So I'm just gonna clear these guys out. Yeah, they can be pretty dangerous. And they're quick. So, yeah, pretty bad. And there are a bunch of them. I will actually go up there because there is an item that we can get. We can actually get a new headpiece. Yeah, so we'll rep this. Alright, so we got Stone Mask. Wrong one. But that's not all. We actually got a secret room. Topaz Circlet. Which is actually pretty good. So anytime we get hit by something that has like poison, we can actually heal by it. Don't really have too many uses for it. There are only a handful of things that actually do that. Let's see. Anointed Rod is pretty decent. Alright, moving on. Clang, clang, clang. Okay. There we go. Yeah, these guys are mostly just a pain because they're so quick. Whoa! I've never seen that. Oh, okay. That guy's a cheater. I have never seen that. Wow. Alright, so over here we have another boss. Or at least sort of. We can actually encounter this guy later on. Now, this guy actually does have an interesting thing he can do, and that is summon monsters. Now, it is kind of important because of one of the monsters that he can summon. It is the only place we can actually get them, which is that Mudman. So, he does actually have a use. Yeah, so we do need, in order to fill up the bestiary for this, we actually do need him to summon the Mudman, but since we're not really doing it for this one, for this playthrough, we can pretty much skip it. There we go. Yeah. Yeah, so if we were going for like a 100%, that is definitely useful in that fight. We have to wait for him to spawn the Mudman, because that is the only place we can get him. So that. And now we have Soul of Bat. And since I don't feel like running all the way back, we can use the other library card that we picked up. And now we have access to fly anywhere on the map. So we can now turn into that. So, there is one thing that we could get here that will actually help us out. You don't have to get these summons, but they are pretty useful. And we can get the first one up. Clear out the floors. It's messing up again. That's odd. Yeah, so over here we have the fairy. Alright, let's go to Relic and activate.
As Master wishes.
So the fairy is quite useful because she can use not only healing items, but status healing items as well, like that hammer that I had mentioned that can heal Petrify, and some other items that you can pick up only she can use, which are definitely pretty useful. And just like with Alucard, in order to level up her, we can pretty much just attack enemies or whatnot, so yeah, already has some experience. A saber? Really? I didn't know that dropped a weapon. 24. Okay, I thought that only dropped money. Huh. Alright, so now that we have the bat, we can now go up to that waterfall. So, why don't we do that next? We can actually go through... Oh, I know. We could go through the beginning of the map. Alright, let me attack. Now that we can actually hurt these guys. Yeah, we can also get the stuff that's over here too, because we kind of skip this one. I usually skip some of these rooms because of the cleanup. I just don't feel like dealing with them. But we can get some armor over here. Yeah, so I think I'm just gonna go to the back, because there are a couple of different ones we can get. Hutkeys. It's definitely nice to one-hit some of these enemies. Makes it so much easier. Oh, now it's fine. So, I did say in the beginning this is a playthrough. There are probably a couple of things I'll miss or skip, and that's really intentional because they don't really need to get everything. Just yet. For the most part, this is pretty much, I'm going to be doing, where am I at? I need the horse. Most of this castle, and then what's referred to as the inverted castle, which is kind of like the second half of the game. This is not going to be a 100%, because there is quite a bit. I could definitely do that. If any of you would like to see a 100%, yeah, please let me know. I don't mind doing it because I've played this enough. It's just that some of it does become a tiny bit tedious because it's mostly just map completion. There is certain spots on the map that you have to turn into the dog, for example, in order to get certain bits of the map. But other than that, it's really not that bad. So I think it's walkthrough as Alucard, fly in as a bat, and then as a dog. Another useful item, the Jewel Sword. Yeah, so I think that's what I'll do with the playthrough. I'll just do like the standard one. But like I said, if you want to see like a 100%, what I'll do with that is I'll probably have a New Game Plus version of it. Because that'll give me access to everything, like that accessory that drops from that monster that is messed up in the standard game. Because there is quite a bit in the New Game Plus too. And it's easier for me to just do it in like a New Game Plus. But yeah, for right now, this will just be a standard playthrough. Alright, so we've got the save here, which we don't need just yet. And I believe this is Fury Armor? Nope. Yeah, let's equip that. That should be pretty decent. Nothing too crazy just yet. Yeah, so the Jewel Sword, this increases a chance of getting those sellable rings. It's a chance. It's not always 100%. We can increase that if we increase our luck, but we don't really have to worry about that right now with this one. With this playthrough. That kind of ties in with the New Game Plus, because there are some items in the shop that we could buy that are only available in that. For example, there is an item that we could get that is $500,000. So you kind of do have to farm a little bit of money for it. Yeah, it's only available in the Game Pass. Yeah, so I could definitely, you know, get something like that. And we have Power Wolf. Alright, let me see if I could get this. Nope. Let's try to do something funny. Alright, yeah, so this right here is a power. It gives us the ability to run really, really fast, and it hurts enemies. So, next up would be... I could probably do Olrox's Quarters next. So I gotta go this way. Yeah, I'm just thinking of which order I can take to some of these places. It's not really in any order per se. There are some places that are generally needed, because it makes it easier. Getting to the library as soon as possible is pretty good, because you have access to the shop. And then getting the underground section is pretty good, because you can find some really good stuff in there. Yeah, so beating the game right now, pretty much once we have the ability to get, I'd say, the bat, we could actually go up and fight the so-called final boss right now. I need to go down a little bit. But I'm going to be skipping that because I need to get... There are a couple of things I need to do in order to get the upside-down castle, the second half of the game. So I wouldn't be able to do that if I were to fight the so-called final boss right now. Because he is, but he isn't. So we, in a sense, have to prepare for that. And they need the goat. Alright, so we made it back to Olrox's quarters. Let's see. So pretty much just go up. And pick up stuff along the way. Luck potion. Boss in this area. I should be okay with that. Yeah, so in order to get the Upside Down Castle, we have to find two separate rings. There is one that we could get by defeating a boss that is going towards the underground section, and there's another ring that we could get in a room that's to the left, the upper left. If you see in the upper left of the map, that long corridor that's a grade, there is a section of that has spikes in the corridor, but we can't quite get through that because of that. So we kind of have to get something else in order to do that. And we get the sword card. We essentially have to go find a piece of equipment that's called the Spike Breaker. In order to get that, though, we have to head underground. So we'll be doing that next. And that place has its own issues because there's quite a bit to the underground. Just gotta watch out for the wars here. One more hit. Yeah. Yeah, so I know to fight the boss in this place, I actually gotta go up and get over here first. Pretty much just stock up on hearts, pick up everything that I can. And I gotta go through this way anyway. Because... secret. I believe this is... fairy card. Now, this one's kind of interesting because it's like, oh, wait a minute. There are two fairies? Yes. One of them is in the original one, and the other one is in the, I guess you could say, the Japanese version in this game. Pretty much does the same thing. Can heal you with HP or status, healing items. Pretty much just does the same thing. So there's no real difference between the two.
I've waited for this since I was an egg. I'm yours, Alucard.
Since she was an egg? Okay. Yeah, so there's no real difference between them that I'm aware of.
You can count on me.
Yeah, so keep the first one. That. Yeah, now we can get through this place, because this was another one-sided spot. So, we gotta take on the boss of Olrox's quarters. So, we gotta head back. I think... Oh, it's this one. Don't need that. Gotta keep my clock. Yeah, I usually keep the clock for this, because it has a lot of uses. It slows down a lot of enemies, stops certain other ones. It gives us the ability to access certain places. Alright, I guess we're taking a book. Alright, I'll make it work. Iron Ball. Alright. Yeah, it should be fine. Funny enough, we can actually sit here. The book itself isn't too bad, it's just, I usually don't go for it. Alright, so that's the first half. Now he's gonna get a little bit bigger. Could be... Okay. Just gotta be careful of those hits. I think I just dodged him with that Dark Metamorphosis. That's what it looked like. Yeah, so for the second half, the more HP we take away from him, the faster that fire attack goes. Doesn't do that. I'm actually gonna double back here because I'm gotta be careful of. Well, I do have this too. Yeah. The fairy also has the ability to revive too, so that's definitely helpful. Yep. That's a soul steal. Oh yeah, it gets fast. Oh, should just use protection from fire. Nice. Yeah, so even the buffs you can also use, which is really useful. Yeah, that was all rocks. Not too good with the Holy Rod, but yeah, not too bad. Pretty decent fight. Alright. Let's see. Echo of Bat. So this is actually going to make our life easier when it comes to the underground section, trying to get that spike breaker item, because there is a room which is pitch black, and there are spikes on the floor and ceiling. So thankfully we can actually find a relic that gives the bat echo location, which is actually pretty useful. You could go through the room very carefully if you like memorized it, but it is, you would have to memorize it. It's pretty tough. So since we took out Aurochs, we can actually head down underground. Let's see. So we gotta head to pretty much to the right, where the teleport room is, and then head down to where the giant clock is. So we could do that, because there are a couple of rooms along the way that we can get to now because we have the bat, so it'll make it easier. So I'm just gonna find ceiling here, and we just head back the way we came. Yeah, it's relatively easy. Guys. There we go. Won't kill him, but I'll just go right through him because we're only going this way anyway. Might as well take these guys out. Don't have to, but yeah, whatever. So now we can head up through the middle. Alright, let me check something real quick. Okay. Alright, so now we have gravity boots. Now these are interesting items because they actually have two purposes. They increase pretty much our jump distance by a little bit, and they also give us a neat little ability to shoot upwards really fast, using a little bit of magic. Alright, so I gotta head to... gotta go to the right. Because we can actually pick up one of those rings now. If I can... I should probably equip something. Let's give him... I'm gonna be using these anyway, so I might as well give him the Alucard sword. Because there is something I want to farm for coming up, but I have to use luck. Yeah. Yeah, so there is a boss we can fight in here that gives us a ring. almost there. Yeah, that little room that we could have jumped to, that's where it is. There's also a little spot to the right, too. Or left, I mean. But yeah, now that we have the bat, it's easier. So we can just head over here. And we got the clock back. There's the claymore. Alright, grab a few of the meal tickets here. And then this last one. Get it? Moonstone. Moonstone's pretty useful because depending on what time it is in game, we actually get increased stats. So thankfully, we're actually in the middle of the night. Now, you're probably wondering about the boss here, and it's kind of interesting. We actually find it in a dreamlike state. So we pretty much enter this. What we think is a save, but really is not. We are in a nightmare.
Mother!
Alucard, is that you?
I'm coming, Mother! I'll save you!
No, Alucard, stay away!
Mother!
It's all right. If my death can save others, I gladly surrender my life.
No! I won't let this happen!
It's too late. Just stay with me. Hear my last words to you.
Yes, Mother.
Humans. You cannot live with them. You can only hate them, do them harm.
What?
Theirs is such a hard lot. Release them from their pain. Begin with the ones who killed me.
No, it wasn't like this.
Alucard, what's wrong?
My mother never said such a thing.
What do you mean? I am your mother. Do as I say. Release them. Kill them.
No, you are not my mother. What kind of demon are you?
Strong enough to break my spell, hmm? I like that.
You deserve
I bet.
worse than death for this, demon.
Then give it to me, little boy. Don't be shy.
Yeah. That's a pretty good dodge. One of them is not like the other. There she is. Here, hold this. There we go.
Darkling, I smell your blood, your hunger. That strength, that beauty. You really are the son of Lord Dracula.
Yep.
Death in the dream world will set your soul wandering for eternity, demon.
Wait! I beg of you!
Yeah, right at the end of there, what Alucard said, death in the dream world will set your soul wandering for eternity. That was actually word for word another example of what it was like direct from the original dialogue. Which is kind of interesting because there wasn't an issue that I know of with the original title. It was really good. I don't know why they changed some of it. Which is kind of unfortunate. But we did get the Gold ring, which is one of them. Wear clock. So a very tiny hint to where we have to take it, but we need the other one. So now that we've gone through this place, we can actually head to that little spot down there, where we could find the oarsman. We can now have him show up here because we have the mermaid statue. This item is useful for getting into the underwater spots. Well, we don't really need it right now because some of this is like optional, but we'll get it anyway.
Thy destiny awaits, O Prince.
But we do need to have the mermaid statue in order to get in here because of a wall that is here. It's the only way we can unlock it. Yeah. Now, you can get over here, like I said earlier, but it remains locked. This is before I'm taking health damage. And now we have the holy symbol, which is pretty much a snorkel set. So now we don't take any damage in water, which is really useful. So just hop on. Yeah, so now we're pretty much free to explore like on the water or whatever. The only change is the movement. You move around a little bit slow. Now, if you remember when I was talking about like map completion and getting like 100%, this is some of the area we need the dog for, because we can actually turn into the dog underwater. And we pretty much have to jump into the water and then turn into the dog, and it kind of pushes us into the ceiling. Now bear in mind, all of this is like upside down. In the upside down castle. It also includes the water here, so that's why it's a little tricky to get some of the map completion here. Especially for like the ceiling parts. So for some reason, turning into the dog actually helps with that. I'll do that in the other playthrough if anybody wants to see it. That should be pretty easy because I could use the clear data of this one to do that. Here, hold this. Yeah, so if you notice, since I pushed that crate there, those guys actually stay dead. If I didn't put that crate there, they actually don't go away. So we gotta find our way underground, and we have to go all the way to the waterfall again, but we have to go to the other side. Because we have to go through this, but we have to unlock the ability to do so. Yeah. Should be right over here. Alright, so we pretty much just do this. And that guy appears. Yeah, so now that we can just head back to that bridge, and that's what destroys that little wooden barrier. But we kind of have to double back a little bit because we have to have that guy facing that way, because he's facing this way when we come back in here. Come on. so we have to go around and come back in. Alright, so we have to have his attack hit the bridge. So we, in a sense, have to have him spawn, and then we have to, like, pull him over. Okay, so we can see now. Where is he? Stupid frog. Alright, there he is. Alright, should be good enough. There we go. Alright. Now we can head into the catacombs. I'm gonna head down this way first. Get this, because it has been a lot of the time since I've saved. And then we have another boss. Now we have Cerberus. Goofy little boss. He's not too bad. Do have to be a little careful though. Ow. Ow. There we go. Whew. I missed it. I missed it. Alright, so we can head down. Alright, I think over here is the combat knife, which is a stronger version of the Bastard. Oh, it's just a demon. Okay, come on. Let me... There we go. Free heal. Yeah, I guess I was wrong. I guess it was just a demon card. This one's pretty useful because this one also has very interesting purpose. We could use it to press a switch that we actually saw at the top of this. I'll actually go over here. Yes, this is one of the teleport rooms. Now have the snake. Yeah, I'll do this now. I might as well. So I'll just head back up here. Excuse me. Get out of the way. Alright, so that little switch that's right up there. If we do this, activate the demon, and then head over here, he actually presses it.
There's a switch. Perhaps I should press it.
There we go. So pretty much the only use for that demon. It's a fun familiar, but yeah. Fight a few of these. I believe this one is... that one also drops a sword. I think it's a Zweihander. Okay, so we got Ring of Ares, which is pretty decent. Some turkey, and a bunch of food. So the Ring of Ares is another pretty interesting accessory. And increases our strength, but if you look at defense, it actually reduces it. Not exactly at 0, but it lowers it by quite a bit. Still pretty handy if we want to get like pretty good hits. So I will actually equip that. Which means we do have to keep an eye on our health. I'll take the a la carte because we are going to be farming a little bit. I'll take that, and then... Wait, let me do this. And that Power of Sire item right there, that's another one of those bomb-type items. Okay, so we got a la carte, and then we can get the shield, and then we'll have the increased luck. So this is usually a good go-to setup for farming certain items. Because a lot of them are luck-based. The higher luck you have, the easier it is to get some item. And usually, this works for like drops and whatever. Alright, so I'll just... Excuse me. I think these also have something too, but... I don't know if it's like a circlet or something. A little bit of money. We'll grab that just in case. Break the rock. Okay, so nothing there. Let's see. Oh, there it is. Combat knife. Yeah, so it does the same thing as the Bastard. Except it's a little bit stronger. Yeah, 46 and then 69. But it also has a secondary part to it too, that will swipe. And you could also hold it too. So, yeah, all in all, a pretty decent weapon. Some of the fast weapons in this game are actually really decent. Alright, so now we're in the catacombs. Yeah, definitely a lot of good things that we can find in here. Because we also have another boss. Okay, so we get the blood pendant, bloodstone, cat eye circlet. So, just like the poison circlet that heals you with poison, the cat eye circlet heals you with cat damage. There is only one enemy that does that. She throws a cat at you, and you can heal that way. So, pretty much don't need it. Alright, let's see. We can actually get it now. Alright. Hold on. I think I'll actually do the farming now. It shouldn't take too long. It's a certain weapon that I like to get. Called the Chakram. It's a ranged weapon, we can have more than one. And it attacks pretty decently. Yeah. Okay, they didn't drop anything. These guys can also drop some pretty good stuff too. They could drop sirloin, which heals for quite a bit. And then a flame sword. so this is the guy I need here. We need chakras. He also has a chance of dropping the jewel sword, which is pretty good. Yeah, so this is why block is really good to have. Because it's such a small chance to get. I'm not sure what the drop rate is. It's probably like 5% or maybe even less. But this might take a little while too. Alright, so level 27, 30, 53 for next. Nick is currently giving about 30 experience. Alright, there we go, finally. Yeah, that took a minute and a half. I took a break in the middle of it because I had to. I finally was able to get to that. Alright, so let's figure out what we need. We don't have any defense because of the Ring of Ares, which is giving us a higher strength but less defense. So we should be good to go. So let's take a look at the chakrams. Why are they so good? Well, because they're mid-range. And you can spam them pretty easily, so... Pretty good at this point. Okay, it came down here. There's the money. There. Let me double check. I did check that room, so let's get it save, and we got a boss to the left here. And I believe on the other side of it, there's a room that has, I think it's Power of Mist, which lets us stay in the mist form for longer, because currently it does not last long. It's like a split second. Alright, so now we get to take a look at Grand Falloon. Yeah, definitely much easier with the chakram. Just gonna attack that center, and there we go. Yeah, see, much easier. Not too bad. Alright, so we do have to get to Spike Breaker, which is on the right side of the catacomb, so we're going to be doubling back after this. Just going to take out a few of these guys. Oh, okay, so it was this one, the Wormagil. Black Sword, strong against Holy. Okay, so that's not too bad. Yeah, I guess Power of Mist is somewhere else. That's alright. Nice couple of platforms. Excuse me. Yeah, so much better. Because I could just sit here and alternate the attack buttons, and it is negligible when it comes to the movement. If I forget there. I did check up there. Yeah, so when it comes to this playthrough, I'm not going to get like the entire map. I'm pretty much going to do like all the bosses that I need to. Oh, and I just noticed we got a fire brand. Okay. when it comes to New Game Plus mode, I will. Because it'll be easier to do it then. But for now, I'll just do like all bosses in this one. Resist fire. Let's see, we do have a space up this... No, dead end. These guys get hurt. Yeah, so I believe the only way to hurt... What's that? I believe the only way to hurt these guys is to use, like, magic. Alright, so this is the room. This is where we need the echo.
Isn't this a little suspicious?
Yes, it's very suspicious. Thank you, Terry. Yeah, so you can see the problem with coming in through here. Because if I were to fall down, it hurts quite a bit. That is close. Now we can step on that, turn the lights on. But we could do that when we're coming back. Got these guys. Leave that because we don't need it. Grab some shurikens. Karma coins. Take out that guy. And pretty much just spam attack. Yeah, the big reason why I like this weapon, it's because it's so fluid. You can have two of them, and you pretty much just alternate attacks. Yeah, so at this point in the game, I'm pretty overpowered. And we have this Bright Breaker. And now we can actually go get the second ring. Now, we fought the succubus to get the first ring. In order to get the second ring, we had to pass through a hallway that had spikes as well. So we had to get this armor. Okay, so now we can actually break it. And we'll be able to see it in action. Okay, let's run. Yeah, there we go. A little laggy. Yeah, so if I didn't have, I can show an example here. If I didn't have this, if I were to fall down, you can get stuck in here if you're not careful, but these do actually hurt quite a bit. So imagine being stuck. Yeah, it definitely got to be careful in there. Alright, so I got the Sprite Breaker. I believe we are pretty much done in the catacombs. We got everything we needed. Checking the map. There are a couple of spots that I could get like special items, but I could save that for the New Game Plus. We could do like 100% in that. Trying to think. We do have the upper right. There is a boss up there that we can attack. So we can do that one next, actually. All we would have to do is go to the teleport room for the catacombs, which is up a little bit, and teleport to the Lion Head, which is the upper part of the map. Fight that boss, and then turn around and go all the way to the left, and then get the ring. And we should be good to go to get to the Upside Down Castle. Alright. Alright, so I believe, yeah. Another resist fire. Actually grab that so get some health back. monster vial. Okay. Yeah, so I've been pretty much picking up a lot of items that I don't normally use. Like that monster vial. It's a thrown item that creates a skeleton. We find a couple of items like that. They do have some use, especially if you don't have like any good weapons, you could use them. But for the most part, they're essentially just collectibles, I guess. I think the Salem Witch drops something. I'm not sure what it is. I want to say it's a circlet, but can't remember. Alright, so we're gonna go this way. Okay, so we need the lion head. Yeah, because we are just about done with the regular castle here. Because once we get the ring, we actually have to go to a certain point on the map and use them. In order to access in a sense, secret room, we have to equip the 2 rings. Okay, so I'll just head to the right here, and the boss is like right over here. I believe it is this guy, yeah. Yeah, so at this point I'm pretty overpowered. And that right there is another example of a so-called boss turning into a regular enemy later on. We do encounter him in the upside down version of this place. So, since I got that boss, I could pretty much just skip that area right over there, because there isn't really much that we need. It'd be good for exploration later when we do the 100%, but yeah, for now I'm just going to head to the left and grab the ring. I actually need to go down a little bit, because I actually need this corridor. Yep, totally not overpowered at all. It is... oh, this one. Yeah, so this is the reason why I skipped this one. It's okay. It's like a rebound. Bounces off the walls a couple of times and it disappears. It does reasonable damage, but I usually don't use that sub-weapon. I usually just stick to the clock or the axes. Save point right there. Oh, it hit me so I couldn't collect the potion. It's alright, maybe we'll get it more. That would have been a good collect. It's alright, it happens. Do I have... okay, so I do have that equipped. Yeah, much better than a sword at this point. Just do a back step there so I can get back. Yeah, pretty reasonable. Yeah, there we go. And the mist is also required here too, so definitely a bit of a setup here. And I believe we run into Maria again. Because at this point, we tell her, it's like, hey, we saw Richter, by the way, but he wasn't really Richter.
Alucard, have you seen Richter?
Maybe.
There is a Belmont here. You were right about that.
I knew it! Where is he?
The one I saw was with the enemy. He called himself the Lord of this castle.
What? That's impossible! You're wrong! I have to go.
Alright, see ya. Alright, now we got the ring. So, we got the clue of the gold ring, wear clock, and the other one is in Rome. So, we have to equip these and go into the clock room, which is that giant clock that we saw. And it had the 3 different directions we can go to. The one on the left was time-based, it opens every minute. The one to the right opens with the clock sub-weapon and that straight-up part. So now we just head back there with these rings equipped, and then we can access the secret room. So, a couple of different directions I can actually take. I did unlock the Colosseum spot, so why don't we go that way? Let's do a little bit of traveling. Okay. Alright, and to the left. Yeah, so a bunch of the side items, we can get them now, but don't really need to. A lot of them we don't really need at this point, because we're pretty much good to go. For me, the chalk room is like the biggest one to get, because everything after that, it's kind of... It's alright if I want to collect it or whatnot. Yeah, and I believe we had gotten this earlier. Yeah, because this was where that wall was. So, we can actually... there are a couple of rooms in here we can go through. They were pretty deadly before, but they're much more manageable now because of what I have. And it's namely the one that had the horse in it too, because that guy can be a pain, because he has a pretty high knockback. I believe it's this one. Yeah, and there are 2 of them in here too, so they can definitely push you around. That's pretty much it for this spot. I think she has a sword, hunting girl. It's not one I get often. It's like, I want to say Weird Blade, but I might be wrong. We might see it in the New Game Plus, because we're going to be doing a little bit of farming there, because that's one of the first spots to get that ring accessory from the Golden Skeleton. Alright, so I have the 2 rings equipped. I'm pretty much good with everything. Get these guys done. Oh, I dropped it. Don't need it. It's one of those thrown items. And it's a consumable, I believe, too, so... Alright, so we made it to the clock tower, and the clock activates. Funny enough, the clock rings 13 times, and believe it or not, I'm actually playing this on Friday the 13th. So, yeah, kind of funny. I just realized that. Alright, save point on the left, and I believe there is... yeah, here we go. A couple of things that we can get. Very slow elevator. Oh, I just realized they made a change in this version too. Let me do a safety save. Now, in the original version of this, when you access the secret room, you talk to Maria, and she learns about Richter being possessed. So she pretty much just gives you an item. However, in this version, she wants to test you. So she pretty much turns into a boss, and she can be a bit of a pain. Thankfully I have the chakra so I can move around. I have access to the clock, which I think slows her down, it doesn't stop her. And I do have soul steel too, just in case. So I should be good to go. And since we have access to this place, I don't need to have these anymore. So, I could get the Ring of Ares for the attack. Would be cool if I had defense, but yeah, I'll just have the Moonstone. Don't need the Sprite Breaker for now. So I'll just give myself the walk armor. And we'll take that off because we're going to be getting that equipment. We get a headpiece. Alright, so let's talk to Maria. Look at her.
Alucard?
That voice. Maria?
I'm sorry. You were right. He is with the enemy.
Spooky background.
Richter Belmont, in league with Dracula.
He must be under someone else's control. We can't hurt him, whatever we do.
But he must be stopped.
Yes, but can you? Then for all our sakes, show me that you will.
Alright. Okay, let me attack, please. Oh. Oh, wow. There we go. I'm glad I had that fairy.
You're stronger than I am. You can save Richter. Will you? Please?
I can't promise that, but I will stop him.
If it must be that way. Here. I found these. Take them.
Holy glass it
And
is.
these are?
If you wear them, you can see beyond illusions.
Thank you. I go to find Richter. Stay and pray for him.
Uh-huh. Yeah, she's a pain. It is pretty cool that in this version, not only does she become a boss, she also becomes a playable character, which is pretty neat because at the New Game Plus, we have a couple of options of putting in like different names, and one of them I believe is Maria, and we could play as Maria. But in order to do that, we have to beat the game first. So just do a quick sort. Now, the chakram, although it's strong, I kind of want to have a sword. So, let's go with a Mormagil. And we should be fine. I'll have the Firebrand. Mostly because I want to have control of where I attack because of this. Since we got the Holy Glasses from Maria, it changes the upcoming boss. If you figured it out by now, it's Richter. Depending on what goes on before it changes. If we just go to him normally, we just fight him and then that's the end of the game. If we have the Holy Glasses and attack something else, the boss changes. Okay, so I gotta go to the left. 45. 48. 49. 50. 10 seconds. Yeah, so I just gotta wait for this to open. Then it should open. Yeah, so every minute this one opens. Or I should say every other minute, because it's open for a minute and then closes for another minute. Yeah, so I'll clarify with that. Yeah. No boomerang. Yeah, so getting the Holy Glasses is needed if we want to get to the Upside Down Castle. Because it gives us it changes the boss fight. Let's skip these guys. Don't mind me. I think we can actually get them stuck on the stairs too. Alright, so we need the light. Yeah, so whatever we do, we pretty much have to not hit Rick in this fight. And we will see why. So, I do need health back, and the fairy did help out. I believe it used a life apple, which is... because I had died in that Maria fight. Okay, maybe not? I thought it used something. Okay, so I need a save. That is going to be just above. Okay. So we'll go way up. We'll activate this. I believe it's this one. Yep. Yeah, so we'll get the save here. Very laggy save. Yeah, top one didn't turn on. Don't think... just a Falcon. Alright. Got the secret room right here. Just activate the stairs. I believe... yeah, definitely handy in the pinch. And I think these are our things. No, it's just like platinum nail. Okay. Alright, so we'll get on hearts, but we will grab this container. Alright, so I saved it. We have holy glasses. Now we can take on Richter.
I've been waiting for you.
Yeah, I bet you have,
Answer
Richter.
me. Why is a Belmont planning to resurrect Count Dracula?
Dracula rises once a century. One chance for each Belmont to shine. And then we're finished. Forgotten. If I bring him back now, the battle can last for eternity.
You have lost your way. So be it, Vampire Hunter. Let your battle begin with me.
Yeah, so you see that little orb right here flying around above him. That appears only with the holy glasses, so we have to keep on attacking. Now we can hit Richter. He does have a health bar, so we pretty much just ignore him for the most part. We gotta hit this orb here. Okay, so I got it twice. Pretty much just ignore Richter here. A couple more hits maybe. There we go.
How inconvenient. But we've only just begun. The Master's ascension is at hand.
Yeah, so not exactly an ending, but an extension, because this gives us the ability to go to the upside-down version of the castle, which is pretty much the same. Stronger monsters, different monsters, better equipment. But the castle is upside down, so a couple of things change. Yeah, definitely a cool scene. And it just appears out of nowhere. So with this one, in order to get the actual final boss, there are a couple of items that we have to get, which means we have to fight some bosses. We really only need to find, I think it's 5 of them.
What have I done?
You saved him,
Okay,
Alucard.
calm down, Richter.
Thank you so much.
Alucard? The Alucard? You can't be. That was over 300 years ago.
Never mind that. Is the man who controlled you in that castle?
Yes, I think so.
Maria, take Richter and leave here. I'll finish this.
All right. Good luck.
Yeah, so pretty much just auto moves me right here. So there we go. We finally get access to the upside down castle. So we have to find, it's either 5 or 6 different bosses because we need certain items in order to unlock the upside down variant of that clock room, because that's where the final boss is. But for now, we pretty much just go through here normally, grab all of these containers, and then the royal cloak here. Okay. And if you were also wondering too, if you remember early on where we had Death take our items, we can now get them back. They are scattered around in the upside down castle. We can find them here and there. I believe the closest one that we can find is the headpiece that we had, which is actually pretty good. It lowers enemy defense, which is definitely good at this point. Because some of these monsters are, some of them can be a pain. Yeah, take some of this off. Give me back my chakrams here. Wherever they're at. Okay. Alright, let's take out the skeleton guy down here. Grab some more things over here. Don't have to, but I might as well. I'm already over here. A high potion. Yeah, so grabbing the grabbing Alucard's equipment is optional. We don't need that. Some of the stuff is pretty good. The sword is pretty good. Alucard's sword because it's fast. The helmet is a pretty decent one. The cloak is a good one. The accessories not so much because we can find better ones. At least in the New Game Plus. So we can... I believe it's this way. Actually, wait. Let me get... Because we're going to be using this too. Let me get the rooms up here. Okay, so this is a lightning bolt. There is a piece of equipment that we do need to keep an eye out for. It is a lightning circlet, which heals us for lightning damage. We are going to need that for a boss later on. I believe that boss is optional, but it's a pretty fun fight because without that circlet, the circlet helps because he does some of his attacks are lightning damage. But this is one of the bosses we do need. So I'm gonna just take this guy out. Just let him do his thing. And there he goes. Alright, so this guy is going to drop a piece of Dracula. And these also have a secondary benefit too. They give us various stats and whatever. And this one Gives us intelligence plus 10. Okay, so that was 5. Okay, so we have to find 4 more. Suppose we'll go into here. Yeah, because I usually skip this area. Or at least the regular area. Not because it's hard, it's just... you don't really need it. The place is completely optional. So watch out for the bomb dudes. And then this thing too. Because this thing also hurts as well. Alright, just about there. Okay, this place is a pain here. Yeah. I could go through... There are a couple of containers I could get, but I'll ignore them for now. A couple of enemies I gotta watch out for here. Namely the Medusa heads, because these actually turn you to stone compared to the other ones. I gotta do a little bit of fancy footwork in here because of the flamethrower dudes. Back my clock. Woo. Oh, never mind. Grab this. Let me go for another one. Okay. I think there is another... Yeah, the Medusa head's gonna be a pain. It would have been easier if I had the power of mass, but I don't get it until... I think I could get it here. Not in this room specifically, but later on. I really need to be careful. I'm gonna have to skip the clock. I could get that later. Grab this. Whew. Okay, let's take a breather here. Go on a little bit of healing. Let me get some cheese. Get banana. Let's use some of these. Pot roast is going to do quite a bit. Okay, so that's not bad. Yeah, we're at 298. Yeah, we'll use that one. Okay. Alright. Come on. There we go. Yep. Alright, so one of the first ones we can get is here. The Dragon Helm. This one's a really good one to get because it lowers defense of enemies, and it has some pretty good stats for it too. Increases strength and tiny little bit of defense too. Not a complete must-have, but it's definitely worth the go. Alright, so the next spot up here, boss number 2 is the Frankenstein monster. I think he has an actual name, which we will see up here. It is just at the entrance of the library. And I'll get a save here. This one isn't too bad. This boss just rolls around. He's at this point, since I had the chakrams, he's pretty easy. We are going to be going for another weapon here. Similar to the chakrams, at this point we can actually get one of the best items, best weapons in the game. Even though the chakram is pretty good in my opinion, this weapon is definitely one of the best weapons to get. Can't do anything with these guys. I will unlock the teleport room, so all I gotta do is go in here. And we are good. Yeah, so all of the rooms are the same when it comes to the Upside Down Castle. The only difference is that we have a new batch of monsters, and then we got equipment to help us out with that. Yeah, so these guys right here, the giant skeleton heads, we cannot hurt them. However, they can hurt us, as long as I can... Come on, try that. Alright, that works. I was trying to light up my shot, but I missed it. Let me... do that. Yeah, so even with magic, these guys are actually indestructible. There, take that. Let me think. Let's fight this boss first. Because getting that sword now is really overpowered. Yeah. Yes. Grab a high potion. Yeah, so I'll just get this boss now. And this place is also another good spot to farm equipment as well. So I'll just attack this guy. Yeah, and there he is. We got item number 2, Tooth of Flag. And this one increases strength plus 10. Alright, so I will just go up here and clear the rooms. Then we'll head into the library. So save point there. Yeah, so here we can find the giant skeletons again. And this is another really good spot to farm. Like I said before, these guys drop 2 items, the Gauntlet and the Ring of Vlad. Varda, I mean. But for some reason, I had said this before too, a regular playthrough, the coding for it is wrong, so instead of drinking the Ring of Varda, they actually drop a sellable turquoise ring. Which is kind of odd, but that's just how it is. But in New Game Plus, they actually drop the Ring of Varda, which is the best ring in the game. So, we're going to be fighting a pretty well-known enemy in here. The Shmoo, for the Chrysogrim. So, we do have to make a change to the weapons here, because we do need to get... I gotta check and see. I'm gonna need some health here. There we go. Yeah, just in case we get hit. So, in order to increase my luck, I have to have the a la carte stuff again. It will be a little bit easier to get this sword compared to the Chakram, because I think the percentage is like the same, but at this point we also have better equipment. Having the Dragon Helm helps. I think we should be good. Hopefully we can one-shot these dudes too. Okay, so we can. That'll make it easier. And now we just start the process of taking them out. And since probably we'll be getting the levels here too, so I'm at 5716. See how much these guys drop. Yeah, so about 200. That's not bad. Yeah, so we might be doing this for a little while. Okay. do have a luck potion, which will probably help too. So let's do that. Just gonna find it. Where is... There we go. Okay. Okay, this guy also drops food, which is pretty good. So we'll be potentially getting some food from him as well, which is definitely helpful. And this isn't the only spot to farm this guy either, too. We find this guy throughout the library. Various spots. This one just happens to be a pretty easy one, because we could just go in and out. Yeah. Yeah, so we might hit a level or two. I'm also taking a second to see what drops before I switch rooms, because I'm sure other people have done this too, where we're like, it drops the sword and then we actually just switch rooms and then the drop disappears. So, see if we can actually would be nice if we got it sooner or later. Now, what I usually like to do, similar to the chakrams, I like to get 2 of them, because I could just spam both attack. And the sword is actually pretty nice too, having 2 of them, because they increase defense as well, which is pretty good. And I'm not even getting any food. I think that guy over there also drops the gauntlet as well. Let me, fight him a couple of times too. Never know. So I could potentially use that to... I can equip it, because that would increase my strength. Yeah, because I'm doing pretty average damage right now. I usually do like 65 at this point. The only downside is this weapon farming. It potentially just takes so long. That's really the only downside. It can increase your chances with certain items that we could find later on. For example, there is an item in here that we could actually get. Increases the chance of getting a rare item. So, let's do a slight switch here. This one's a little bit faster. And this one is easy to miss the drop too, because you get like the attack and then you're like immediate switch to the different room. And if you're not careful, you can also get hit by the scarecrow bouncing there too, if you get too close to that edge. So many things can go wrong. A lot of schmooze. There's a ramen bowl. Yeah, so that's a food item and he drops. I think it heals for a reasonable amount. Not getting anything else. Not getting anything. Let's go. Nope, watch out for that. Not quite ready for him. Okay, so I believe No, I thought I was supposed to get it. It was supposed to be right here. Oh, unless it's in a different spot in the library. That's alright. Oh no, I think I know where it is. It's in the alchemy lab, the upside down version of it. Owie. Okay. Yeah, that guy right there hurts. Careful. So far. Alright, level 34. Pretty good for levels. Hey, he's gonna come back down. Okay, nothing yet. Pretty much ignore the scarecrows because they jump around. Yeah, they can't hurt me because they were too high up. Alright. Okay, now we're ready to farm. Hopefully we can get it sooner than later because I don't want to take too long with this. I'll move it. So I can actually go to this one. I had two of them in here, which is kind of nice. So I could potentially get back-to-back drops. I would also have to take out the scarecrow too, just to get him out of the way. Oh, I did it. I moved too quick. Yeah, that was the sword. All right, we gotta. Whoops. Yeah, so right there, if I'm not paying attention, I'll lose it. That's alright. Back to farming. Alright. There we go. Okay, so we got one. That was actually a pretty quick one, too. Not quite back to back, but yeah, that was definitely pretty quick for one. Yeah, so I just gotta watch out for that scarecrow. Surprised I'm not seeing ramen bowls either, because that one's, it's a higher drop percentage. I think it's like 10%. And I think the weapon is probably like 2%. It's somewhat low. It could be even lower than that. I'm not entirely sure. I'm sure someone had probably calculated how much it is. I'll grab one of those. On sword. Nothing. Yeah, like I said, I wish it was sooner than later, because I don't want to sit here too long. I mean, I will. I can always edit it out. Okay, so now that we have that one, I'm going to equip this to get this guy out of here. And there we go. We got the chrysograms. Best weapons in the game so far, hands down. Alright, so now we can pretty much just spam those to no end. They do give defense, which I will show. Let's take this off. There. Do a little bit of sort. Yeah, so they give a little bit of defense. But they are definitely worth it too. So let's get walk armor because we're going to be using that for a while. And don't really need much else. I suppose we could keep Ring of Ares because for the most part we just dodge everything. Yeah, so we're at a good point. So now we can pretty much take everything out. Now we are extremely overpowered. And for the most part, we're pretty much protected by the weapon because it's a multi-hit, has a pretty good range, and since we have two of them, we could pretty much just spam it to no end. Okay, so let's see. We're gonna go look for boss number 3. Pretty much just melt through any enemy. As long as I can... Nope, totally not overpowered. Should probably be careful. Let me... eat some turkey here. Yeah, so that was definitely faster than the chakrams. I feel the drop rate is probably the same. Yeah, usually at this point, the drops are... I feel like they're better. If that makes any sense. Not what I wanted. Okay, dude. There we go. Okay, get some health back. Alright. That's a good spot. Okay, so we gotta cut through... Let's see, we already did the boss there. We're just gonna hit up this one. Already got that. Mess that up. I do it everything. Yeah. Yeah, so we'll be cutting through the marble gallery. I'll be attacking a couple of thornweeds and some skeletons down here too. Yeah, so having a chrysogrim at this point, it's definitely, it's overkill, but it makes it so much easier. Because we don't have to deal with as much. I mean, there are some enemies that, you know, we can't take out with the giant skeleton heads. But we don't really need to worry about anything else. And the bosses are pretty reasonable too, so. Okay, so we do have to be careful of this spot because of those. Those do hurt. Don't really need this, but since I'm already here. So we do have to keep an eye on the floor here. We'll go to the left here. Take this guy out. Watch out for the floor. Watch out for the floor. Yeah, so these things are pretty much everywhere in here. Yield to it. Okay. Yeah, just a little bit dodging. Pretty reasonable though, as long as you're fast enough, then pretty good to go. Alright, so we can go that way to go to the upside down catacombs. I kinda wanna go this way first. Yeah, we'll go this way first, because I wanna fight some of these enemies here. Owie. Ah, got hit by it again. Switch over to that guy. There we go. Yeah, so if you are not careful, the Upside Down Castle is pretty dangerous. Okay, so now we can fight these guys. I believe, compared to other bosses, yeah, like you just noticed, I gained 2 levels for each fight. These guys are level 50, and they give you a lot of experience, so they're pretty much the best enemy to farm for experience. They drop 2 different items. They drop a piece of armor, I think it's called the God Garb, which is the best armor in the game. And they drop a weapon, which I think it's called, I think it's a greatsword. Slow, but it's not too bad. Yeah, and they hurt too, so. Come on. Alright, let me... Okay, that was pretty close. Yeah, even though I have, you know, crazy stuff, stuff can hurt me. Even more so because of that Ring of Ares, because I have, like, no defense. So. Yeah, for right now, I actually won't be farming these guys. I could do the farming in the New Game Plus. But everybody else at this point, yeah, I could just go. So, we're going to be getting to... This was a marble gallery, so we're going to be going to the alchemy spot. We do have another boss here. Soul Steel. Yeah, it's supposed to grab that. Don't really need these. We will need the clock at one point. These guys. Yeah, because in here, in this place, we're going to be finding... Ooh, Mystic Pendant, nice. That was a good drop. We can actually find that item normally, but it is nice to actually have that one. It increases MP regeneration, which is definitely good at this point. There we go. That guy out. Yeah, because just through here we'll have boss number 3. I'll get the save point right here. Can't go wrong with a safety save. I gotta remember where the other bosses are. Alright, so this is where we fought the first boss, and this time it is the ultimate. Let me do this. Try not to do that. Just gonna spam it here. Yeah, because he's pretty high up. So there we go. Yeah, Chrysogram makes it easier. Oh, he doesn't have an item. What? I thought he did. Oh, okay. Oh, that's interesting. Alright, I guess the search continues for the other bosses. Oh, it's the mummy. I think the mummy is one of them. So we have to go to... Oh, there we go. Ring of Arcana. We have to go to Ulrox's chambers and fight a mummy. I believe he gives us one of the items. And Ring of Arcana increases rare item appearance, which is pretty good. It's essentially a little bit of extra luck for like rare drops. I believe we can find a second one by doing something really goofy with a Master Librarian. We can actually go underneath him and use this. The thing that shoots us up into the air, and it launches him out of his chair. And if we do that, we actually get items from him, depending on how many times we do that. So, let's see. We also have Medusa. So we should probably go to the right. Because we can also go to Ulrox's chamber there. So, let's do that. Yeah, because this is where the other blue door is. Yeah, so for the most part, this place, it's not really linear. There are a couple of things that we do have to do first. It makes it easier. But you could pretty much just go in any direction you want. Are going to be finding some pretty annoying enemies here. These small imps could be a pain. Grab some items here. Yeah, so just like the regular castle, we can find these jars here that give us items. Some of them are actually pretty decent. For the most part, we don't really need them. And we also got diamonds here, which is pretty good because that gives us like $20,000. And the fire boomerang. Alright, there we go. Okay, so let's see. We could probably fight Medusa now and then head to the Colosseum. Yeah, because some of the bosses in here are optional, but they are pretty easy. Might as well just fight them anyway. So I think that's what I'll probably do. They'll give us the experience for the rest of it anyway. Take these guys out, because they're kind of annoying. The thing with the imps there, they actually can possess Alucard, which is kind of annoying because it kind of puts us in a state of like we're stuck doing, like it's like a continuous attack. We just get stuck spamming attack. We are actually going to go over here because we can get one of our other items. One of the ones that we started out with. Which is the Twilight Cloak. Yeah, so we got a cloak back. Yeah, so coming up is another boss. This one we do have to fight. I thought it was Beelzebub that we did, but I guess not. Grab some of this stuff anyway. Might as well. Mana Prism, okay. Yeah, pretty easy. Alright, I can take this off and let's equip that back on. There's the Tal War. Alright, is there... I don't think there's any way. Alright, here we go. Medusa. This one's pretty easy at this point. This is the weapon. And it's already done. Yeah. So now we have the Heart of Vlad, which I believe... Is it like statuses? Avoid curse. Okay. Okay, not too bad. Alright, so we made it to this side of the chapel. We're gonna have to go... We could probably double back. Because we can... where that sword was. That's where we can go into the Colosseum, and then we could go into Ulrox's chamber from there. And then we can get item number 4. Just gotta go around this stuff. Now, I am kind of curious if we're actually going to see the Black Panther drop. The Black Panther is another enemy that drops a weapon. It's a pretty low chance. I'm pretty sure it drops the Masamune. It's one of the katana weapons that we could find in here. I think it's one of the best katana weapons. But it's another one of those low percentage drops. But I usually don't see it because I don't farm for it. Oh, I guess I went through this place first. Oh, the Colosseum was over there. Okay, yeah, let's do the Colosseum first. So we could just go through here. We do have to go through this place eventually. Yeah, so let's just do this. Just watch these guys. Yeah, this is why the Chrysogrim is pretty much essential in this place, because of all the enemies. They can be pretty quick, they can be really annoying, especially these guys. Oh, nice, luck potion. Okay, nothing over here. There we go. Yeah, mostly just a pain. Not impossible. Alright, now for the Colosseum. Yeah, we've fought these guys before. now they're regular enemies. Okay, so I believe it is this one. You're going to be fighting some past versions of characters that we've seen from other Castlevania games, which is pretty neat. But because we have the Chrysogrim, it's not going to last long. And that's pretty much it. Yeah. Now, these fights can be challenging with other weapons. But for the most part, I usually like to cheese it with the Chrysogrim. I mean, I might as well. I mean, the weapon exists. It's what it's here for. Then we have another version of the floating skeleton head. Same as before, it is indestructible. So pretty much just ignore it. I don't think there's anything else here that we need. A couple of the side rooms, but that's pretty much RAM. Yeah, because all we really need now is the Olrox's chamber. Just go there from here. Then we're gonna run into another. Yeah, because that's what this is. Take out that guy. Yeah, to the left. Let me equip the spike breaker here, because we can also destroy some of these spikes down here as well. Alright, and we could get another teleport room just over here. Yeah, just like before, we can go through that opening and grab some of the vases. Because these also spawn here. And I believe, just like the regular castle, these drop the same items. Oops. Yeah. Yeah, so here are some other spikes. Yeah, I usually have the spike breaker on just in case, especially in this area too, because it's easier just to have insurance. Alright, we're gonna find this guy again. It doesn't have any drops, but yeah, that's alright. He was a previous boss. Another Medusa. Just double checking here. I don't know if we get anything. Ah, here we go. The Alucard mail. Okay, there we go. Resist fire, lightning, ice. Yeah, another pretty decent one. Let's see. Let's see if I remember. We have the cloak, we have the mail, we have the helmet. I'm trying to remember where the sword and shield is. I believe the sword is in the catacombs, and the shield is in the upside down version of the beginning of the game. Or is this dark? Excuse me. Unless it's over here. I don't think it is. I'll skip that shuriken. I don't need that. Time to fight the mummy. Yeah, another quick fight. That's it. Yep. Goodbye, mummy. Riboflab. I think this one does defense. Constitution. Yeah, so now we just need the final one. We need the Eye of Vlad, which I thought Beelzebub dropped. I guess I was wrong. Let's see. Yeah, so we pretty much go to where we go underground now. Because we could go through the... Yeah, we could do that. Double back to where the clock room is, and then head to the left. Because for the most part, we don't really need anything else. Except for that funnel piece. And that's about it. Because we need these, once again, it's like, that's how we get the final boss. When it comes to all the extra stuff, like I said, I'll just do, for the New Game Plus, I'll just do like 100%. Because it's actually pretty easy. Alright, so... I'll keep this spike breaker on because we are going to be using that later on. We're going to be going through the upside down catacombs. And then after that we can just take it off. Let's see, gonna head to the right. Now we do have to get a clock. So we need to get the one of the side rooms of that clock room open. So I think we can find some items there. Cool if we could get this dude to drop his item. I'm pretty sure that guy drops a sword, but we can actually find it in the Colosseum. It's in a breakable part of the ceiling. Or I should say floor. In the regular Colosseum we could find a section of the ceiling we can take out. And in this castle we can, it's in the floor. Alright, so we got the clock. We're going to be coming up to the clock room here. I could have also just gone through here too. Because if we went down here, we can actually find all of the sub-weapons, which is kind of nice. Including the clock. Heart container. Yeah, so if you didn't know, if we find like sub-weapons, I'm sure you've already seen it. If we already have that one, we get a big heart instead. Which is pretty handy if you know what drops. And each one has its use too, so... I got it. Yeah, so this was that thing I was trying to get earlier. We can actually bug Alucard into turning into a bat, but he doesn't quite turn. So we pretty much turn into a flying Alucard. And it's even better when we just float down. Yeah. Pretty fun glitch. Not game breaking or anything. And if we want to change back, we just turn into a bat. Alright, so let's get this side. Some resist items. Okay. Alright, so we're gonna head to the left. Or we could go to the right, too. But let's go to the left. Go through these guys. It'd be cool if we get drop spawns. Because the armor they drop is pretty good. It's one of the better ones that we could find. Alright, so we do have to be careful of the here again. Oh, it dropped a shuriken. Almost missed it. Yeah, I'm also trying to be careful of those guys too. There's a green... Ooh, Terminus Est. That's a pretty uncommon one. Poisoned Executioner's Sword. Yeah, I usually don't get that one. Because... yeah, I think they also dropped something else. Whoops. Yeah, it was a nice little surprise, because I usually don't get anything. Yeah, because I think the other item they drop is one of the skeleton spawner ones. Monster Vial. And it pretty much just spawns a skeleton wherever you drop it. Which is pretty handy in the pinch, I guess. Yeah, we'll pick that up. Go through a few side rooms here. Dodge that, so I don't need it. Yes, we'll take that. And diamond. Yeah, so if we really needed the money, we could farm enemies using the Jewel Sword. That increases... it pretty much changes their drops in a way so that they start dropping rings. Which is pretty handy. But in this playthrough, we don't really need it. We only need the money for the New Game Plus, because that's where the Master Librarian actually sells some new things. Get that back. Which he doesn't sell in this version. This playthrough. Now, I don't think there is... I'm trying to think. I think this is where we fought that succubus, but the only thing that's there now are some peanuts that we can find. We can actually pick up a food item. But we don't need those. And it's the same as the other one. We can find peanuts on the floor, and then on the other side is a save point. So, we'll just head up this way. Yeah. Yeah, so we're pretty much just heading to the catacombs, like we would normally before. Which would have been to the right, but I'm going to do some of this stuff here. We can actually run into the Doppelganger again, which at this point... a little bit. Yeah. He was really trying. Yeah, but he didn't do too good. Yeah, so the two doppelgangers, they actually do have interesting names. The first one we run into is Doppelganger 10, and that one that we just ran into is called Doppelganger 40. That pretty much just references the levels that they're at, and that's really about it. They're not too difficult. They can be. Come on. Yeah, but for the most part, as long as you know what you're doing, you'll be fine. There we go. Dark Blade. Ah, we got sushi. Nice. Might as well go for the kills. Yeah, and these guys are interesting too because they respawn, even though we're in the same room. We're not switching rooms. They actually respawn, which we don't normally see with a lot of monsters in here. I think that is the only exception. No other monsters respawn like that. Double check this spot. Because this is where we found the oarsmen. So we found the Pluvian Swedes. And I think we also find one of the bondlords. This guy. That would be fun. Bomb dudes over here. Oh, unless they're on the other side. Yeah, so if you remember when I was talking about map completion and having the dog, in order to get certain parts up here, like if you notice the water is here, but there are certain sections of it where we can't quite get to. I mean, some of it we can. Interestingly enough, if we... I just noticed that. If we jump up into the water and then switch to the dog, it actually pushes us up into the ceiling, which gives us the piece of map that we're looking for. Kind of a goofy way of doing the map completion, but it's essential in some places because we can't get too high. I think it's mostly because of our... I think you could call it our hitbox. Because of where Alucard is versus how we are as a dog on the map, it kind of changes. So, yeah, in order to get like complete map completion, we actually have to do that little trick. Turn into the dog. Because if we did it normally, we wouldn't be able to get those. But in this one, we don't have to worry about that. I'll be saving that for the 100%. Oh, okay, here we go. Force of Echo. So that pretty much powers up the echolocation, so it now does damage. Which, it isn't too bad. Don't really need it, but whatever. Alright, so... there are a couple of places that we could check out, but I think I could save those for the 100%. Oh, I saw that. Man, come on. I think she drops something. I think she drops this sweet handle. One of the claymores. Yeah, but it's not anything we need. There we go. Shiitake. Yeah, so some of the areas. Yeah, these guys are pretty reasonable. As I'm going through. so I think the next Alucard item we find is the sword. Oh, and we should be seeing familiar enemies. Yeah, so it's kind of neat. We actually find bosses as enemies in here too. And they do the same thing too. But at this point, they're pretty weak. Attack him, and they don't drop him. And we got... Oh, I just noticed. Where's the fairy? Where did she go? Huh? Where is she at? It's got the sword.
Are you worthy to wield me?
No. There she is.
Another wonderful day.
Yeah, I wonder what happened to her. Whew, level 42, hello. She's probably off doing her own thing. So, we get to run into death again. I believe he has the eye.
So you've made it this far. In the name of your father, cease this foolishness.
Not while there is breath in my body.
Then, for the master, I'll feast on your soul this night.
No, you won't. Yeah, so you get to take on death. And now he's done. Yeah, so if you notice, he actually had a two-phase fight. The first one deals with a lot of projectiles, and then the second one he gets like a secondary form. He does like a lot of close attacks. I usually don't see a lot of his attacks because I usually have the Chrysogrim at this point, so just like you saw, pretty quick fight. And now we have the final piece. So, since this playthrough isn't 100%, I'll save that for the next one. I will actually just go straight to the final boss because we now have access to it. So, we can just... because we have all 5 pieces. These were what we needed to unlock the upside-down version of the clock room. Just like before with the gold ring and the silver ring. So we just head back there, and then we can take on the final boss of the game. And for the most part, we're pretty good with everything. We don't really need anything else. But yeah, I'll save the rest of it for the 100%. Because I believe... there are quite a few other enemies that we didn't run into. I believe there's another boss that we can do, but I kind of want to save that for later. So I don't really need to fight him now. Because he is also at level 50, and he drops quite a bit of experience, which is pretty good. So, I will... probably head to the right, because we could go on the other side of the clock room and drop in from there. So we'll head over this way. This is pretty much where the waterfall is. So we get drops. Ooh, here we go. Here's an interesting one. Let's see if we can actually get it. There we go. That pentagram. Okay, so picked up the garnet. much it here. Oh, we have a Shiitake. Yeah, the only exception of something being here that we actually get is that. Okay, so the secret boots. Yeah, but in this one it's only mushrooms. Ossiphone katana. I won't. I was trying to do that special, but it wouldn't let me. So I'm just gonna manually fly up. Don't need the tool. That mushroom down there actually poisons you. The Shiitake, it heals you, so. Yeah, we'll ignore the toadstool for now. Could double check and see if there's anything over here. It's $2,000. Yeah, so that candle right there always drops a $2,000 bag. We could also find it in the regular castle. There it is. Yeah, we got the shield. Yeah, so since I'm not going to be getting the sword upside down first, in this playthrough, I will get it in the other one. It's just like the a la carte sword. It's pretty fast, but it hits pretty decently. It's a pretty decent sword. But since I'm not going to be going into the catacombs in this one, I can skip it. Because we're not going to be doing it anyway. Okay, so nothing from them. I'll just head down in here normally. Shiitake. Yeah, we'll run into a save. Yeah, so I believe one of the things that we do need for that boss I was talking about that does like the electric attacks, we actually need to do this. So walk in, bat, and then dog, I think. And this unlocks this little side room up here. Yeah, we just heard it. Yeah, so human, bat, dog. And then this should be, yeah, barrel circlet. I'm pretty sure this is the electric. Yeah, the lightning one. Yeah, so this circlet right here actually helps out with that boss that's in the catacombs. The upside down catacombs. Because some of his attacks are lightning based. And it's a really good way of healing during that fight. We can pretty much just stand in place and he can heal us for some of it. Some of his attacks are not lightning based, so we would still have to be careful of that. Quite a bit of stuff in here we could pretty much just skip. Alright, so we pretty much just make our way through. Grab the high potion. Shovel tap. Yep, I'll get that. Yeah, so I'll just go through here normally. Talisman. Yeah, so we'll grab that one. Don't really need it, but we'll grab it. The talisman is an accessory that we can use. This has a chance of absorbing fire, lightning, and ice. I think the chances improve at higher levels. There is also an enemy that drops it. We could find him later on. If you remember the skeleton shooters, the skeleton guys with muskets, they have a chance of dropping it. Another pretty low chance. So if you wanted to have some elemental absorption, then yeah, that's the way to go. Pardon me, skeletons. I'll grab that. Thank you. Yeah, that's nothing I need in here. Let's see. I think there's stuff here that the fairy will use. Potion. I think. Ow. Anti-venom. Oh, maybe not. That's alright. Well, hey, that's fine. We made it back to the clock room. Yeah, we got another save over here. Yeah, he still hurts. But with this enemy, as long as we remain on the offensive, he actually goes into his defense pose, so we don't really have to worry about that too much. But since we have all 5 pieces, we can now take on the final boss. Yeah, and like I said before, some of the bosses in here are completely optional. There are only certain ones that we really need, the ones that drop the Vlad pieces, in order to get this far. But they aren't completely... they are worth it if you're trying to, you know, get like completion and get as many levels as possible. No! Oh, is she sitting on my shoulder? Oh, yeah, okay. I think we get a heart refresh over here. Yeah, here we go. Yeah, so for this fight, we don't really need anything. We got everything we need. So, let's take on the final boss. And we're at a pretty good level, too, 46. Yeah, so we're definitely strong enough for it. The Chrysogrim makes a complete difference. You can challenge him any way you want. Oh, I just realized this is a multi. Because there is somebody else we actually run into. We did see them before, so we will be running into them again. Shaft.
All hail the son of our master, stronger than the mightiest hunter.
So you were the one controlling Belmont.
Yes,
Yep.
The dark priest called Shaft, come to cleanse the world in the forge of chaos.
You made Belmont lord of the castle. Why?
Because we tire of these hunters and their holy power. If they would but turn on one another.
Then the strongest one among them would eliminate the rest. Belmont.
Yes.
Huh.
So I converted him, brought him here to lure the rest.
Yeah, so I think some of the dialogue was like messed up there.
But you never planned for me. And now you failed.
Oh, did I?
Ha! Your human soul as frail as his was. You'll take his place. I'll tear that soul apart.
Sure you will. That was pretty easy.
No! Your beloved darkness awaits you. Dwell there for all eternity. Ha! I die victorious. Count Dracula rises even now. Let him purge the world in flames.
Uh-huh. Yeah, so this boss, he has projectiles that shoot like fire, and he does move around. I usually don't see that because of Prison Room. So, we get to see who it is.
Father.
Well met, my son. It's been a long time.
Dracula.
Not nearly long enough. I can't allow you to leave here, Father.
Do you still side with humanity? Have you forgotten what they did to your mother?
You think I would forget such a... No, but neither do I seek revenge against them.
Enough of your nonsense! Away with your humanity! Stand with me as Prince of all the world!
You will never touch this world again. In Mother's name, I swear it.
Yep.
Tremble before my true form!
Go back to the abyss. Trouble the soul of my mother no more.
How could I have lost?
Oh, we
You
know why.
lost your heart, your soul. You'll never win without them.
How poetic. So, I tragically sacrificed all I held dear in a search for power, did I?
Did you not?
Tell me, what were Lisa's last words?
She said, "Do not hate humans. If you cannot live with them, then at least do them no harm, for theirs is already a hard lot." She also said that she would love you for eternity.
Lisa, forgive me. Farewell, my son.
Goodbye, Dracula. And that's it. So this is another one of the endings that we can get. There are a couple of different ones that we could get with this one. Defeating Richter. Pretty much Richter, gets taken care of at the end, and Maria finds out, and she kind of understands. In this one, Richter survives, but it kind of goes in two different directions. Maria stays with Richter, or Maria chases us down because they're talking for a bit, and then we leave. Because Alucard is like, yeah, I'm a vampire, but I really don't need to be here because of that. So I think this is the one where she stays with Richter.
So you made it.
Alucard, you're all right.
So you had to fight your own father? It's my fault. If I hadn't been so weak, we wouldn't be here.
Yes, this
Not
is actually
so.
your fault, Richter.
I had my own reasons to face him.
Still, it couldn't have been easy.
It wasn't. But remember, the only thing necessary for evil to triumph
Is for good men to do nothing.
So what now, Alucard?
The blood in my veins is cursed. It's best for the world if I disappear, now and forever.
I see.
Farewell, then. We'll not meet again.
Alucard,
Well, are you going after him or not?
no, he's
Nope.
right. It's best this way. There's no way I could ever ease his pain. Maybe someday we will meet again. Who knows?
Maybe.
Let's go. Everyone's waiting for us.
Yes. Let's get out of here.
And there we have it. Castlevania Symphony of the Night. Definitely a really fun game. It's really hard to beat the original. because of the original voice actors that they had for this game. They did so good. Bear in mind, the ones that recasted the characters in this, they also did pretty good. It's really hard to forget the original ones because they did so well. But regardless of that, this was definitely a really fun playthrough to do. And it's a really easy game to learn too. Yeah, definitely a fun one to play. And I'd say regardless of the version that you played, any of them is fine. This one is the PlayStation 4 version. Pretty much, let me think of the changes. It added Maria as a character, it added her as a boss, and the characters were voiced by new people. And some of the dialogue was also changed too. Some of it was the same. There were a couple of pieces of dialogue that were the same in the original. But other than that, it's pretty much the same. It runs really great. The controls are really responsive, just like the original. But other than that, yeah, it's a fantastic game. So this is pretty much, it sets it up for a new game plus. In order to get like the new game, we pretty much have to beat the game once, and then we're given game clear data, and then we could have like a secondary save. And this is where we can have there are a couple of things that we could do. We can play as Maria, we can play as Richter, which both of those game pretty much runs the same, but instead of getting like, you know, all the weapons and equipment and whatnot, we pretty much keep what we had. With Richter, he has his weapon. He could use sub-weapons as well. With Maria, she actually gets her own set of attacks, which we did see some of them in that boss fight. I think she can use some of those. But the stuff that we find, we pretty much find more health. And the other mode, which is really good for the New Game Plus, which is called Luck Mode, which you need a certain name to put in. It's like XVI and then a couple of symbols. The interesting thing about that mode is that when we play the game normally, we actually get a reduction in stats. Like our attack is less, our strength is less, our constitution is less, but our luck stat is increased, which makes it much easier to farm for hard to get items like the chrysogram, the chakram, a couple of other weapons or equipment that are like only enemy based. So definitely a challenge because of the lower stats, but not impossible. I guess you could consider that as like a hard mode, I guess. So yeah, definitely a pretty fun one. But yeah, that was Castlevania Symphony of the Night, the PlayStation 4 version. Definitely really fun. And like I said, this is only the first playthrough. I will be doing the New Game Plus, so I'll just do like 100% of that. I'll do like the full map completion. I will, you know, explore every room, pick up all the equipment, and I will try and get all the weapons, equipment, accessories, because for the most part I know where everything is. So yeah, that was Castlevania Symphony of the Night. If you liked it, yeah, please, thank you for watching. Alright, so welcome back to the Castlevania playthrough. Now, this is going to be the start of the second half of it. This is essentially a New Game Plus. In order to get it, we have to beat the game once. That's what this is. This is the clear data for it. Now, I kind of wanted to do something special with this one. Not only are we going to be doing the New Game Plus, we're essentially going to activate what's called Luck Mode, which reduces our stats, except for luck. And it's actually kind of a challenge though too because of their lesser stat. So all we need to do is beat the game once and then input this. So X-X exclamation V, those two, and then Q. And we'll be good to go. And thankfully, because this is a New Game Plus, we get to skip any of the cutscenes, pretty much whenever the characters talk. So, just like before, I will go through this first part normally, because we kind of want to go for a no-hit, mostly just to keep the practice up and to get as much stats as possible. So, I'm going to grab these, and then we'll be good to go. Alright, 56. Okay, so we'll skip the dialogue. Alright, so we're going to be using the acid here so we can start up Hydrostorm. Alright, down. Hydrostorm. Okay, so now we just wait for him to hop back up. And Hydrostorm again. Okay, Hydrostorm again, and we should be good to go. There we go. That was a pretty fun battle. Alright. Skip this again.
Count Dracula had risen.
Yeah, so luck mode also gives us the ability, as we can see, we have 25 HP. All our stats are reduced except for luck, which is actually boosted to 99 base luck, plus we also get an accessory called the Lapis Lazuli, which increases it. This gives us the ability to set up a skip. So we just have to go through this corridor normally. I will explain the skip in a moment here. So the luck mode is definitely going to be helpful because of the increased luck. We're going to have a better chance of getting any of the rare drops like the Chakra and the Chrysogrim, stuff like that. So I'm going to grab the food. Pretty much ignore a lot of the monsters except for this first one. So what we want to do for the skip, we're going to jump over this enemy right here. Or try to anyway. Go. Alright, so I want to actually have as much health as possible. Should be okay. Okay, so we got that. So we want to keep the shield and take off all of our equipment. We got to keep the accessories here because we do need a little bit of defense. And all we have to do is turn around, face the wolf, and have our shield out. And he's essentially going to knock us into the next room. So what this does, if you see right there, it pretty much pushes us through the cutscene. Now, why this is important, we just got to wait for the cutscene to finish in the background here. This essentially skips the cutscene of death here that takes our items, and we pretty much get to keep the starting equipment. We just gotta wait for the cutscene to finish. We do have to be careful though because we don't have access to the menu just yet. So gotta wait for the cutscene here. So we're waiting. I think I can actually just drop down. There we go. Alright, so because we did that skip, we actually get to keep a lot of, pretty much all our starting equipment. So we can just put it right back on, and we get the Alucard sword. And there we go. Okay, let's hop down. There. Alright, so because I have very low health, I need to get a save over here, and we can continue on. And this is going to make it much easier too because of the equipment that we have. We could easily take out many of the monsters that we encounter here normally. So we're going to get a quick save in and then we can move on. And then we could take a look at what was changed. If we take a look right here, all our stats are pretty much nil except for a luck, which is base 99 plus a little extra bit from the lapis here. So it definitely helps to have that little skip because it gives us the equipment that we pretty much would have lost. So for the most part, we just go through this quite normally. Now, the one thing I did mention through the playthrough here is that I did want to do this one as a 100% because we'll be able to pretty much get everything now, and we'll have a better chance of getting some of the hidden stuff too because of the luck stat. So there are a couple of points where I do have to be careful because of the lower stats, but for the most part, there's some of it I can skip in a sense because I don't have to worry about it too much. But for the most part, some of this stuff I'm pretty much going to be going through normally. But it definitely is easier that I can take out enemies like instantly compared to before. Because back then, you pretty much just start out with either the red rust or the short sword from the 2 skeleton monsters that we run into. But since we did the skip, we actually get to keep the so-called starter equipment, which definitely makes it easier. So, with the 100% here, we actually get to see all of the hidden little rooms and whatnot. Because we're going to be going for a map completion of 200.6. That is the maximum amount of map that we can get normally. There is a way to glitch more of the map, but I don't do that, and we don't really need it anyway. The only thing it really would benefit would be a piece of armor called the walk armor. Defense is increased based on map coverage, but since I don't usually do that, I pretty much just skip it. Alright. Yeah, so I'm pretty much following the same path that I had done last time. Oof, gotta be careful. Yeah, for the most part, it's pretty easy. The only downside is just having a lower stat, so I do have to keep an eye on, if I have any food or whatnot. And I'm gonna be grabbing hearts when they need to, because we gotta get the axe. We don't actually need it as much now because we have the sword. We're gonna be doing a lot more damage than normal. So we can pretty much one-shot quite a few of the enemies that we run into right now, including these guys. So definitely getting as much XP as possible. Okay, get that. Actually, I will save here because we're going to be fighting the first boss. It is possible to fight these guys in a different room. But I'm going to skip it because we skipped the deaths cutscene. So normally, if you go through this game, just like normal, and you go through here, if we go up to this point, pretty much up to this room, and then head all the way back to where death was, we actually encounter this boss like down into that room, which is kind of interesting. I don't know why they did that. I'll just attack this guy normally so you can do the attack. Okay, so that guy's done. Okay, and there it goes. Yeah, so much easier. Much easier compared to the first one. You can pretty much go through this place faster. Yeah, so just like before, I'm going to be heading through the marble gallery and pretty much going to the right side and heading into the library, because that's where we get some pretty good stuff in the library. But there are a couple of side places that I usually go to anyway, because of, doing the completion. So, just like before, we're going to be doing the elevator stuff. So I pretty much just wait for this to go to the middle section. Yeah, either way, we have to wait for the elevator. Alright. Grab the sunglasses. And I should probably set this up for this, since I like to do this. So medicine and food at the bottom. And then let's do throw 2 in 1. Just so that I can organize the stuff that we get. Okay, so let's do bomb, and then I think that should be fine. Club fist, and then let's do shield, and then 2-hand. Okay, so that'll do it. Yeah, so anytime I need to organize my list, I can pretty much just click on this and it'll drag up the item up to the top, and then I can just cycle through. And it will automatically sort this. Yeah, all in all, just a preference thing that I like to do. Because we do get quite a bit of stuff in here. So we get the Bass Lord again. And this pretty much drops us off to where we were last time. Get the save point there. Okay. Yeah, so we'll be back coming. We'll be back through here. So one of the key things I like to get in here is pretty much the clock. We're going to be using the clock for most of the game, just like before, because it does so much. It opens a couple of rooms that we find in the clock tower, plus it also has a chance to stop enemies and slows down the rest. So it's definitely a really good sub-weapon to get. So we got him down. And I'll pretty much grab like any hearts or money that we find along the way. So for now, it doesn't really matter what we have for sub-weapons. And we'll be going back to that left side over there where that blue door is. We'll grab this little spot right here so it's onto the map. Okay. And later on we'll be coming back into this room when we turn into a bat, because there is a little side room just above here that we can access. Okay, so we pretty much circled around and we are good to go. Grab the save point here. Yeah, so a lot of back and forth. I think I am... Oh, it's good. Yeah, I'm good so I don't have to... Potion. Grab that dude. That dude. Yeah, so definitely much easier coming through. So I do have to get the 2 top spots in this. And then I could double back and hit those 3 candles for the money. Alright, there we go. Yeah, so the map completion itself is pretty reasonable. All we really have to do is like get certain areas. And I thought those were money. Alright, so for the most part, we pretty much got everything there. That little section right there, that right at the entrance, we'll come back for that when we have the bat. And then that second part, when we go through the rock, pretty much when we go through the waterfall. I'm actually going to use this for now, just in case. Because we gotta fight a couple of enemies down here. We should be fine because we have Alucard's sword. Alright, and how much money do we have? That's 76. Let's see, we have a good amount. Alright, so we'll come back up here later. Yeah, so for a while we're pretty much going to be one-shotting most of the enemies that we run into, so don't really have to worry about it. We'll grab it. I think that one up there dropped a leather shield. Yeah, so definitely handy. Nice. Roll 'em up. Oh, nice. Dropped a smart potion. Alright. Yeah, so we're definitely going to see much higher drop rates because of the luck mode. Alright. Yeah, and hopefully we'll get some money amounts too, which is pretty handy. Yeah, so pretty close to an instant death for that dude. The acid definitely helps. Yeah, I probably should have doubled back and got that money, but it's alright. Good amount over here. Let's get 250. And then these guys also have a chance of dropping money too, which is pretty good. So they can also drop 250. Not too bad. There we go. Alright, and we pretty much unlocked this. So now we made another big loop around. And we could probably try to get access to that room again. It's pretty simple. All we have to do is do that whole jump off. Try it again. Ooh, first try, nice. Yeah, that was really good. Speedrunners for never. Yeah, so let me double check. There was another room that's down there, but for the most part we could skip it for now. I could probably come back when I have access to the bat. Because there is a little bit that I need to kind of ignore for the most part. Because I think it is possible to reactivate the death cutscene and have your stuff taken. But I think at a certain point, the trigger for it actually goes away. So I do have to keep that in mind. Even though I did drop down earlier, just to stay safe, I'll stay away from it. Because I do need to have the sword. Yeah, it should be about 15, yeah, 1583. Yeah, so doing pretty good for money. Yeah, a big reason why we need money in this part, New Game Plus, is that the librarian actually sells some pretty cool stuff. Albeit a little expensive for now. He sells an accessory for about $500,000, and that is the Duplicator. It duplicates consumables so that they pretty much become infinite, such as potions and other effects, bombs, thrown items, stuff like that. So definitely handy, albeit a bit expensive. Alright, so we made it through here, and just like before, we head through the clock tower and say hi to Maria for the first time. But this time we actually get to skip the dialogue for her, because we already talked to her. And as you can see, there's a little room over there, but we have to wait until we get access to the bat powers. So, we'll just continue. Oh, we got a bastard. Nice. Yeah, so even though we had the little loop around to shoot off that cannon there to get the Bastard, these zombies here do have a chance of actually giving us that Bastard. It's a pretty low chance. I want to say it's probably like around 5% maybe. A lot of the drops are like that. There are some, I think I saw earlier, they can get quite low. I think there are a couple of things that are like a 0.15%. It's pretty nuts, but it makes sense. So, and we'll be trying to get a few of those. Okay, so since I skipped it earlier, we can actually get to the save point so we can get the map. Okay. Attack this guy again. Yeah, these guys will be much easier because I can pretty much just time it just right. As long as I keep moving forward, they jump up and then I can get a sword from them. Nice. Yeah, so that's one of the two things that we can get from the Fleaman, Takamitsu, and we actually dropped some cheese. But, yeah, let's say hi to Maria.
Wait.
Hi, Maria. Bye, Maria. Alright, so we can't go up there just yet because we don't have double jump, so we can move on. Maybe we can get some cheese. Alright, so we do gotta get the clock here because that is actually gonna help us out with the doppelganger fight. I believe that's goes from here. Let's go through these guys. Take him out. Take him out. Alright, and grab the book. Don't mind if I do. Ignore that candle because that one drops the book. Alright, so a couple of places we didn't go through. There was a chair down here to fight. We'll be coming back up here for the blue door. So we'll be going through here. Pretty much heading through the gallery. Yeah, so time-wise, the game itself is pretty reasonably paced. You could finish the game normally within like 3 or 4 hours. If you're taking your time trying to get like everything, maybe like 10 hours or so. Give or take, depending on what you're doing for fun. All in all, it's pretty reasonable. And there's also another thing interesting too with the new game plus. I'll show you in a second. There is a time attack, which if we go to system and then time attack here, it actually shows us the time, which is pretty cool. So we beat Dracula with Richter within a minute. We defeated the first boss within 10 minutes and met Maria within the first 20. And this is all of the different things that we do. Talking to Maria Richter, either defeating or saving Richter, fighting certain bosses. I think it's most of the bosses. And taking out Dracula. So it's a nice way to see how long stuff takes. I think it also includes meeting the librarian too. So that'll be the next one. Alright, so thankfully we do have the sword, which will make it a little bit easier. So I'm at level 8 with let me double check, 154. Let's see how much these guys drop. 92. Okay, so I can probably get up to... Should be okay with like level 9. So I will farm these guys for a tiny bit. There we go. Alright, and we are at 468. Let's see how much it is. Okay, so about 50. That's not too bad. Okay, so it should be good for this fight. The second boss here is Doppelganger 10, which I had stated earlier. The reason why he's called 10 is because he's level 10. Just like with the second one that we encounter, which is called Doppelganger 40, because he's level 40 at that point. But an easy way to cheese these guys is using the clocks. So we've got plenty of hearts, and we can just take them on. And pretty much the same intro as before. there he goes. Yeah, it's really easy. Clock is definitely overpowered. And we get some free health out of it. Yeah, so not enough to hit... Oh, we did get to level 10. Okay, never mind. Yeah, so just like before, if we're at like a certain level threshold, we'll get more or less experience based on what our level is versus what the enemy is. For example, if an enemy is level 10 and we're like level 9, we'll get more experience compared to if we were like level 11. Ooh, excellent. Yeah, so I decided to go up here so we can get the elevator here active. We can actually take this guy on now. He's pretty weak. And we can activate the elevator so we can get the dog power, and then we can head into the library. Okay, so elevator active. Yeah, I don't think I mentioned it before, but that yellow Medusa head also has a chance of dropping a shield, which is pretty decent. Okay, so we got that one. Ooh, nice, got it first try. I don't normally get that one, by the way. That one is a tricky jump to get. This. I will actually go through here so we can get the other teleport room, because we can use this one later on if we need to. Because this is the only way to get this teleport room. I had said this one in the previous playthrough. Yeah, because we'll be coming back here when we have the bat, because we can go through the other sections of the first part of the map. So, we'll just head back here, because we only have the other one active, and then we can go talk to the Master Librarian. And technically, this is the only thing we really need from him is that little pendant that opens the blue doors. We don't need anything else from him. That is pretty much the only thing we need, is the Jewel of Open. Everything else is completely off. Alright, this time I'll go straight ahead so we can actually do this. Yeah, so later on we'll actually be coming back through this corridor as well, because there are a couple of items that we can essentially steal from the Master Librarian by knocking him out of his chair. But for now we can just grab this and move on. Yeah, so once you know the timing for the Flea Man, or at least these versions, they're pretty reasonable. So those other ones that are quicker. And we can also take these guys out too. Oh, he dropped it in the uncurse, nice. Alright, so how are we on money? 25 okay. Yeah, so if we really need to, we could try out different weapons, but we really don't. We're pretty much using this one for quite a bit until I need the chakrams, which I will be getting. They will be easier to get this time around. I'll be grabbing these enemies and then some of the stuff here too, because we want to at least have a chance to get some money here too. Alright. Let's pick this guy. nothing from these guys here. Yeah, so these guys right here, those orange books, they have a chance of dropping me $1,000 mags, and the black books have a chance of dropping $2,000. So it's usually good to take them out from time to time. Skip that.
How about this? How about...
Alright, blind jewel open, and let's see what he has now. I see an elixir, but that is way too much. A couple of thrown items, which is pretty good. Some of the branded weapons, which is pretty cool. We can find these later. And some pretty good pieces of equipment, too. And the duplicator. Yeah, so 500,000. It also reduces stats, but it's definitely useful if you want to get like a bunch of food or whatever. And then normal scrolls. But for now, we'll just grab the map.
Thank you.
And then we can head out. Now, because this is... I had mentioned this in the other playthrough as well. Since this is a 100%, we're also going to be doing all of the enemies. And there is one missable enemy, I believe. It is from one of the bosses that we find in the second half of the library that a boss spawns, the Mudman. It is the only way to get the Mudman from that boss, so we do have to have that boss summoned. That is the only exception to fighting the enemies. It is definitely possible to miss it. So, for now, we can pretty much just head back out. Hit these guys. Yeah, so now we can head back to the teleport room and we can go through that first blue door. So we can head over to... Oh, nice, he dropped a weapon. So we can head over to the chapel. This time, let's take the elevator. Yeah, just like before, heading to the first boss, we'll take a left instead of a right. And now that the path is open, we can just head right on through. I will actually get a save in here. Head to the boss as normal. Take these guys out so we don't have to worry about them. We've pretty much gone through this area quite normally. And that's pretty much it. It's funny. Play this enough, all of it becomes muscle memory. Alright. Yeah, so I'm at... Oops. Okay, so I am at full heart, so I don't have to worry about this. If I feel I need to get a candle, it's probably because it's a money one. Yeah, because I would like to get that duplicator. I will probably wait to farm, though. So we won't need to do so for quite a while. Mostly because the easiest way to farm for money is to equip the jewel sword and hope for the best that the enemies actually give us what we need. Alright, say hi to Maria. Hi, Maria. Bye, Maria. Alright. Alright. Aquamarine. Yeah, so now we get these guys out. Yeah, he fell down. Goodbye. Yeah, so we do have to be a little careful, especially because of the spike ball that's up here. As long as we jump over it, then we'll be good to go. I think these guys also have a chance of dropping an iron ball. Okay, good go. Alright, so let's take a look and see what this guy's experience is. Let's deal with this person first. Alright, so we're currently at level 13, 356. Let's see how much damage we can do. Do have to be careful though, because we're using this. Yeah, so definitely a difference. Okay, so 53. Yeah, so he gave us like 300. And he also dropped an iron ball, which is pretty cool. Okay. Yeah, which isn't too bad. So in a sense, if you actually make it here really, really early, you could get a lot of experience from him. But in a sense, it's not really worth it because of all the enemies that you need to go through in order to get here. It's definitely possible, but definitely requires a little bit of patience. Alright, it's a tiny bit of the Colosseum, but since that wall is up, we can essentially skip it. There is another room to the left over there, but since we don't have the bat, we can't get the item that's up there, so we'll also skip that one as well. Same with all of the other items. The ones that are in the jars. Alright, so I believe we need...
Rest your weary soul here. May the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost be with you. Amen.
Oh, we didn't get anything? Oh, that cheapskate. Yeah, so this place, it has a chance of spawning 2 different ghosts, depending on what side we're on. If we're on this side, it spawns the woman. The one in the red dress pretty much just sits there. Pretty much just sits in the confession. And then the guy in blue over here spawns in this version he talks, but in the original he doesn't. And we did see a version of the other two. The guy in black pretty much just pulls back the curtain, and then, yeah. And we did see in the previous playthrough the woman in green does the same thing, but with one weapon. So, alright, so we gotta go there, just so we can get this little spot up here. But we can't quite go this way yet because of that little statue. So, I'm gonna head up here. Yeah, so just like before, I gotta try and... It's not too difficult. Sometimes I messed it up in the last playthrough, but as long as I get the timing right, then I can easily take out the birds. And we got a red bean bun, nice. I'll actually get this one because that is money. Yeah, so not too bad. Okay. Yeah, pretty much just go through this place normally. Pork bun. Okay, not too bad. Silver plate. Yeah, we'll be coming back here later on when we get the ring needed for the clock. So for now, we can just skip it. Gonna turn it off for that. Monster Vial 2, nice. Yeah, so I think that was from the bat. They have a chance of dropping the potion, but they also drop a monster vial. Okay. Alright. Okay, so we'll just go up here and grab this stuff. Yeah, and the items, if you haven't seen before, the items that we do find, like on the ground right there, they do stay until we pick them up. So you don't have to worry about them disappearing. The only thing that does disappear are the drops. So if you see an item on the ground, you don't have to worry about it. How much MP? Okay, so I do have enough. There we go. Grab this. Hi, Maria. Bye, Maria. She's not very talkative in this playthrough. Alright, so the next big... Ooh, nice. The next big thing we're going to be getting is the double jump pendant. Which we are going to need for quite a bit here. Nice. Alright, so that is the chapel. Now we are at this place. Now, just like before, we can actually go up and fight Richter, but because we want to do the inverted castle, we in a sense just skip. So I'll keep the clock here. I will grab that. Yep. Yeah, so we'll just go up there and grab the pendant. Just grab the teleport here. Here, so now we have access to that. And then we can just hop onto the platforms. Just gotta wait for him to hurry up. Alright, grab one of the worst weapons in the game. Just go wait for the platform here because I don't have enough jump to get up there yet. Okay. And hopefully we'll be able to get some chicken because these guys can drop it. I'll take the money too, that's definitely helpful. Is it chicken or turkey? I'm pretty sure it's chicken. I'll definitely see it. Drop the heart. Alright, Leapstone. Turkey. Okay, so we do have... Well, we can't quite get up to this boss over here just yet because we can't quite reach. We need the bat in order to access the upper right here. So, for now, let's figure out where we need to go. So, since we have the Leapstone, we can actually go through the second half of the library, so we'll take the teleport here. Probably gain like a level or so, and then we could double back into the second blue pendant door so that we could go to the underground section, and then we can clear out that. So let's do that. So the teleport room we need is the feather. That is the outer wall. And since we need to go over there anyway to collect some other things we didn't get, we can actually do that right there. There is a room down here which we cannot get yet because we do need the mist. But we might as well just head over here anyway. Get some stuff that we can get anyway. Ooh, yeah, like this. Here we go. 400. Definitely a drop. Nice, everybody's dropping money. Yeah. Yeah, that was definitely worth it. Alright, let's see if I can actually get this. Nope, I tried. It's alright. I cut the double jumps, but whatever. Alright, so let's hit down. Got this guy over here. Yep. Grab the secret here for the pot roast, and we can move on. Now, the room I was talking about that we can't access yet is right here. So we need the mist, and in order to get the mist, we have to go through the Coliseum. Can't quite get there yet because we need the bat. And in order to get the bat, we have to get into the library. So let's take a look. There's the oarsman. And potentially random fifth. And the fifth. Ooh, 2 fifth. Nice. Alright, go over here. And looks like we got a little bit of a gray spot on the right here. So we can grab that. Okay, we are good to go. Yeah, so we gotta remember this left side over here for when we're coming back. Okay, so we pretty much head through the gallery again, and we gotta go to the blue door. Yeah, I'm definitely liking what they had done with this one. Gave us a chance to have like higher luck because some of the drops are like crazy low. Horrendously low. And some of them are so worth it. Let's check time. Okay, so about 43 minutes. Not bad. Pretty much got a couple of rings. Yeah, since we have the starter stuff, there's quite a bit I don't really even need. There are a couple of things that do change later on, like the weapons. I use the chakrams until I get the chrysogrim. Then I stick with the chrysogrim for the rest of the game. But for the most part, and the armor too. I use the spike breaker when I need it. And the holy glasses too. So. Get this. Okay. Alright. Okay, so we are good to go. Now we can head underground and get all the little side rooms. Let's see, so we did have one to the right, which has a little room so we can pick up some stuff. I guess this one, right? Yeah. Library card and attack potion. Yeah, so the library card definitely has its uses, especially for a particular room, because of its location. Now, in order to get the final map location, we have to actually use a library card during a fight. The Dracula fight in the inverted castle. That is the only way to get that map piece, is to actually start that fight and then use the library card like during the fight. Interestingly enough, this works because we are still technically like in the map. So that is how to get that final one. Okay. Alright, so I want to actually go down a little bit. need the bat for this other part here. Well, I'm gonna go down on this side. Okay. We'll head over here first so we can get this. Yeah, so we did do the upside down version of this. This was a breakable wall, because we found the diamond ring in here, but instead, in this one, we just find a bandana. Nice. Yeah, so now we're pretty much heading down on the left side of this, which is kind of nice. This is a way to get back up, because if we were to come down the other way, it's pretty much a straight shot. We can't make our way back up. Thankfully, we actually have this little ignore that. Yeah. Alright, I will take this, because there are a couple of things we can get here. Right, with some more health. Yeah, so it pretty much lines up with the rest of the map here. It's a pretty symmetrical spot. And then we can just head down. Take you out. Grab the mushroom, because you really never know. I don't need the shiitake because that poisons. I believe this is a save, right? Yeah. Alright, so we'll do this because we do have this boss over here. We can go attack it, then we can head over to where the waterfall is. Yeah, so just like before, we can, you know, do the exploration over here and then head over to the library because we have the leap stone. We will be coming back here for this once we get the mermaid statue, because that's how we summon the oarsmen. So attack this guy like normal. Body's much easier. Yeah, so once we hit the big waterfall, we'll actually double back to the library and do the second half of it. Alright, pot roast. And as you can tell, this place is like completely underwater now, until this boss leaves. Which they will momentarily. So hopefully I can not mess it up. There we go. Tried not to do that, but yeah, it worked out. Let's wait for the boss. There we go. And we gotta grab the crystal cloak. And now because of that, just like before, the water is all gone. So now we can safely head back out. We can... I think I can actually go over here. Yeah. Yeah, so we would have been underwater if we actually went to go get that before. So I kind of have to wait. Same with this too, the resist ice. Yeah, so for now, this is the playthrough where we actually do need the snorkel because we're getting the map completion and all the items and whatnot. But since we don't have the mermaid statue yet, we can skip it for now. Try and ignore that, because we don't need it. So it is possible to actually destroy these enemies, so I'm actually going to do that because I want to soul steal. Yep. Now, they are gone. They do respawn, because that box right down there is not blocking that water. But since we don't really want to deal with them again, we can just block it, and this will fill up. Yeah, see, they respawned. And now they'll automatically stay away. good to go. Hopefully we can get these toads to drop some pizza. I think the toads and frogs both drop pizza. I think so. It's one of the... Well, we'll be coming back too, because there are a couple of spots down there that we can check out. I think they also drop Knuckles, which is one of the fast weapons. Alright, I'll grab this. Tiny bit of health taken away, but that's fine. And we will hug the right wall here so we can get the secret boots. Don't really need it, because it's like purely cosmetic, but it is pretty hilarious. Yeah, it doesn't really do anything. Alright. Head through this place normally. Get our HP back. Yeah, and we will be coming back for that other section right there. We just need to get the bat. So after we clear this section here, we will head to the library. Now, I believe this one drops two different items. It drops a food item and a piece of armor, I believe. I didn't see anything. Since we are here, we'll actually... Yeah, we'll get this guy. Because he'll give us the mermaid statue. Now we'll pretty much just wait. Yeah, and that candle up there has the $2,000. But since we don't have the snorkel set, we'll take water damage. So we pretty much just ignore it for now. Alright, so now we can summon the guys to the other side. But since we dropped down to the waterfall, we can't quite make it back up. So we'll just head back up to normal. I think. Haha, again. That's pretty easy money. I didn't mean to use that. Oop, I will grab that. Alright, there we go. Almost made it. Almost didn't make it. Grab those. Yeah, so unlock this side because there is a little pressure plate we can get and a health item. Alright, so now we're good to go. Alright, so since we pretty much... So normally we would actually walk through that hallway, but I'm pretty sure if we go through it again, Death will actually take our weapons away, take our equipment away. So, thankfully we do have a library card, so we can go directly to that. At a certain point, he doesn't do this, but for now, we're actually gonna skip that. I don't know when it is. It's like one of the other triggers. Like it's either talking to the Maria or something actually does it.
Young Master Alucard.
So
How about this?
Sell everything we got here.
How about this?
Alright, so what do we really need? Probably a couple of library cards. Those are always good to have.
Thank you.
Don't need the weapons, don't need shields. Probably some... Maybe a gauntlet would be helpful. Ring of Pails is pretty good because that increases the whole stat. I think I will take the gauntlet. Yeah, because we can keep the Lapis Lazuli for the luck, and then have this for the increased attack. Don't really have to worry about defense too much. And we are good to go. Alright, so let's take a look at the second half of the level. And we can also get the fairy too once we get the that. So hopefully we can actually get some of these items here. Really depends on the drop percentage. Okay, so we will take this because we are probably going to take some damage in this room because these guys are pretty annoying. The armored fleamen. The Duron dudes are pretty decent, but it's these other ones that are... Okay, there we go. Him. Okay, there we go. Yeah, definitely a pain if you don't have the attack power. Alright, so just like before, I'll take the top side first, and then I'll head down. Watch out. Heard the dude jumping around up there. Let's fake him out. There we go. I got stuck. Too bad. Oh yeah, by the way, we can also sit down too. And both sides. Yeah, so it is pretty cool we can actually find chairs like that so we can take a break. Alright, so we pretty much just head straight down here. Okay, and we are good to go. Now, we need this guy to summon a mudman. So we do have to be careful. We gotta wait for him to do this. Okay, so there we go. Now we're good. Yeah, so now that we got the mudman, we can just take him out. Lag. There we go. Nice. Alright, so we are good for monsters. That was pretty much the only exception to that. Oh, I just realized. Wow, I did it again. I need to miss to get to the bat, so I need the Colosseum. Oh no. Oops. Wow, I got some free levels. Oh, that's why we got the library cards. Oops. Wrong button. Alright, so... yeah, it's once we get the double jump we can do that. So I gotta head to the center there. I'm gonna head back to the clock room. Alright. Yeah, I don't know. I've done this before, too. It's like I've gone through the second half of the library, and it's like, oh, wait a minute. I need mist in order to get the game. Oh, there we go. $1,000 bucks. Nice. Get a little bit of money back. Yeah. Yeah, so definitely a little bit of drawback, but not too much. I mean, we do have to eventually come back, which is fine. It will give us a chance to actually find the Ring of Varda accessory, and we can now get this one. Like that. Alright, so we'll just head through this like normal, but go a little bit farther so we can hit the giant clock and then we can jump up. And this will also be helpful because this is where we can pick up the a la carte stuff. This will give us that increase in luck as well, on top of the base luck that we have now. Which will give us an even higher chance of getting rare drops. Yeah, the gauntlet's now giving us an attack of 106, which is pretty good. Nah. Way too early for a jump. Grab the free money. Now, if you were wondering why I was attacking the green part of this enemy, it's because this part up here, it's actually invincible. So the only way this guy can take damage is from the front here. So there is a little bit of strategy behind this one. Just a tiny bit. That's really the only thing with that one. I don't think he has any drops. If he does, I don't know what they are. We could actually check out the beastery from the librarian. He actually has a monster list that we can check out. And I'm pretty much good. Oh, there we go. It's kind of worth it. Yeah, so the monster list will give us potential drops that they have. Shield potion. Yeah, and since we have a clock, we can get both sides. I think this one actually drops as well. Alright. Take out the Flayman. I was kind of hoping for some cheese, but he didn't drop any. Okay, let's get the a la carte stuff. Then we should be... Okay. There we go. Yeah, just that. Yeah, so we don't have to wait for like another minute. It is nice. We had good timing there. So we would pretty much have to sit there for a minute. Let's see. Yeah, so if we to equip this stuff, our luck is now 99 plus 50. What is that, 149? Pretty good. So let's just double check and see how much damage we're doing. 20. Okay. Oh, it was against that dude. So not too much damage. So we do have to keep that in mind. So I'll just keep this for now. Equip this for the defense. I will use the shield because I don't have like a secondary place. Yeah, by the way, there was a secret room over here that I decided not to do. So it's pretty much optional. Cheese ring and a sword. Alright, so let's get the teleporter over here. Ignore the dude because we're pretty much just going this way. And go through the hallway. See if we can get that hunter sword again. Oh, nope. because that was another one of those rare drops. We did get pretty lucky with that previous drop from it, though, because it's a pretty low percentage. Alright, so we got the goat teleport room. Now we just double back and fight those guys again. And then once we get the bat, we can head back through here and fight all rocks. Yeah, so it would have been nice to get a hammer from that guy too. It's not something that we could use, it's something that the fairy can use. If we get turned into stone, she can use it. Which is kind of nice. Alright, now we can do the Colosseum. Now, since we have New Game Plus, we now finally have the ability to get the, in my opinion, the best accessory in the game, which is the Ring of Varda. Now, the enemy that has this is the giant golden skeleton. It's a pretty low percent drop. It's a low chance of dropping. So we will probably have to fight a bunch of these. So I will save here and see if we can get a few fights in. Now, I do want to see, we are going to need the a la carte stuff because of the attack increase. Let me just do this. Okay, that's all set. So we're doing 21. Let me just double check here. Okay, so we got everything we need. Alright. So hopefully we can get it. Because we also have a couple of skeletons down here too. So thankfully we can one-shot them. We just need this guy to drop it. Okay, so no luck. So I would like to get 2 of them. Because the ring is so good. This guy also has a chance of dropping a gauntlet too, so that'll definitely help out. I believe I do have, yeah, I do have 1 equipped. But I'll keep the lapis anyway, just for that bonus experience. And we'll know when we see it too. It's like a giant gold ring, which is pretty neat. Just some money, which is pretty handy. Yeah, so let me just also double check. Do I have any luck potions? Because these also help out too. I don't think so. I don't think we've got any yet. Yeah, so I'll keep fighting. Yeah, so the time here, 106. I will cut to when I get the first ring. So hopefully it'll be reasonable. So, see you then. Alright, that is ring number 2. Ugh, that took a little while. Alright, so it doesn't have as much luck as before. Stat-wise, it's pretty good, but it's at luck. So when we are farming for items later, I do have to keep that in mind. Because the lapis lazuli has a little bit more luck. But for now, now that we have the 2 rings, we are good to go. Alright, so let's get... Don't really need anything here. We could just get the Alucard sword for now. Alright, so we were doing 55 before. Now we're probably going to be doing... What is it now? 136. Oof. Yeah, 135. Yeah, so now we can one-shot the skeleton. And some of the other enemies. Grabbed him. Blood Cloak, and we can actually take a look at the room that I've been going back and forth here. Yeah, so fighting these monsters, because my luck was so high, I actually got a bunch of other items too. I'm now up to 13 red rusts, 19 short swords, and I also picked up a couple of gauntlets too. I'm now up to 5. Because the golden skeleton also drops those. So, take a few of these guys out, because they can also drop some money. Grab that. Yeah, these lamps here contain... Oh, they also have the sword, too. They also contain some of the sub-weapons. See what that sword was. I didn't see it. That's alright. Alright, so let's take a look at the rest of the Colosseum. We can actually take on the center room here, because we are actually at a spot with this ring here. And we do have to go to the other side of this anyway, because we need to get missed. Can't quite one-shot him. We need 2 hits for that. Nope. But it's definitely pretty safe now. Okay, so we can head on. Got a medal from that guy. Nice. We'll take on the guy down here. Got some green tea. Yeah, don't usually get drops from the owl right here. Yeah, so this guy is kind of interesting. He cares for his owl quite a bit, so once we take the owl out, he actually stops attacking. Fucking. Yeah, so he actually takes a moment, which gives us a chance to attack him. Alright, this one, kind of a pain. Okay, got the sword. Okay, so it is the Namakura. Okay, I think that's one of the katanas. We're gonna skip that room for now because of these guys. Alright, since we already did that, we can head over here. And we can grab this save plant. Yeah, I think that took, what, about a half an hour? Which wasn't too bad. It was pretty reasonable. We got that first one pretty quick. It's like within 10 minutes or so. Alright, so we can unlock this. Now we have access to the chapel. And... we don't have the bat yet, so we don't need to go up there just yet. We can travel up there now, but there is a secret room that requires the bat, so we'll just talk to Richter here. Hi, Richter. Bye, Richter. Pick these guys up pretty quickly. And there we go. And that was it. Alright, now we have the mist, and now we can head into the library so we can get the bat. Alright, so we can unlock that. Alright, so let's use a library card because we have picked up some pretty handy. Now head over to where that was. Yeah, poorly made sword. Alright, let's see. Do we need anything for our offhand? Not really. Probably just keep the Alucard on, because we are going to need that for chakram farming. Because even though the Alucard sword is pretty good, it's great for the first part of this, but once we get the chakram... Oh, nice. It's definitely a game changer, because we get that extra bit of range with our attacks. So we will have to get that one a couple of times. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, so that little sword flash thing, that is exclusive to the Alucard sword. It can either be done to the left or the right. I'm not sure. It's like it's a button combination that triggers it. I'm not sure what it is. It's not something I normally do. It's the only weapon. Oh, there are a couple of other weapons that do like a special effect, but yeah, that one is special to that. All right, so now we have the soul of that. We can actually head back. We don't have to go too far. We can just get out of here and grab the fairy card, and then we can leave the library. Because we are done with the library for now. There is one more thing we need to get here. But that is dependent on a couple of things. We need an item. We need the gravity boots, which gives us that ability to shoot up into the air. And we need a bunch of MP, because that requires MP. And the head. Me. There we go. Take care of these guys. Yeah, that's why they're so dangerous. They move around really quickly. So, let's get a safety save in. Yeah, so I need the gravity boots, and I'll probably need a couple of levels, too. So we won't do that until later. And we get gravity boots at the top of the clock tower. Or the clock room. Fairy. Alright. Relic. It's because they moved. Yeah, if you don't move, that's when they talk. They introduce themselves, whatever. They say something. Alright. See if we can get any. Nothing. Yeah, so I'm not going to completely see the increase in stuff because we don't have that luck. But we can comfortably take out quite a few of the enemies now. Ugh. Alright, so since I didn't do it in the first playthrough, now that we have the bat, we can actually take a look at an area that I kind of skipped because it is completely optional, including the so-called boss that's in it. So we can actually do that now. So I pretty much just gotta head up this way and then through here. So I am for now gonna actually get this. Just so I can have the increased luck. The actual clock tower. Hello, giant skeleton head. Yeah, so we can get to this place normally, because we don't really find too much up here. I usually tend to skip it. There are a couple of things that we do get, but for the most part, I usually just skip it. Because there isn't much need. This guy. Yeah, so we do have a couple of items here. There's also another summon we can get up here too. Let me just do this. Check the map. Okay, so we're filling it up pretty good. Nice. Alright, so straight up we do have a summon up here. And I just noticed the library too. I will get that when we head back for when we need to get that extra stuff from the librarian. So, yeah, this is where we had gotten the headpiece. This is where we get fire bat. Yeah, I guess I was wrong. I thought it was a summon. Yeah, this is where we get to actually shoot fireballs with that. Alright, so now that we have the space, I've pretty much got everything in here, so we can just fill up the map. Pretty easy enough. I'm checking the map periodically to see where I am at the moment. Okay, I'm inside it. Why didn't it not do that? Okay, that is odd. Wait. Why did it do that? Excuse me, little dude. Well, that's odd. Why is it doing that? That's not supposed to happen. Oh, there we go. Okay. That was very strange. So a little bit of a walkway down this way. Okay, there we go. Yeah, a little bit of a map mess up there. Yeah, so even though we're in the regular place, this place can still be somewhat dangerous because of these guys. And the harpy sounds too. So. Excuse me. So this place actually does have a little bit of a secret. If you can see the gear right here. If we activate this, it makes a couple of sounds. We need to hit a certain sound. Hit it here. Okay, so there we go. We got the click sound. So now we got another one over here. There we go. Yeah, so getting these 4 gears here, it actually unlocks a room right over here. And the thing is, we also have to do this in the Upside Down Castle too. So if you remember what this room looked like before, it's pretty crazy. Because we get the Flameberg dudes and we have the Medusa heads. So this place is pretty dangerous later on. It's pretty reasonable now, because these guys aren't too bad. But you still have to be careful. Okay, so there we go. That's number 3. And we got number 4 up here. There we go. And now the room is unlocked. Steel helm, gold plate, star flail. Yeah, so a pretty reasonable room, and I believe the upside down variant has, I think it's the sunstone. We had picked up the moonstone, which gives us a stat increase on what time it is. The Sunstone does the same thing, but opposite. It increases it like during the day, like the Moonstone does at night.
About this wall.
Yeah, the wall is. And we can just go up here normally too. Just gotta watch out for these guys. Get this other one here. There we go. Alright, so now that we got the map place over here, we can just go up here and fight this guy. Now, this is another example of an enemy that has the ability to respawn. Interestingly enough, because even though we're in the same room, it does that. So even if we take him out, we can actually head to either the left or the right side and he'll respawn. So this gets us map section here, and then since he's already gone, we'll head over here, and he should be back. Now, the reason why this one is so fun is because he actually has a weapon you can drop to, which is the Flameberg. It's a two-handed greatsword. Pretty much the sword that we see him use. We get our own version of that. But it's a low percentage, so I'll see if I get it. We can find these guys later on, so we won't stay here too long. I think it's another one of those 5% or less ones. Alright, this will be the last one, because I don't want to stay here too long. Okay, let's see this money. Yeah, so we can farm for that later. Yep, that was pretty painless. And I believe that is another weapon that has like a special effect, depending on how you use it. Certain weapons have like a secret combo to them. That one is one of them. That one shoots like a blast of fire in front of you. That's nothing from them. Save my clock. Pretty easy. Alright, let's see if the fairy says anything.
Isn't this a little suspicious?
She did. Yeah, so we get the secret wall. And we have the healing mail, which is another pretty interesting one. Alright, so we have 140 HP. Let's equip it and see what happens. So it restores HP by walking, so if we just walk a little bit, we actually gain HP. Not super powerful. If you're continuously walking, it's like 1 HP every 3 or so seconds. Handy in the pinch if you don't have any food, but it does take a while. So, not too bad, but eh. Alright, let's grab these other two map spots over here. So I guess I missed that one. Alright, just gonna go up and get this one here. Okay, so good on hearts. Alright, now we can take on the so-called boss out of here. Yeah, so this is that same one that we found in the Upside Down Castle near the mummy. A little bit more, and there we go. And that's pretty much it. But we do get some free health out of it. And we pretty much head into the upper part of this. Alright, so head to the top of this and we can let this activate the final set. There we go. Alright, save point. Hearts, we already have that. Grab the sword. We'll skip Richter for now because we can actually get some secret stuff up here. Well, not so secret. It's just hard to get. We just needed the bat in order to get it. Because this is where the summon is. Yeah, I thought it was in that other spot, but it's actually down here. We'll see it momentarily. Ghost. So let's take a look. Spooky. And this one doesn't say anything. But for now, we'll actually keep the fairy, just in case, because she helps with status effects. And I'm just going to get this side and this side. Alright, we are good to go. So for now, we don't really need to do too much here, but I will grab some of the side stuff here. Get the secret room here unlocked, and I'll grab it too. And then we'll come back up here and fight Richter when we get the holy glasses, which will be much later. So I would like to complete this map first, and then do the second half afterwards. So now we could just grab all of the extra stuff. Alright, so since we got that, we can actually head over here and head down this way, because there is another little section that we can get to that has pretty cool stuff. Let's see if I can time it. Nice. These guys can be pretty annoying. Okay, so I got to it. There we go. So now we have the power of mist. And the fireman. So, power of mist, we can actually stay in mist form as long as we hold the button. Pretty handy in the pinch, but if you notice, my MP is going down fast. So, not quite useful right now. Definitely handy later. Okay, they didn't have any drops either. Alright, so let me just grab that guy. Then we're just gonna go up a bit. Okay, we're in it. Okay, should be in this one. And then we'll just grab this other map section over here too. Might as well, because we don't need to come back. The only thing we need here is Richter, and that's not till later. Alright, and that should do it. Let's see. We can head to the teleport that's here, and then take it to the outer wall one to the right. Because we can now head down to a couple of different spots. We have the mermaid statue, so we can get the oarsman, so that we can get the snorkel guy. The snorkel. I believe I got that, didn't I? mind if I do? Okay, so I got that one. Yeah, for some reason that map doesn't update. I don't know why. It's supposed to. It'll probably update when I get another one. Just gotta get through here first. Alright, now we can go into the teleport room. Double check the map. Yeah, now it's full. Alright, so we need the feather. Actually, wait, no, we could skip that. Never mind, because we could do all rocks. And then... we could do all rocks in that area. Yeah, so let's do that. Let's do all rocks. Let's do that area, then I can go into the Colosseum and get that tiny bit left. And then I can head over to where we could go underground. Yeah, so I'll do that. Yeah, so let's get the goat instead. Yeah, because I don't need to go into the library just yet, because I need those gravity boots. Because I want to save that for later. So, we can actually just head up this way now. Get these along the way. Mana prison is definitely going to help. Same with the walk punch we're going to get. So this will help with the chakra. Then we can pretty much go through this place normally. The guys that are in here. Want to keep the clock, so I'll be taking that. Take the S-Dock. Alright, so I will hop down and go this way. I believe this one is the save point. Yep. And the one just below is the room that goes this way. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, the sword. Yeah, so I remember another change that happened between this version of the game, the PlayStation 4 version, and the original. The sword summon that we just picked up there was actually originally in a different place. It was to the left in a separate room, but for some reason they decided to switch it out with something else. I'm not entirely sure why. It doesn't really make that much of a difference, but yeah, it was originally in a different spot. Okay, we just head down. Yeah, I can't remember what they placed it with. Alright, and I believe... Is this like... Okay, like 1-4 below. Alright, so let's go fight all rocks. Then we can fill out the map afterwards. And this time not pick up the book. Book is the next one. Yeah, the book itself isn't too bad. I just like using the clock. Alright. Take that, table. Totally not overpowered. A little bit more, and... Yeah, Yeah, so definitely much better than last time. So yeah, I just wait for his little animations. Alright, so we gotta go up, because that's where the exit is. And we are good to go. Yeah, so after we go over here, we'll grab this. Nothing else, just the echo. Because we need that for the underground section. It's definitely a must-have. Yeah. Alright, so we got the bottom half of this part. Got a few horses to dodge, but I will go on this side here so I could just go straight to the left. Yeah, so at this point I'm still doing 2 hits, but I'm not really farming for anything, so why don't we do this? Let's go up a second one. Let's see if I can one-hit it. Yeah, I still can't one-hit it. Yeah, so I'll just keep that on for now. Alright, so we got this left bit over here. Container. Now, the other place where the sword used to be, I didn't mean to do that. It used to be up here. This is where the sword card originally was. But they actually changed it with the other fairy card. I believe this one was in the Japanese version. Like I said before, she does the same thing for heal status and HP if need be. But other than that, it's pretty much the same. Alright, so we don't have the ring yet, so I could skip that upper left room there, and I could just head down this way. And now we can head back through if we need be. Alright, so we can get, let's head into the Colosseum. It's like right there, so we might as well clear that. Grab a few of these. We can also do some of this stuff over here too, because we had missed it in the first one. Yeah, so we got the goggles over here. Another headpiece that we can get, but not really needed. I'm trying to think. Let's do this one first. Yeah, so let's get this, get the Morning Star, and since we need map completion, we will actually fly around a bit so that we can get these spots. We do have to be pretty high up for this, so having the bat definitely helps. Yeah, and I believe these are, I think they're the same? No, I think they're the same drops as the Upside Down, because there are a couple of consumables. And then one of them has a pretty good accessory, yeah, the Ankh of Life. This increases the potency of consumables, I believe. Yeah, heal item power. So, I think that works on it's either food or potions. It's one of the two. don't usually use it. So I don't know what it is. Okay, go up, so we got that. And we ran out of MP. That's alright. It's alright. And Mystic Pendant, which is also another one of the good accessories to get, because this one increases MP restoration. So, why don't we actually equip that? And it's nice because we can actually find multiple of these. So, let's equip that and wait for MP to come back. And we can head over to the Coliseum and then figure out where we're going to go next. So, we'll just head right back up here. I'm thinking going through to the beginning of the map, because there are a couple of spots we hadn't checked out yet. There's an upper section at the beginning, like right at the beginning of the map. And then there is a Roman corridor that we could go through that has some armor at the end of it. So let's finish up with the Colosseum map here, and then we can do that. Okay, so now we head up here. Pretty much just a little bit of jumping. Yeah. Oh, I'll grab that. Alright, so the thing we need is just above. Is broken ceiling. And we got another demon. Another summon. So this one is, if you remember that little demon that pressed the button, this is the Japanese version of that demon. And this one has a face on him.
Hey, hey, hey! How's everybody doing tonight? Wait a minute, huh? You're my master? Not much of a looker, are ya? Well, we can't all be perfect. Off we go! Woo!
Alright. Okay, not bad. Alright, so we just need this right side over here. Then we'll head over to a save point. And we also got that left side over there too, so why don't we do that? Head back through here. This is nothing in here anymore. And then we can head to the save. Yeah, because we did see this this one, so we'll clear it. Okay, so let's just double check. Got the room on the left down here. This one was a somewhat dangerous one. Should be okay though, because we can always do this. There we go. Yeah. Whew. And we got $1,000 and Shield Rod. Shield Rod is another one of those interesting weapons where if we equip it in a shield, we get some pretty interesting effects. Some of them can be pretty beneficial, as we could see with this. So we use the shield here and then the weapon. And nothing happens with the a la carte shield. It pretty much shows it's a fake. There are some other ones that do some pretty cool things. I believe the leather shield increases defense. I think the a la carte shield does like all of them or something like that. Gives us like an all-around bonus. But, yeah, Shield Rod is pretty good for defensive type battling. Alright. Still got the Mystic Pendant. So, there we go. The Coliseum is done. Head over to the Clock Room and go to the upper part there. Yes, we could do that. Yeah, I'll grab that. Yeah, because at one point we're going to be doing a little farming for money. Need to go up this way. We'll have to use a jewel sword for that. It'll be easier that way. Because that's how we get these silver rings. And... there we go. Alright, not too bad. Yeah, just a little bit farther. Yeah, so we pretty much got everything out of here. There are a couple of drops. I'm pretty sure the hunting girl there has a drop. I think it's a weapon. It's like a rare blade. Effective against beast type enemies. Something. Okay, so we'll get on hearts. Yeah, so the upper part over here we'll get the gravity boots. And once we can get that, we can head over to the library and finish up that last bit. So, all in all, not too bad. And this is the earliest we can get here is once we get the bat. This is the only requirement. Okay, so we got stuff for the fairy. Yeah, fairy's definitely useful. It's one of the more useful summons. Bunch of the other ones then pretty much do like attack stuff. The sword one is interesting because if we get that up to level 50, we actually unlock the sword variant. We get a weapon. Alright, so next up we have a little bit to the right. We could get that first ring now. But I do want to make a stop at the library first. So let's do that. We do have plenty of these. We could grab some more, because we can these along the way. Get a few more of these library cards.
Young Master Alucard.
How about this?
Thank you.
How about this?
Let's see. Yeah, for the most part, we don't really need too much out of here.
Thank you.
Because we can find some of this stuff. Like the gauntlet, there are a couple of enemies that drop these. The giant golden skeletons drop these, and the lion monsters that we find in the Upside Down library drops them. But there are some other ones that are not found anywhere else. Yeah, so we're pretty much good for now.
How about this?
And yeah, so we do have a few other ones we need to get. Yeah, because this will tell us drops. Yeah, there are a few other ones. Yeah, it seems like I missed a couple, but that's alright. We'll find them later on. Yeah, so let's see. Try to find that mud man. Unless they already passed it. There it is. Yeah. Yeah, so the only way we could get this guy is to have that boss spawn him. That's pretty much the only way. Doesn't drop anything or really anything else, but yeah. Yeah, there it is, Werebane. Yeah, a lot of these drops are Holy Sword from that one. Pretty low percentage for quite a few of them. Some of them like 5%. There are some that are like even lower. That's why luck is really important. And that's why having the a la carte setup is really good. Doing the luck mode is definitely a plus too. Alright, so on the map we have 2 spots above us. Pretty much right above. So that's 1. Get the other one right here. Okay, so that's it for the library. Now we can just head out and go to the bottom where the librarian will be above us. So we get to do some pretty goofy things to get some free items. And it is dependent on how much MP we have, because of what we need to do. And it is a good thing we got a Mystic Pendant too, that'll help out with us. Alright. So we are going to get 1 item off the bat. But there is a list of items that we can get. That's 7. So we'll see how we do with this. Just gotta line it up. Okay, so we got that item. See how many we can get. Now, the best thing that we could get from him is actually a piece of armor. Oh, I messed that up. The Dracula tunic. One of the best pieces of armor in the game. Okay, so you just have to get... It's either cumulative or consecutive. Let's get... where is it? I'll get that mana prism, because we did pick up at least 1. Okay, so we should be getting a couple of items eventually. Ring of Arcana, nice. Lord armor, nice. And it should be like 1 other one. Getting pretty close. Okay. Yeah, so it's really nice to get the Ring of Arcana earlier on because we can actually farm for rare items as well. And that other one that we got, the Fire Lord armor, this one is actually another goofy one too, because
What?
we actually form change. So it's pretty goofy. Not much utility. We can attack, but there's like very little jumping ability. So other than that, pretty gimmicky. Yeah, so we'll have to come back later for the Dracula tunic because we don't have enough MP for that. I'm pretty sure it is like consecutive jumps like that. So we could definitely try that because it is a pretty good piece of armor. But the big thing from him is getting the Ring of Arcana because that's how we could get the second one. We do find one in the upside down alchemy lab. But we can get one from the librarian pretty early on. So, let's get Alucard Shield, and we should be good to go for the next bit here. We can go down to the underground clear out that spot and then come back up. Actually, yeah, we can't get the underground yet because we got to do the waterfall section. So, let's see. We can actually, yeah, let's teleport her. We did that. We can also get that room that has the gate on it. So let's get that one first. Yeah, by the way, the map completion here is, you know, completely optional. You don't really have to do it. Let's get the Ring of Arcana. Yeah, so we'll get this one first. I don't think he has anything. Okay, Mirror Curious and Jewel Knuckles. Alright. Yeah, so Jewel Knuckles is a fist weapon that apparently it gets increased damage if we wear like the sellable rings. I've never used it, so I don't know how efficient it is. I'd imagine it's okay compared to other weapons. As for the Mirror Curious, it's pretty much just a piece of armor that we can equip. Yeah, so we got some drops here. So I do have that Ring of Arcana. Ooh, 400. Yeah, so these guys right here, they have a chance of dropping the Talisman. We do pick that up in the Upside Down Castle. It has a chance of absorbing Fire, Thunder, Ice. And I think it's like a higher chance at higher levels. Early on, it doesn't really do much. Alright, so we want the horse. So we can get the stuff over here now, and then we can head underground. So we gotta get those rings, so we can go to the Upside Down Castle. So, I'm gonna go to where I can get the Bat Summon, which is where the first boss was. And we also have a room just up here that also has a part in the ceiling. If you can see it. So, we'll just go through these ones again. Don't need the class tuning, because we already got that. Yeah, so in this upper part, we'll get it. And I believe, yeah, I already got that one. Alright, these guys, and then we can just go up here. Yeah, so this is a mini version of where we could find the sub-weapons. Skill of Wolf. We could find all of the sub-weapons up in the upside down clock room. Alright, so I'll just do a little bit of jumping here. Yeah, so really not too bad. It's mostly just having the patience to do all of this. Get some money. I'll actually use the bat here. It's a little bit faster. Alright, now we just fly across. Yeah, so over here we'll get another summon. Because we didn't see this one last time, so get it. So now we can actually have a pet bat follow us. So let's take a look. And depending on the level of us, it actually changes. So I believe I think it's like level 20, 40, 60, and 80 for the bat. We can actually get more bats following us. So at level 20, we'll get like a little second bat that starts to follow us when we turn into the battle ourselves. And each one does the same thing that the first one does too. Every time we shoot fire, it shoots fire. So, pretty effective one for just a summon. But I will be sticking with the fairy. There is that little section that has the button in the wall where I need the demon. That's pretty much the only time I use the demon. So, and I think you could use either one. Doesn't matter which. I could probably find out. It's pretty easy. Take care of these guys. I'll just hop down. Yeah, so now we should be okay with the cutscene. I will save it here just in case, because I do want to actually hop down into that room. I just want to make sure I don't get like locked into the cutscene, because I still am using that sword, so hopefully not. It seemed like I can like hop down into that room and then drop down, and that'd be fine, but going into here kind of, I think it might mess it up, so I'll just grab this. We'll just double check. Yeah, so dropping down is fine, it's just coming back in might be an issue. Okay, so we're all set. Yeah, at a certain point, the flag fort goes away. Alright, come on. Yeah, so we can pretty much ignore these guys. I could just do this. Missed it. Alright, so now that we're here again, we actually have the bat and wolf, so let's do that. Walk in as man, fly in as bat. And walk in as a dog. There. Here's the sound, and we are good to go. Yeah, so we can get a actual jewel sword. And we'll go up here momentarily. We're just gonna get this other spot over here. I think the wolves are. Yeah, I think the wolves are good. They're only here for a little while, then they eventually disappear. Now we have an owl out here. Alright, so let's fly up and get these two spots. We'll get another wolf power here. Power of wolf. Let's get this left side, and we're good. Alright, yeah, so there were candles over in the air over there. I think some of them have money and cards, and I think one of them has a cross up there. Kind of an interesting spot to have. I could actually do this. We have the jewel sword. Let's see if it works with Ring of Arcana. So attacking these guys with a jewel sword is actually pretty decent for getting rings. Yeah, look at that. Yeah. Because there are so many of them and they spawn quite frequently too. So this is a pretty decent spot to farm rings. I still believe we can potentially get diamond rings from them, but it's been a long time since I've got one from them. I still possible, but it's a pretty low chance, so I don't know if that had ever changed or whatever. So, yeah, that's pretty much going to be our best bet at getting money, is using the jewel sword for farming for rings. So, just get rid of the bats, fly up. I don't know if that other guy drops something too. I think he might. Could always check the enemy list. But yeah, the big thing over here is this piece of armor, the Fury Mail. Oh, Holy Mail. Never mind. Yeah, so this is protection against Holy then. Yeah. But we already have the Alucard Mail, so we don't need anything else. Alright, then we can just leave. We can actually head underground, because that's where we can go next. We can't quite do that little underwater spot to the left down there, because we don't have the snorkel. So we will have to do that next. So I'll get this next spot down here, and then we can travel up the waterfall, grab the little map section there, hit the switch so that we can get the skeleton that has that barrel, so that we could set that up. And I will head way over to the right, so we can get the snorkel. Ooh, gold plate. Okay. Interesting. I forgot about that one. Okay. Yeah, I already picked that one up from a run. Yeah, it is kind of nice that some of the enemies actually drop pieces of equipment too. These guys. Get out of the water. Get out of the water. Get out of the water. Excuse me. Owie. Kind of a tricky spot. Now, if I had a bunch of healing items, I could just hop down into the water anyway. I would just have to be really careful. I mean, it's definitely possible, but since it's over here, I don't really need to worry about it too much, so I can grab that spot later. See if we can get any drops from these. Oh, there we go. Ice mail. We're gonna get that ice cream. No ice cream. Alright, so we get a little bit of this. I believe we already have... Yeah, secret boots. So yeah. Okay, so on this side, it's just over here. Just below it. It's gonna be like right here. Okay, so I'm not getting it for some reason. It's like right here. Yeah, it's a tricky one to get. It's gonna be like right on it. Unless I'm gonna be like right here. I'll have to wait because I need the. Let me get this first. Let's just get this. I got the banana. Nice. Yeah, this one is... Oh, there we go. Alright, so I was able to get it. Yeah, some of the map pieces on here, I don't know if it's in the original version as well. It's like they don't fully activate until I get like another one. Or if I go into a different realm or something like that. It's weird. Alright, go away. Yeah, because we're gonna need the snorkel for this spot too. Yeah, because we get a few things we can get in here. There's a weapon over here that we can get, the nunchucks. I believe it gets either a potion or an elixir, and I believe there's also a health item as well. A HP max item. Yeah, those are the nunchucks down there. Seeing as how we are at 100%, I'll just get that too. Alright, so since we are here, let's get a save so we can get some HP back. I'm trying to think which way we could do this. We could either get the ring first or the snorkel. I think we just get the ring so we don't have to go back through there again. Because we don't really need anything else over here. So we pretty much just gonna go up to the doorway. And we'll be good to go. I can just drop down and head out. Yeah, so if you watch this far, thank you. I appreciate it. I hope you're enjoying this playthrough, because I've enjoyed this game quite a bit. I play this game off and on. It's definitely fun to get back into. If you've never played any of the Castlevania games, this is definitely a really good entry point one. It's pretty easy to learn. There are several versions of this one. I'm pretty sure you can still get this one on the PlayStation Store. For the PlayStation 4 at least. You probably could get this for the PlayStation 5, I would imagine. So. Alright, and we did get the moon pendant. Yeah, moonstone. Alright, so let's take on the succubus. And we'll skip the dialogue. And we can go straight into the fight. There we go. No! Alright, and the gold ring. Yeah, so we are good to go for the left section. We just, we need to get the spike breaker from the underground. Come on. Okay, hearts. Grab that since I didn't last time, then we can head right down. Oops. I meant to attack her, but I dropped down. That's alright. Skip that. Yeah, it's pretty reasonable. And now that we have the snorkel, we can also get some of the stuff here too, because there is a onyx ring that we can get here. If we're quick enough, we can actually hop back onto the boat, but we'll wait. And then there are a couple of things in the water that we can get. And the map too, so. Whoops. Yeah, by the way, the reason why I am ducking there is that some of the ceiling is low enough so that it pretty much just pushes you off like that. So there is a reason why I was doing that. Actually, I stood up because I thought it was okay. Alright, and now we're safe from water. So now we can fill out the map here. We'll be good to go. Now we can pretty much ignore that dude. Yeah, so filling out this area is easier in the regular castle because in the upside down one you kind of have to set it up with a dog. You jump into the water and then transform into the dog, and the transformation kind of pushes you up into the ceiling, because how it calculates where you are on the map is kind of dependent on where Alucard is, but it's also a little bit off because even if I'm hitting the ceiling with Alucard, it's actually taking into account the center of him, if that makes sense. So that's why if we're in the Upside Down Castle in the water, we're not getting the map pieces. That's because the dog's center point is actually lower compared to Alucard, if that makes any sense. Owie. Okay, nothing. Yeah, because even if we're hitting the ceiling with Alucard's head, we're probably not getting the specific point of where the map actually is. Alright, so let's see, I will double check the map here. It seems like I've gotten quite a bit of this already. We just need the spot where the silver ring is, the final part where Richter is, the library's good, Ulrex's chamber is good. We got the Colosseum in that little hidden spot. Yeah, I think all in all it looks pretty decent. We just get the final parts of the water here. So, I will cut here to where we break open the bridge so that we can head underground, and I will see you then. Alright, so there goes the bridge. Alright, so I believe that is everything except for those two sections. I'll just double check. I'm not seeing any open spots. Alright, so we should be good to go. Yeah, because there are also a few down here as well. Yeah, so we don't even need the Ring of Ares, but we'll get it anyway. So we already have such a good strength increase because of the Ring of Varda. And we take on the serpents. Easy enough. Alright, so let's check it and see. We do have the End Demon. Let's see if he activates it. Okay, he does it.
Whoa, hey, what's this? Some kind of switch? I much prefer shiny red buttons, but this will do.
Alright. Alright, let's get the fairy back. What? Level 11. Okay. Yeah, so we just need the demon, and we will have all the summons. Yeah, so in the original PlayStation version of this, we had 5 summons, and the Japanese version actually had 2 separate ones. The End Demon with the face, and the other fairy, which was interesting. So what's cool about this is that in this version, the PlayStation 4 version, they actually gave us those two as well, which is pretty neat. Pretty sure these guys give us strawberries. We also have this one here too. Nothing. I can't remember. I think she dropped something. I just don't know what it is. Alright, grab all the random stuff. Yeah, I'm not sure. Heart. Yeah, because we only find a few of that monster. Because we do find some of them in the Upside Down Castle. And I'm pretty sure this one drops a circlet. Nothing. This guy. Alright, grab the demon. Okay, so we got all the summons and we'll get this teleport too, because we're going to be needing this. Alright. Yeah, because we could use this to come back out, because after we get the spike breaker here, we did get the gold ring. We could head to probably the lion head one, and then we can head all the way to the left to get the other ring. So we'll be good to go. Okay, nothing. Oop. We'll grab that. Alright, grab this stuff over here. Yeah, so that karma coin that we pick up, and it has two different effects depending on what side it lands on. If it lands on the bomb, I think everything on the screen explodes. Or at least it does, like, damage to it. The other version of it, I think we heal. I think. Could always try it out and check. Let's see. Yeah, so we'll be getting the chakrams again, because even though the Alucard sword is good, we kind of want to have that distance of attacking. Attack that guy instead. Alright, let me... Okay, so we do have echolocation. We can actually go get the sprite breaker now. We might as well, we're down here. The only thing we really need was the echolocation. So we'll just go through this room. Just go up here so we can get the map. Trying to get the soul stone. Yeah, so that's the only way we can really kill these guys. Is if we hurt them with magic. And I'm pretty sure they also show up on the enemy list too, so that works out. Alright, so we got this section. Now we can just go through. Yeah, just like before, we do have to be careful with the spikes because we will take a lot of damage. So... And once we have the spike breaker, we don't have to worry about it at all. There we go.
Isn't this a little suspicious?
Yeah, it's very suspicious indeed. Grab these. Grab those. We'll be good to go. Yeah, pretty easy. Yeah, it is kind of nice we also get the library card there too, because this is usually like one of the last things we do underground. So, yeah, I just felt like getting it now, because I could use that library card later. And then we'll just equip this, and we are good. Yeah, so now we'll just head over to the left here, and take on the boss. Farm a little bit for the chakrams, and then we can go get the next ring. Alright. Yeah, so much easier. And there we go. Just keep going to the left. Kind of annoying, but yeah. Another reason why those chakrams are so good. So we can pretty much just walk through anything. There we go. I think those guys also drop stuff too. The two old guys, it drops a tea, food item, and the guy, I think he drops like thunder mail. Alright, so let's set up for farming here. So I need the a la carte sword. And we need the mail. This time it's easy around because we have the Ring of Arcana, which will increase rare drops. And we kind of want to have the luck. So I think I'll actually... The attack is quite low, that's the thing. See how we are with attack with this. Yeah, that is very low. Be funny if it was the first one. Yeah, I'll just have this because it'll be a little bit faster. I could sacrifice a little luck for killing him faster. Yeah, that was only 9 hits. Yeah, and there we go. The first chakra. Alright. Yeah, because I was thinking, it's like, alright, I'm just going to cut here and do this. But yeah, that'll be much faster. So I only need one more. So that was number 3. Number 4. Wow, that was quick. Wow, that was quick. Alright, so there we go. Let's get... Yeah, let's keep the Ring of Arcana because we'll be using that. Let's get the a la carte mail. And since we don't need that anymore, let's take these off, and we'll just do a quick resort so we can get chakrams out. Alright, we will need spike breaker, so we'll take that. Yeah, so I'll keep the spike breaker on until we get the silver ring. And for any drops that we might need or I'll think of, I'll keep the Ring of Arcana on. But yeah, that was definitely quick. That was one of the faster drops of that. Because like I've said before, it's a really good weapon to get. It makes everything... It makes it easier to deal with. Because you can continue walking and attack, whereas if you have the swords, you pretty much have to stand still and attack. Yeah, definitely much easier. Because we could just continue. Oh, Firebrand. Nice. Nice little drop. Nothing over here. Resist fire. Alright, so we'll get this save point here in the other room, which has the walk armor. Which is also pretty good. Let's double check. We have 908 rooms. Let's see what that does. So, the Alucard mail goes up to 44. I think this should be pretty close. 39. That's not bad. Yeah, so when we have a complete map, same with the Upside Down Castle as well, this is also going to be pretty close, if not equal to some of the best armors in the game as well. So definitely a pretty good go-to piece of armor. The other ones are still a little bit better because they also offer other protections. With the Alucard mail, it offers protection against elements. The Dracula tunic increases strength and intelligence, I believe. And the God Garb is also another pretty good one, too. Just going to attack the center here, and there we go. Pretty easy grand fillet. Now we wait. There we go. Anything from these guys. We usually do. Pick up the Mormagil. Alright, so that is the underground. That is all of it. So, all I gotta do is teleport out. I think it'll be a little bit faster to use the library card, so I'll just use that. Where to put that? Yeah, so we have plenty. Because anytime we need to like sell stuff or buy something, we could use a card.
Young Master Alucard.
How about this?
Yeah, because we do get a few rings.
Thank you.
Yeah, by the way, if you did notice the gems that I sold,
How about this?
I ended up not picking up that onyx because I forgot. Whoops.
How about this?
That's alright. Alright, so, since we are here, we have 35,000. I'm gonna hold off on buying stuff. So I kind of want to start saving for the duplicator. So, we are good for now. that out. Reset that. And we are good to go. Cut the sprite breaker. Yeah, so now we could just head over to the left side and get that ring. Alright, so I will see you there. Hey, welcome back. Alright, so we made it over to the left side here. And we got everything we need except for the ring. Yeah, just like before, we talked to Maria. And that's pretty much it. Hello, Maria. Bye, Maria. Alright, so now that we got that, we could just head back over to the clock room. And that is just about done. Alright, so see you in the clock room. Waiting for the fairy to do the thing. There she goes. Yeah. Alright, welcome back. Alright, so I gotta equip the 2 rings here. Silver, gold. And here we go. And we just wait. It for those rings. A safety save just in case. Maria is still a pain, even at this point too. So even though I have lower stats and I do have that ring, she can be a handful. Double check. Chocolate rooms, Dragon Helm, a la carte mail. Okay, so I am good to go. That voice, Maria?
Alucard?
That voice, Maria?
I'm sorry.
Hey, that's what I said. She's sorry, but she does this. Yeah. Holy glasses. There we go. Goodbye, Maria. See you later. Alright, so just like before, we got the holy glasses, which we will use against the Richter fight so we can take out Shaft. Just gonna grab the Alucard sword, because that one is the best one that we have so far. Yeah. Alright. And now we can get the final part of the map here. So I just leave. Alright, so that is pretty much the entire map. The only spot we have left is where Richter is. Didn't really take too long. Alright. So hopefully... yeah, it's still open. Nice. Alright, so I will grab the teleport up in Olrox's chambers, and I will teleport over to the Lionhead, so see you then. Alright, and now we are ready to take out Shaft. Yeah, we had already got these from earlier. Yeah, we do have to switch the miss there, because that actually does quite a bit of damage. So, just like before, we pretty much have to evade Richter. Try not to hit him too much. And we have to try our best to hit the little green orb flying around, because that's what Shaft is using. So, we should be good. It's a pretty good fight. Didn't mean to do that. Come on, Richter. There we go. Yeah.
How inconvenient.
Yep, inconvenient, blah, 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 blah. I think we can also skip this, too. Yeah, we can skip it. Is that person that controlled you over in that castle over there? Hello, guys. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. So, here we are, Upside Down Castle. But we actually have to go back, because if we take a look at the map, we actually have this tiny little bit just above that we pretty much just have to jump up and get. There we go. Now that map is complete. So the first half is done. So that ends up being, without the previous room, 942. Because we technically did go over to this first one. So we will see it in this one. Yes, 942 rooms for that first castle. So that is 1,884. I believe, right? 1,884. Yeah, so a lot of different rooms. And that's how we get the 200.6%. Yeah, so just like before, I'll hop down here and grab the stuff here. Because we'll need it anyway, because the enemies down here are definitely stronger than the previous ones. And then the Royal Cloak. So, when it comes to the Upside Down Castle, it doesn't really matter which way you go. We can either head to the right to go to the Upside Down Chapel, or to the left to the Clock Tower. It's really just preference, or whatever. And I need to put the chalk room on. Where is that? There we go. And I should probably check this. Okay, so I could take this off. We will be getting the second one because I believe this stuff is like automatically on the ground anyway, which is kind of nice. I'll equip the Arcana. Wait, did I have... Oh, I thought I saw something else. I meant to switch, but it didn't let me. Okay, so we got the right side here. Just got the left side, now we just hop down. There, now this section is done. Take this guy out. Yeah, so some of these places I don't feel like coming back and filling out the map, so I'll just get them now. So I'll just hop over here, and I'll get to this section, because there are a couple of things that we did skip last time that we'll be seeing this time around. Got the giant flying skeleton heads here now. we also got some things over here that we can get too. An iron ball. Not much use, but whatever. So we just fly up here. Alright, so if you remember, there was actually a little broken wall bit here, so we'll skip this. And we get something pretty interesting. Sword of Dawn. This is another weapon that has a couple of special effects to it, depending on like button presses. This one is pretty similar to the monster vials that we can get. It summons these warriors that help us fight enemies. And it is dependent on MP, so we do have to be careful of that. All in all, it's a pretty decent great sword, but we won't be using it. Alright, just gonna go down a bit. Okay, so we got that. Got that. Let me just head over here to the next bit. Okay, there we go. Okay, so that's this spot filled out. We can just head into here and we can get this area. So we'll grab the save point room. I'll grab these other two. Grab that. I won't say no to those. Alright, so I'll go into that one next, but I'll get these first. Because the first thing I want to do, pretty much any time I play this game, one of the first things I usually do is go to the library. Because of the Chrysogrim. Because once we get it, we're pretty much set for the rest of the game. We don't need anything else. But since this is a 100%, I am going to be trying my best to collect everything. Even though there are some things that actually are somewhat hard to get. Alright, so we can deal with the so-called boss. And there he goes. So a neat little thing about the bosses here, specifically the 5 that we need to take out, it turns out that they are newer versions of bosses that we fought in an older Castlevania game. The mummy, the bat right there. Who else was it? Yeah, they're pretty much older versions. Alright, so just gonna get some of this map over here. Yeah, so I believe there is... Yeah, so it's right over here. The moon rod. I don't know if this has anything. If it can do anything. Rod with the markings. I don't think so. The only staff that does anything is that shield rod. If it does, then I don't know about it. There are quite a few different weapons that I don't use in this. Alright, so we got this side done. Just gonna wait for this thing to come down. Should be just in time. Nice. That was pretty close. Oh, he dropped dynamite. Let me grab that quick. Okay. Yeah, these things hurt quite a bit. Okay, so we are good to go. We just head out. Now, just like before, we had these little locks in the wall that we could hit to get that secret room. It's a little bit trickier in here because we have, just like before, quite a bit of enemies to deal with, but we have the Flameberg ones now. So we do have to watch out for these guys. But I'm gonna go through this area first. I'll try and get that room this time. Because we do have the power of mist this time around. And I believe we actually drop into one here. Yeah. And so I'd also like to have this guy drop his sword to the Flameberg itself. It's a pretty low chance. See if we can actually get him to drop it. I do have the Ring of Arcana on. I don't think I'd be able to kill him with the Alucard sword, so I'll keep using the chakrams. See if we can get him to drop it. Because this is the only way to get the sword, by the way. You can't buy it. Thankfully, at this point, it's actually pretty easy. And we'll see it too. It's pretty similar to the Sword of Dawn. If you remember what that looked like, it was a two-handed claymore that looked red. I think this one is an orange version of that. Just gotta wait and see. Would be nice. Yeah, thankfully the farming isn't too bad, but... So let's check. I want to see what I can do with the Alucard sword. Alucard sword, now I need shield and then armor. Respawn. Okay, so 2 hits. That's not too bad. Yeah, so I'll keep the accessories there. No, I need to be like, yeah, right there. Okay, so nothing there. I'll do this a few more times. I'll move on. Yeah, it's just another example of a somewhat rare drop. Alright, last one. Okay, so I'll move on. Yeah, so I could probably try getting that one later. Maybe I'll get it from these guys too, because they are in here as well. It's just that they tend to move around quite a bit. Yeah. Let me... There we go. Okay, so I do want to pretty much watch out for the boost that heads here. Come on. I'm trying here, but I'm getting hit. Let me make a slight change here. I'm gonna get my equipment. Don't need that. I'll take out everybody that I need to. Chakrams. Okay. It's so annoying because I get hit and I just get knocked through everything. That's why this area is such a pain. Come on. Okay. See what I mean? It's just, once I get hit, I can't do anything. Okay, so that's one. Yeah, that's one. Alright, come on. I didn't want to do that. I'm gonna have to switch a different weapon, because this one is actually not helping out at this moment. Let me get this one. There we go. Okay, so we got number 2. Now, I do have to be careful, though, with Soul Steel. So, let's try and get these guys out of here. Let's get these out. Okay, so I heard the click on this one. I just need to get this other one. Come on. Whew. Yeah, definitely a tough place to be in. Come on. Okay, there we go. I believe I got all 4, so let's head back. And the door should be open, if I can get there. Come on! Oh, come on! Really? There we go, it's open. Alright, give me mist, please. Wow, that was ridiculous. I kept on going into the doorway. Alright, so Diamond, Life Apple, and Sunstone. Yeah, so we finally got the Sunstone. Just like the Moonstone, it gives stat increase based on time. Alright, so let's get the chakrams again. Yeah, that place was definitely a pain. Yeah, level 16. It's not too bad. Yeah, I don't feel like dealing with this place anymore. I already got everything. Oh, sorry guys, not interested. Don't feel like dealing with that. Alright, so I do have to get this upper section here, but I'm gonna go this way. Yeah, that's why I don't like dealing with that place, because of those Medusa heads. They just make that spot a pain. Alright, so we just got the center spot here. Alright, and we're inside that. I did drop down into it, pretty sure. Let's double check. Yeah, so I went through it. Alright. Okay. Worst spot in the game, in my opinion. Hello, horsey. Goodbye, horsey. There we go. Alright. Yeah, so there's a dragon helm. Yeah, so with that little cutscene skip, we can actually get 2 of these, which means we can also get the other ones as well. Alright, so I'll just fill out this map here. Yeah, because a lot of these places I usually don't come back. So I might as well fill out the map. And this was part of the map from where I had missed it earlier. Or I didn't miss it, but I skipped it anyway because it doesn't really have anything. It does have, like right here, a couple of things that we could get in the regular castle, but it's not really needed. Just a couple of extra stuff if we wanted to try out different weapons, but they're not like anything crazy. Also got a few other items over here that we can get. A few consumables. Alright, so we got this section done. Okay, so we should be... yeah, so we got the top here. Yeah, so we can just drop down and pick this stuff up. Alright. Yeah, pretty easy. And there's that done. Yeah, now we can finally head to the library. Spend a little bit of time here. Yeah, so it would be cool if we got a quick drop, just like with those chalk rooms. A chalk room drop was really fast. I don't think I've ever had a fast drop like that before. Because it usually takes a while. But we'll just grab stuff along the way. So, I will actually set that up now. Where is... oh, it's going to be way down, isn't it? Yeah. Alright, so now I need the shield. Alright. Grab the teleport here. Because if any reason... if we need to come back, we'll have that unlocked. Yeah. Alright, come on. I didn't want that. Can I have the... thank you. Okay. Oy. I was trying to do Soul Steal, but it wouldn't let me. Come on. Okay, so I did have the Alec. I was doing some pretty decent damage there. Yeah, 57. Alright, let's just go watch out for the one flying in. I didn't want to use that. Hey, Rumble. Go away. Yeah, I might get drops from these guys too. Alright, so let me just double check and see if I have anything. Okay, so it should be good. Let's try this side. Yeah, I don't like that because he flies too low. Let's try this side then. Yeah, that works. Yeah, I think this is where I was when it had dropped and I had switched to Brooms. So I do have to take a moment and just make sure if it does drop, like I can actually just go in and pick it up. Like that, yeah, like this. Let me just take that guy out. Okay, so that's the first one. Yeah, so it'll be much quicker because I have the stats. Okay, just need one more. Okay, nothing yet. There we go. Take the guy out just in case, and there we go. We are done farming for all the good stuff. Okay, so let's just take all this stuff off. As far as I know, we don't actually need to farm with those anymore. Alright, so let's do reset. Okay, so now... Yeah, we'll just keep this on just in case, too. Now we just go through it. Melt everything on there. Way through. Whoa! That was a rare drop. The metal guy dropped armor. I usually don't get that one. Yeah, Mojo Mail. Increases magic attack power. Yeah, this increases the sub-weapons, I believe. I had only gotten this one a handful of times. That's a pretty low drop. Yeah, that was a pretty good one. Alright. One card, won't say no. And I think... Yeah, we could just go straight through. Yeah, so we could just go through the library like normal. I will actually leave this section over here for when I leave. I will actually go up here. Or, no, this is the dead end. I'll go through here first and then the second half of the library. Then I'll just double back through. Wait for him to come back. So predictable. Alright, and we are good. Yeah, so we'll get the save. Had some really good drops. Yeah, I didn't expect that Mojo Mail to drop. I had forgotten about it. Because I usually don't farm the Tin Man. Because I know the Lion Dude has his own stuff. He has a gauntlet that he can drop. I think the Scarecrow also has something as well. The lair. I think this one is another interesting one. I think this one has the attack increase based on, yeah, with gameplay. I'm not sure how that works. I don't know if it's actually a thing, because usually I don't play longer than like 6 or 7 hours. It really depends on what I'm doing. Like if I'm power leveling maybe, but it usually stop at a certain point because the experience it takes way too long. It's just like I said before, the higher your level, the less experience you actually get. So at a certain point, even the guardians that we could find in the Upside Down Castle, even though they're at like level 50, they start giving out like only tens of HP. Alright, so pretty good over here. So it would be that I would have to probably farm like zombies because they're a quick spawn, or something that spawns like really quick. Or there's like a lot of. And then go from there. Lunch A, okay, so that's something. Oh, we got the Starry Light. This is an accessory that increases the sub-weapon cross. And increases the power of it. I don't know if we could get a second one. I think we can only get one of those. There are a few things in this game that we can get multiple of. But I think that's one of the ones where we can only get one of. Pretty handy one if you want to use cross-up weapon. But yeah, it's another one of the ones I don't use. Alright, we can just head out normally. Yeah. Yeah, he thought he was sneaky. So there wasn't anything over here, but we got the map spot. Yeah, so now we can just leave the library because we got definitely a very good one. Because I usually spend like a half an hour with these guys. Alright, and it seems like we got another spot. Let me, wait, let me go to this one first. Oh, it's not filling up. Okay, so this other one, it's... I guess it's near the floor. Ceiling. Yeah, it's like right here. Go away. Okay, so I am inside it. It's gonna be another one of those instances where it's not registering. Yeah, because I am inside it right there. Switch over to a different spot. Yeah, so I did go into that one. Alright, we'll just head out. Okay, so yeah, now it's filled. Alright, so we get a little bit on the left side there. Yeah, the gauntlet drops are pretty reasonable. I wonder if... I think he has something else. I don't know if it's food related. I don't think it's a weapon. Oh yeah, because he's annoying. Okay, so I gotta go over here. Okay, so I gotta go near the elevator entrance. Okay, just gotta get this other spot. Okay, now we're good. Yeah, because I'm inside it. So should be... Where are we at? Okay. Should fill up. Okay, so it did fill up. Yeah, it is weird how the map does that. Alright, so another cool thing when it comes to farming is that it's after this boss. Yeah, this is one of those past bosses that we find in the older Castlevania. Tooth of Blood. Yeah, pretty easy boss at this point. That again. Yeah, so this is another good spot to farm these guys, because we find 3 of them. And a gauntlet. But when it comes to farming for the rings, I like to do it in the Colosseum because it's like still in the regular castle. And at that point, I'm usually like at least halfway done the first half. Because by the time I get the ring then, I'm pretty much good for the rest of the game. Because the only real farming I like to do is in the Upside Down Castle is usually for the Chrysogrim. So you don't really need to farm for anything else. Unless you're trying to get like some of the hidden weapons though too, because some of the rare drops are pretty hard to get. Okay, is it gonna let me... Okay, thank you. Kept on switching to the other ones. Oh, show tail in the hammer. Nice. Yeah. Okay, so I'll just go up here, and when I'm coming down, I'll just go on the other side. Grab that. Yeah, so there isn't really anything up here. It's just a couple of hearts if we need it. The only thing is it's that heart container. That is it. Monster Vial. Alright, so now we can just leave. Yeah, so we got the map. Yeah, it's so weird how it does that. Okay, so is the map not gonna fill out, or... Alright, there we go. Yeah, it's so goofy. Sorry if I keep on going back and forth, I'm just... trying to make sure I got the map, because I don't want to go back. Thank you for your patience. Yeah. Whoops. Oh, wait for him. There we go. Alright, let's see. I could probably do the underground stuff now. Because it's pretty reasonable. Because I could deal with the underwater stuff now, because I have the dog. So, I'll just get some of the side room stuff done. So watch out for the floor. Thank you for the meal ticket. Pocket. Pretty much just go around him because I don't need to fight him. Alright, we just head on in. So we can come back and do the rest of this area later. Because we've got a couple of large sections down here that we can do. Yeah, because there is one thing. If we actually go into the catacombs, I do want to go past the waterfall and come back out and get that barrel circlet for the lightning damage. Because there is that boss that we didn't do in the first part of the playthrough here. We're going to be fighting it now. We're going to, well, not now, but we're going to eventually fight it this time. So. Go to Mist, please. Can you... Hey. Yeah, so we got these guys. These guys do poison damage. When we destroy them, they shoot out these little pods that do poison. Or I think they can do poison. Because if you have that poison circlet, if you get hit by them, you actually heal. So I guess in that sense, they're considered poison. So. And these guys again. Ooh, nice, luck potion. Yeah, so they do have their uses. Even though they are annoying, the imps do drop luck potions. But I'll show you why they're so annoying. That's why. And you can't, it's a little tricky to get out of. You pretty much have to spam your buttons. So that's why those little imps are really annoying, because they can possess you. And if you go into the chapel, we can find a bunch of them. Get rid of all of these. Okay, so I will do this left side first, and then we can actually head back that way. So I'll grab a safety save. Okay, let's go up here. Just like before, we'll have to take out the floor. Escape ceiling, but we'll just grab this side area first. Not really much of a fair fight, by the way. Yeah. I was doing that because I wanted to stun lock him. Because if I got too close, he probably would have been able to do other stuff. Alright, so we got a few items up here. Grab this. Just fly across. I don't think, yeah, there's nothing here. For the octopi. Yeah, I think the drop that they have, I believe it's sushi. Got sushi. I don't think there's anything else in town. 1875. Yeah, so about 200 experience at this point, so that's not too bad. You could farm these guys for a little bit if you wanted food. Okay, so we got Darkblade. And they don't hurt that bad. Yeah, there's a little bit. Green tea, okay. Yeah, and they just respawn. So. Done with this spot. Now we can take out the floor back here. Yeah, so we did get the map right there. Oh, and I just realized too that we gotta get this left side. Yeah, so let's do this. Because we get this whole section right here. We went up the other way. Okay, so we're inside it. Grab the save point here. Okay, so we got that. Yeah, so this is good. Just double checking the map here. Okay. Yeah, now we can just head right over here. Grab the money, because every little bit helps. More money we get, the less we need to farm for it. Alright, another heart container, nice. Yeah, pretty much take these out, so I don't feel like dealing with them. Alright, then we can grab all the stuff here. Meal ticket. Yeah, so this is the same as before. Getting like a bunch of meal tickets. And this last one is going to be something else. Oh, it was a meal ticket. Okay, never mind. So here we get peanuts, but for some reason, you did notice me pick it up. We could actually pick it up again. Yeah, this is one of the very few instances of it being like an infinite pickup. And this one also has a pretty interesting mechanic too. Usually when we were using food, we like toss it in front of us. Peanuts, however, we actually toss it up in the air. So there's a little bit of a trick to it. Let me just find it. Yeah, difficult to eat. So we so we toss it in the air and catch it. I believe we hold up too, because if we don't, we just drop it down. So there is a little bit of a trick to it. Alright, just to save over here. And they heal for 50, so it's a pretty good amount, but they are a little tricky though. Safely get through this spot. And then we can just go through the ceiling. Okay. Get rid of these guys, so I don't feel like dealing with them. Let's see if I can do this all the way up. Good amount, yeah. Had all that practice from doing that to the librarian. Yeah, so with that, the button combination for that, it only we only get that once we get the gravity boots, and it's down, up, X, or whatever your jump button is. And you do have to be somewhat quick for it too. Alright, so the blue Venus Weed, they do have a chance of dropping a two-handed sword called the Zweihander. And this is what I was talking about before, where we're going to need the dog to get some of these higher spots, like right there. Let's see if I can make my way over here. So I think there is something here. Trying to diagonal it. There we go. Oh, there's nothing. Alright. Yeah, so we are going to need the dog for this. Because of how the hitboxes work, that's how it captures map data. So we'll have to do the little dog trick. And we can do that in some spots, which is fine. Okay, so I wasn't even near that, but I picked it up. Okay. Okay, let's show you an example. Yeah, so I jumped up right there. Yeah, I'm not even anywhere close to that spot, so we'll need the dog for that one. So let's do that. So we'll jump up and then switch, and then it pushes us up, and then now we got it. Yeah, so it is pretty interesting that that's how it happens, but it's a pretty easy change. All we need is the dog. A little bit of luck. I think I gotta go over to the left more. Okay, there we go. And we'll have to do this on the other side too. There are two spots to do this. Okay, so we got that one. And I got that one. Yeah, it's pretty reasonable. Yep. Yeah, it's nice we get that little push off from the transformation. So, I bet you were wondering, since we could get, like, all of our items back from when Death stole them from us, there is one that we actually don't get back in the form of finding it on the ground, like the sword, shield, headpiece, and whatever. We can actually find an enemy that drops it instead, which is, yeah, it's fine, that's how it is. That wasn't it, but that one was a stronger version of that defense accessory. Because the one that he started out with was a, it was a +5. We can actually pick up this one from the Cave Trolls, which is a +15. And I think that one is another, I think it's more of an uncommon drop instead of a rare drop, because we can actually get it somewhat frequently. I think it's still pretty low. I think it's like either a 5 or a 10%. But yeah, there's another enemy that actually has it, and I think this is Force of Echo. Yeah, so now the Echo has the ability to interact with objects and do damage. Alright, so that is this section. Now we can take on the next one. Oh, nice, we got another one. Yeah, so if you want, like, full defense, the Nuglamirs are pretty good to get. So I think they're the strongest defense items. We'll see if we can get anything from the blue Venus Weed. Because I know she has the sword, but I don't know if she has anything else. Yeah, we only find reasonable area at this point. Okay, so we already went through there. Yeah, so now we could grab the underwater spots here too. And we'll have to do the same thing with the dog. Because I think there's like 1 or 2 spots that are a little hard to get to. So we got them. Grab the fish. Oh, nice drop. Okay, so we were able to get these spots on the map. I think we might have to do it over here, or we should be fine. Okay, yeah, we're fine. Does make it easier. Still no drops. Okay, so we got that section. Yeah. Take these guys out. Alright, so we got one directly above, which is that. Yeah, so we're pretty good here. Grab the HP, and that looks like a potion. There we go. And we go over this section. Alright, so we will... I'm not sure when I want to do the catacombs. I could probably... We could probably do them now. No, but I wanted to get that headpiece. Yeah, that's right. I just remembered. Yeah, so I will continue through here, go through the waterfall, and then collect the barrel circlet. And then we'll double back. Yeah, because I think that's what I was going to do. So let's do that. Grab the bat with the ram. Yeah, and that one is pretty easy to get. It's just a simple diagonal jump and a double jump. Okay, so we got a couple of spots here. We'll have to hop on this side. So we got that. Yeah, so thankfully we got that little special move. Okay, so far so good. Grab the toadstool, because why not? Okay, then we just go over here. And there we go. Ossiphone Katana. Yeah, so I usually don't use a lot of these weapons, and alright, so I'm stuck falling. There's a lot of weapons in here that I don't normally use. A lot of the two-handed ones. Unless I'm like goofing around, I don't use them. They're pretty reasonable when it comes to attacks. Skeletons here. I think we have some cave trolls around here too. Yeah, so we'll just go through here. Nice to turn. Yeah, so right here we'll have to push off. There we go. 250. just in case. Let's see if we actually... Oh, okay, so we do get it. Makes it easier. Okay, so we got that. There's nothing over here. Alright, now we have the Alucard shield. Yeah, definitely a pretty good shield because it resists a lot of different attacks compared to some of the other ones. Yeah, we definitely get plenty of those. Alright, now we can just drop on in. Yeah, just like before, we'll have to do the little rock thing. Walk in as Alucard, then switch over to the bat, and then to the dog, so we can unlock the door. Just gonna grab this wrong button map here. Okay, so as far as I know, it doesn't really matter which way we go. Alright, so person, bat, dog. Alright, so we should be good to go. Hear the sound. Didn't hear the sound, but yeah. Alright, now we can safely take on that boss. So let's do that. Let's head on into the catacombs, because we actually skipped these. We did fight Death because he gave us one of the items needed for the upside-down clock tower. Clock room. But we're actually going to go in a bit further. And we're definitely strong enough for it, too, so we don't have to worry about anything. Yeah, and it'll be easier this time around because we can just drop on in. And then when we come back, we can actually take on the beginning of the castle. The upside-down version of it. Because that one has some pretty interesting enemies. Because I think I skipped some of it. Yeah, it's gonna be pretty low drops. Oh, Jewel Knuckles, nice. Came from the rock dude. Yeah, that's a... I'm pretty sure it gets stronger if we equip the sellable rings. And it's another one of those weapons where I just don't even use. Alright, so let's, excuse me. I want to keep my clock here. As long as I can actually jump up here. Okay, got that. And these guys don't drop anything. So I can just attack them. And I think at this point they're actually giving me like 1 HP or something. It's pretty low. Alright, take this guy out. Then he'll do his change here. Bye, Death. Alright, so since we're right here, we can actually switch over to the demon, so we can get him to open the door. He'll just...
Whoa, hey, what's this? Some kind of switch? I much prefer shiny red buttons. But this will do.
Alright. Oh, switch back to the fairy. What's she at? 27. I was also thinking, since this is 100%, I should probably... The only big changes we see with these guys are the bats. We get more bats at certain levels when we change into the bat. And the sword, at level 50, it changes. We actually get a weapon out of it too. So why don't we do that? Let's level up the sword dude for a while, because we're pretty good status-wise. So we'll just fight these guys. Green tea, nice. Power of Sire, life apple. Let's see how much we're getting. Okay, so a little bit. That's not too bad. It's not a crazy amount because it's these guys. We'll be getting more experience later on though too, because we can also farm them. A pretty good chance of getting a potion out of that if we attack them. I got this potion. And they respawn too. If you notice, just underneath us, they actually reappear. These. Alright, I believe... Yeah, this is the sword. Yeah, so we got another Alucard's one. Yeah, so at this point, it is good to get like the startup equipment, but pretty much you don't really need it. It is a good sword. It does have its own uses. It has some unique attack animations compared to other weapons, but definitely underpowered compared to some other ones, like the Crystal Ring. Alright, nice, got some more grapes. Don't need them, but I will take them. Whoops. Alright, I will grab that. Okay. Another power of Sire. Yeah, so the power of Sire, if you're wondering what that does, it just does like an explosion on the screen. It's one of the bomb-type items. It does fairly moderate damage. Yeah, it's one of those items where we don't even use. So pretty much just a collectible at this point. Grab the stuff over here, Buffalo Star, and at this point I will actually, I'll equip this, just so we're ready for the boss. Yeah, so the boss that we're going to be fighting in here is one of the strongest ones. And I should probably show this as well. If we notice right there, the cat, if you remember way back, we actually got this, the cat eye circlet. This is where we can actually use it to heal. So we pretty much just... Yeah. That's pretty much its only use against the female wizards, and that's it. Other than that, that circlet's kind of useless. And we can actually just attack the cat. Let me get that back. Just do a slight change here, because I don't want that. Okay. also got this spawn here too. So I will actually need the spike breaker. Okay, so we are good to go. Laggy. Yeah, she does throw cats at us, by the way, too, so. If you're wondering, it's not only when we take her down. Alright, let me double check so I can get this upper section here. There we go. Yeah, so that other enemy right there, the frozen half, she is the one that drops the defense accessory. The one that we had in the beginning of the game. Alright, so here we go. I don't know if she has any. I think she might drop a circlet, maybe? I might be misremembering things. Some of these enemies I don't farm. Red bean bun. I'll just attack a bunch of blood skeletons. But these are another one of those invincible enemies. We pretty much we only knock them down. So. And if you notice, they actually do respawn pretty quickly too, so. And the library card for our troubles. Alright, so I will head back over here. I'll unequip this spike. Need the clock. Ooh! Wizard hat. Okay, so she... Okay. I thought it was like a circlet instead. Let's double check that. I wonder if that increases like magic, maybe. Okay, so a stat increase of like 1 and 7 on intelligence. That's not bad. Somewhat good defense. Yeah, I don't get that one often. Yeah, kind of like a lesser version of the Dragon Helm. Wizard Hat does intelligence and magic, and Dragon Helm does strength. Yeah, not too bad. And we can always check and see if she drops anything else too in the enemy list. Alright, so we are safe. Okay, so hopefully... Okay, so nothing from the frozen half. We do have a few other spots where she actually shows up too, so... Okay, so that side is cleared. Let's head through here. Don't need those. Tap the rats. Some more blood skeletons. Some more goodies. Another frozen half. So we'll find her a couple more times. But as you can see, I'm definitely overpowered. Pretty much making short work of anything. Oh, so we can pick it up. Oh, I forgot. Okay, yeah, that's a necklace of... Yeah, that's a defense item. I forgot. Alright, so I will retract my statement. Yeah, we can actually pick that up. Yeah, okay. Yeah, never mind. I thought we couldn't. Oh, there we go. Got the necklace of J back. Alright. Take out a few more of these guys. See if we can get anything from her. Would be cool if he did drop it. Nothing over there. Alright, so... Diamond? Nice. Yeah, so it's been a little bit since we've sold any... sellable rings. Alright, so let's see the special boss. This guy's pretty big. And this is why the barrel circlet is so important for this. Because we could pretty much just sit here and attack. And it has a pretty wide area of effect. And the guy has a lot of HP too. And he does have a secondary attack which is not lightning based. I want to see if we can... There we go. Yeah, I think he has like 10,000 HP maybe. He has quite a bit of HP. We usually get a level up from him because he is at level 50, which means we're getting a lot of experience. Yeah, we're already level 45. So he gives us quite a bit. Yeah, so that's pretty much the main use of the barrel circlet, is against him. Definitely a fun boss. One of my favorite ones. Because even if we have the Chrysogrim, he takes a little while. Alright, and the thing that we get for our endeavor into the catacombs is actually a really useful relic. We get the ability to turn into poison mist, which is actually pretty cool. We turn into this yellow cloud, and we could deal damage. And if you notice the other thing right there, we got the ruby circlet, which does fire damage. We get healed by it. So, yeah, definitely some good items we got out of here. And that is the reverse catacombs. So, pretty much just gonna walk all the way back to the beginning of the castle. So I will run on through, and I will see you then. Alright, and we are back. So, we got a couple of different directions we can take. We head left and we go through the castle like normal. If we head to the right and bottom, we actually head to some of the other spots. Let's go to the right first, because we got some new enemies. So we got a dragon rider. We also have another wolf. Let's see if we can get any. I'm not sure if they have anything. Grab the free money. Here we go. And then the cross. Alright, so that is that done. Ooh, Terminus East, okay. I think that was from the skeleton. Yeah, because we had actually got that one before. Pretty reasonable drop. Yeah, because we had gotten that one in the previous playthrough. Reasonable weapon at this point, but yeah, we're pretty much just gonna skip it. Do a quick sort. Alright, now we gotta head down into here. I believe this is where we get the Fury Map. Ooh, Zweehander, I saw that. There we go. Yeah, we actually got that sword. The Terminus. Yeah, so this is the one I was talking about. Yeah, this one we don't get often. Yeah. Not too bad. Good drop. Alright, grab the save point rum. Oh, okay, so was it this fire? Alright, that's kind of disappointing. Did we already get it then? Am I misremembering? Oh, it might be in a different section of the reverse alchemy lab. Okay, so we just got something. Oh, it was probably that then. Okay. Alright, so now we can just head on through this way. Yeah, so we're pretty much done with this section. Got quite a bit of it done, but now we can head through here. And in here, we're actually going to find a very rare enemy. This is the only place in the game that you can find it. It's a little bird that shows up, the dodo. It has a chance of dropping pretty hard to get a weapon. So it's definitely going to be a hard one to get. I also think it drops a heart refresh too. I'll do this once more so we can see if it drops. If it doesn't, it doesn't. We can always come back and farm these guys. That's alright. Alright, so we'll go through over here. Because we also got to get this little spot here too. Alright, grab this. Okay, so that map is done. I tried to get it. Tried to get the little Alucard bat thing. It's alright. Okay, so let's grab this side from here. And Talisman. I didn't want to do that. Yeah, so if you notice that beam of his, it hurts quite a bit. So we'll grab this teleport room. Alright, so we're good with that. And then we can go through like we're going through the castle normally. Grab the save point. Yeah, and if you notice too, the barrier right here is up, so if we want to take that side room there, we'll have to go and loop around. But we will do that after, because we can do this side first. Because we could just loop around this way. We can clear this area first. And here are the lesser demons. Now, the lesser demons here are a little bit different from the other one. These guys attack normally, but they don't spawn enemies, except for another version of themselves. They pretty much just spawn a clone of them. So they don't spawn like skeletons or the Mudman enemy. So that boss that we fought way back when is the only time we can get the Mudman. So it is definitely missable. I believe the lesser demon here drops an obsidian dagger. And the big guy here drops something else. No, it's this guy. The fire dude there drops a shield. Okay, so we'll let him. Okay, so nothing from him. Okay, so I'm gonna get this one. Yeah, so this one will loop around a little bit. Still watch out for these guys, because this is where we'll find the imps. Yeah. This will get luck potions. They're good for those. That's pretty much it. Okay, there we go. Got a shield. Okay, so we got this point. Okay, now I will double back, because we have to get the other section. I kind of want to go through it normally. But we'll just head through as a mist, and we can take him out one by one. And if they drop anything, I won't get it. Because I already have their drops. I'm not really in the need for luck potions at the moment. And we can find more of these guys too later on. Because they're pretty much throughout the alchemy lab here. I would like to get these guys' drops. Obsidian's are unless that's the other one? Oh, okay, so that's that one. Yeah, they also drop a dagger. Okay. Yeah, so I didn't get it. And the big guy there drops a shield, too. And I think it also drops a sword? Grab the high potion. Let's see if we can... Yeah, that's somewhat hard to get. Oh, we got these ladies. Yeah, just like before, I'll hit the wall and snow. Katana. I tried not to. Alright, come on. Excuse me. All the fire. I don't want that. There we go. Yeah, I'm pretty sure she drops a circlet. Just a standard circlet. Increases intelligence. Alright, let's move on. Double check the map. Okay, so we're good to go. We pretty much got all the areas up there, except that big loop around, but we could grab that afterwards. Yeah, because I think, yeah, we also have the invisible guys here. Yeah, because they have a really good drop, too. They also drop the Mystic Pendant, which is really good. Oh, got a little more there. Pretty dangerous. Howie. Okay, so good on hearts. Definitely needed. These guys. So they're around here somewhere. Yeah. Hold on. I just saw it. Oh, I thought I saw it. Never mind. I thought I saw it drop it, but no, I was wrong. Ooh, that was close. Alright, good to go. I got this area here. I didn't want to. Come on. There we go. Oh, good on you, sword. There we go. Alright, so we got that. Go. Alright. Let me check something here. Okay. Yeah, so now we have the Upside Down Chapel. I believe... Oh, I think we could actually go around back there. Yeah, let's save this next. Because we gotta go through that anyway. Yeah, I forgot about that, because this is where the blue door is. Because we also have Beelzebub, the boss. So let's go up here. Just gonna get the map that's right up here. It should be... There we go. Yeah, because he's pretty high up, so it helps to get up there with that super jump. Alright, so we'll get this first. Ring of Arcana. Alright, so now we just have to get the corridor that's to the left. Which is pretty easy enough. Just hop on in. Grab the save point that's in the middle. Alright, and this is... Yeah, because this is where it loops around again. We'll have the invisible guys here too. Alright, drop the money. Alright, here we go. Yeah, it would be cool if we could sell everything. Sadly, we can only sell the rings that we could pick up. Yeah, so you could... if you notice how the sword acts around enemies, it like stops and spins around. That's usually how you can tell when enemies are nearby. If it's just acting like this, it means the place is cleared. are gonna save... Pretty much save this area for last. And I mean the area in here, because this is where we can find the strongest regular enemies in the game. They're at level 50 and they have 2 pretty good drops, so we could save them for last. Alright, now we can clear this area. Yeah, so the big guy, I believe, has a sword that drops. It's a stone sword. It has a chance of petrifying enemies. I don't know if it works any good, but it's another one of those rare drops. Okay, so we got everything so far. Okay, so you gotta go back that way. Alright, so we're good with this section. Yeah, so pretty reasonable. Let's see if we can get him. No, we can just skip ahead because I don't want to deal with these guys. Wouldn't mind one of the shields, but it's not really an easy one to get. We'll see if it drops. It spawned pretty quick, so if it drops, I'll go get it. But the thing is, it only drops from the gold heads, not the blue ones. Blue ones don't have a drop. Anything else? Alright. Last one. Okay, nothing. Yeah, because I don't want to sit there too long. It gets pretty boring. Another terminus. Yeah, it's nice the sword itself has a little bit of range. Oop. Almost got hit by that. Alright, so we got this spot. Yeah, pretty much just go through again. Wait, isn't it? No, it's this one, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah, because we are currently sitting at, just under 50,000. So we need 10 times this amount. And the only really good way to do that is to farm the rings. And that is pretty much just having a lot of luck and using the jewel sword. Because of that, we can't do like the a la carte setup, because we need both the sword and shield for that. So, alright, so we'll just double back and we'll head into the chapel next. I will see you then. Alright, and we are back at the blue door. Yeah, so we'll find a bunch of the imps in here as well, and a couple of the giant arrow shooting dudes. Another reasonable place, but we also got to go towards the ceiling here. I should say the floor, because we also have to get them out. And we also got these guys up here too. An enemy that's pretty unique to this area because they have a vehicle that clings to the stairs there. So kind of an interesting monster. I didn't mean to do that. Diamond. Yeah, so instead of getting the Ankh of Life again, we actually just get a diamond ring. Everything else in here from the jars is the same. There we go. Oh, Kingstone, there we go. Yeah, so that's the other thing that drops from the imps. Let's take a look. So Kingstone increases strength by 10. So, pretty decent one. It doesn't drop that often, so it'd be a pretty good one if you don't have some of the other accessories. Okay, we just gotta get this last bit up here. Okay, there we go. Alright. And some hearts if we need to replenish. Okay, so we just get the giant room here. Yeah, so I believe every single thing here drops something. Like the shields drop a Knight Shield and the javelins drop a javelin. I don't think the giant sword has anything. I'm trying to remember what's in this other room. Oh, he actually does have a sword. Malbung's. Ooh, okay. Yeah, okay. Yeah, it's been a while since I've gotten that one. Alright, so I believe this goes right into the Colosseum. So we could probably save this after we do the Ulrix's chamber. Because he also has this bit too. A lot of imps. Okay, nothing over here. Yeah, so many good chances of getting a luck potion too. It's definitely a bonus. Ooh, that's a rare one. I think that drops from the bow user. Brilliant. Oh, okay. Yeah, this one increases sub-strength. The sub-weapon strength. Cool. Yeah, I forgot about that one. Because I don't normally get it. Alright, so this goes to Ulrix's chamber. And we also have this room over here to the right. We can probably do now. Gotta take care of everything. Yeah, so I need the Spike Breaker one last time. Yeah, we can also use this in the Ulrix's chamber. Because it also has spikes on the floor and ceiling. Alright, make sure we get the map over here. We are good to go to... Oh, we got a little bit of chapel here to get. So we'll grab that. Trying to move around so I don't get hit. There we go. Alright, so pretty much just straight up. There, we got that side now. spot. Yep. Yeah, it's so weird how it does that, but at least we know what to do. Won't say no to mana prisms. Okay, so we have the Black Panthers in here. They have a chance of dropping the strongest katana in the game, the Masamune. So let's see if we can get lucky enough to get it. It's a pretty low drop, so maybe. It's a pretty small chance. Okay, so I'm gonna go on this side now. Okay, so that. Just watch out for that dude. The Tau War. Alright. A little too early for the bat. Come on, mustn't be dead. Nothing. Alright, time to take on Medusa. This is gonna be a pretty short battle, and she's done. Yeah, once again, very overpowered at this point. Wouldn't like to try to get that. Yeah, see, I got poisoned. Ooh, drop some money. Don't mind if I do. Okay, nothing over there. Grab that. Let's get this middle one here. Alright, so we're pretty much just gonna go up on this side. We'll get this room here first, so we can get the save point. It's been a little while since I saved, so I'll save it. Okay, so he's level 20. Just need 30 more levels. And he'll undergo the change. That was close. Alright, so we pretty much made a giant loop around. In here we find another unique enemy that's only in a certain spot, the Tombstone. These guys have a pretty high defense as well. Even though it doesn't look it because of the Chrysogrim. But they have a... Ooh, we got a katana. Yeah, so another decent drop from them. Which wasn't too bad. I'm trying to think which way to go here, so we can get this last bit. Alright, there we go. Alright, so I will head to... I could probably do the Colosseum next and do Olrox's Chamber. And then finish up the center of the Marble Gallery, and then we can finally take on Dracula. So I will see you in the Colosseum. Hey, welcome back. We're just about to enter the Colosseum. Yeah, this is before we'll find some of the previous bosses. Ooh, nice drop. Yeah, so he drops food, and I think the werewolf also drops something as well. Yeah, so this guy right here also has a drop. He has a chance of dropping a sword. I think it's a soul sword. Okay, so we'll just drop down into the ceiling. And we'll grab this. Fury Plate. Okay, I knew it was somewhere. So this one's kind of an interesting one. I think this one increases attack but lowers defense. No, defense goes up when damage taken. Okay, so the lower HP we have, the higher defense we have then. Oh yeah, and this is a difference now too. Yeah, so we have the Alucard mail that gives us 46. And because we have more than pretty much a map and a half of exploration, the defense of this is 54. There are a couple of other ones that will give us even more. The Dracula Tunic and the God Garb. So, the Guard Garb might take a little bit to get though because of who drops it. Oh, Mournblade, there we go. Nice. Yeah, the God Garb is dropped by the Guardians that we find, and this one feeds upon enemy souls. So, if we actually equip it, if we find, I think this works on candles too. Let's find one here. Yeah. So it's a pretty cool one. If we want to grab a little bit of extra health from something, then we could just use that. Not too bad. So let's put those back on. Oh, okay. Yeah, so we'll finish with the Colosseum here, and then we'll head into the Olrox's chamber. Because we also have the boss here as well. And a couple of other spots. Fly over. Grab a few of these. Yeah, we're also going to counter some of the skulls too. I believe... Yeah, this is where the boss is. No, this is the in-between one. Let's see if we... Oh, Iron Fist. Okay, so that was a werewolf drop. Owned by Karate Master. Not too bad. Yeah, I don't get that one often either. There are quite a few of these I usually don't get. Alright, so... Okay, so right below us is where the boss is. Just gonna do this extra bit over here, then head towards the ceiling. Grab the other save. Let me switch. Just so I don't get hit by him. And Zircon for our troubles. Yeah, so nothing too crazy at this point. The enemies in here aren't really too bad. Just gotta deal with the skulls, and that's pretty much it. Everything else is pretty standard. A buffalo star. Alright, so we got the left side. I suppose we could take on the boss too. So we will do just that. Yeah, and these three are previous characters that we've seen in older castle games. Pretty neat. There we go. Alright, now I just got this left bit. Okay, so you just go straight up. Ram. pretty much ignore these because I don't want to get the sub-weapons. Aquamarine. Alright, so now we can head into Olrox's chamber, because that is Colosseum. Yeah, Colosseum is pretty short and sweet. In the Upside Down Castle. I want to say they do, but yeah, a lot of them I can't remember. Alright, so I'm gonna go down a little bit. And we also got the Ossicle guy here. Alright, so it's not that way. If you remember, there was a breakable wall over here. Over here. This one has a pretty good corridor. Because it has a couple of enemies that drop some cool things. The big guy there drops a dark shield, which is pretty cool. Because if you remember the shield rod, and it giving us like different effects based on the shield it has, the dark shield gives us access to a laser, which is pretty cool. And I believe the skeleton dudes just give us like a ballroom mask, I think. But we could find some of these guys down here. Careful, guy. Yeah, we'll find a few more in here. And I think there's someone that gives us, like, dark armor. Oh, dark armor, yeah, there we go. I was just gonna say. Yeah, I think it was also the big guy. Yeah, so impervious to evil attack. It gives us a little bit of resistance to dark attacks. But that's another pretty uncommon drop. The good one is that dark shield. We also got this sort of Hador. Yeah, so let's see. It's a pretty distinct field. Okay, nothing. I'll try the corridor again. If I don't get it, I don't get it. I can always come back around. Nothing there. Nope. Alright. Yeah, we will move on. I'll grab the teleport here, and I will switch over to the spike breaker because there are a couple of bits of the ceiling in Olrox's chamber that do have spikes. So we can use this to take them out. Alright, so we got the goat. And we can get these here too. Yeah, it's the same ones as before. Oops. Alright. Yeah, right here. These guys are pretty easy to take care of. I don't think they ever hit you either, too. They keep on jumping over you. It's kind of interesting. It's one of the few enemies that, like, don't do anything. Or they do, but you can predict them. Need my clock. Alright, so we got another decent-sized area, and we got the Karasuman guys. Pretty reasonable to take care of. And I think... I want to say they dropped Resist Dark. Yeah. It's nice how I say that. It's like, yeah, I think they dropped something, then they drop it. Which is kind of nice. Yep. Okay, we'll have another chance for these Medusa heads if we can get any more. Would It'd be nice to get a Medusa shield, because we do not get that one often. Grab that. So we're good, a nice kill. Alright, I'll do a couple of these guys and see if we get anything. I'll do one more gold one. Just give me a gold so I can move on. Okay, so no field. Yeah, if I don't have to farm, I won't. Get the Alucard mail. Alright, now we can pretty much just fly straight across. So that we can do the map coverage here. Fly as a bat so we can just move around. Check the map as we go. Okay, so now we can just get this upper bit here. Yeah, so that's pretty much all there is up here. It's just, you know, doing the map. You find standard stuff in the Useless Hearts. And I think there's like one or two of them that has money, maybe. Okay, so that's that. We just got the two spots here. So, let's get the upper one right here so we could clear that corridor and then come back and fight the mummy. So a little bit of acrobatics here. Can I? Oh, I can. Okay, so I can kill him with that kill. I wasn't sure if I could. Oh, so we got these guys. Lion zombies. Yeah, so these guys are... I think they are the only two-phase enemies. No, there's the Vorpal Blade one. Once we, like, take him out for the first time, they split in half, and then they pretty much fly around again. So we kind of have to take him out twice. Alright, let's grab this. Heart refresh. Yeah, and I think they also have a... I think there's a food item that they drop. Okay, so hop on through. Got the map. I'm gonna hop back in. I want to say something else. And I think because of them being like a multi-enemy, they have multiple chances of dropping it, which is pretty useful. Let's see if we can actually... Shrieking. Yeah, I'm pretty sure they have food. But... yeah, if I don't get it, I don't get it. You can always check the enemy list to see. Because I think once we kill enough of them, how it sets up the info on the enemy list, it actually updates it so it shows, even if we didn't get the drop, it'll show the drop. Okay, so we'll get this side first. Wait for this guy. And there we go. We got all of the bosses so far. Now we pretty much just have to link up the center, and then we can take on Dracula one final time. But there is going to be a little bit of a difference here. Once we get into the Dracula fight, you'll see. Because of how the map is collected. In order to get that central piece, we have to use a library card during that fight. Don't worry, it doesn't alter the fight anyway. We could just head back in if we teleport out. We just have to go back there again. And I think you probably do the same thing in a shaft fight too, maybe. I believe so. Alright, so that is it for Olrox's chamber. It's linked up with the chapel here. And I will head towards where we left the Colosseum, so see you there. Alright, so we are pretty much back. Oh, there we go, got the stone mask. The dark. Oh, another stone mask. I'm getting all the drops. Yeah, so way back, we had actually picked this up in, I believe it was the library. So if we didn't get it back then, we could actually get it from the dancers there. And it's funny how we got the dark armor. Yeah, I guess the shield is a lower percentage, which is fine. It's a pretty fun shield to get. Just gotta watch out for that sword, because it can actually hit us. Speaking of swords, let's see... 27, okay. Yeah, so he still has a ways to go to get to level 50. Alright, so we made it to the clock room here. We are going to unlock this, but we're not going to do it yet because we still have a little bit of a map left to do. And since we have our clock sub-weapon, we can open up this left side here. Just gotta wait for this to cycle through. Alright, there we go. Oh, is it not gonna open? There we go. I guess I had to wait. Alright, resist fire and thunder, holy and dark. And then we'll go to the center point here. Grab these. Yeah, so if you noticed, I actually did a kick. We get access to that. I probably could have told you this. When we get the leaping stone, which is pretty cool because it also damages enemies. So how you do it, when you get the leaping stone, if you jump up high enough and then press down to jump again, you actually do a plunge with your feet. And you could hit different objects like those down there, candles, and you can also damage enemies as well. Alright, so let's complete this side first. I'm going to actually ignore these dudes, so I don't feel like fighting them just yet. So I will ignore them. Okay, so we are linked up on this side. Get some hearts back. Okay, so we're good to go. Yeah, it would have been nice if we got a stone sword, but yeah, that's alright. Alright, so I'm just gonna ignore. We do have to go pretty high up because they have a pretty large attack. And same thing with this side. Careful. Yeah, so those guys drop the God Guard. Alright, so now we just gotta finish up over here. Just gotta watch out for the floor. Just gotta be really careful. Nice. As I'm hitting everything. Alright, just a little bit. Alright, and that is pretty much the rest of the map. I believe I have all of the secret rooms. Just gonna glance at the map here. If you're wondering, we could get every room in the Upside Down Castle is the same. Except for the underwater bit. If you look to the upper left a bit, not near the catacombs, but where we found the oarsmen for the second time, in the Upside Down Castle there are actually a couple of extra spots that weren't in the regular castle that we can get in this one. That is the only difference between the two castles. All of the secret rooms and whatnot are the same. So the last bit we have is the centerpiece here. So since we are pretty much done for now, we can take out a few of these guys. Hopefully we can get some drops. And since we're on the offensive, they'll actually go on the defensive. That would be pretty helpful. And they're going to give us quite a bit of experience too. So I'm at level 48. They're level 50. So we'll see what I'm at. So 8867. Yeah, so 42. So they give us 4,000 experience right now. So they are definitely worth it to farm. They do give us less and less when we go past level 50. So definitely a good enemy to farm once we get to this point. Oh, Hunted Sword. There we go. Got that one again. Yeah, so they have two drops. The Guard Garb, which is one of the best armors in the game, and a Great Sword of Owlbeck, I believe, which is one of the stronger great swords that we can get. Just grab this stuff over here. Alright, so what level I'm at? Level 49. We could do another cycle of them. Because we'll get level 50 from this one. See if we'll drop them. Nothing. Yeah, it's a pretty rare drop. Both of them are somewhat rare. Gotta be careful. Oh, something. Gold plate. I don't know if something else dropped. Let me double check. No, nothing from there. Hunter Sword. Okay, so I had only gotten a gold plate from the other guy. Okay. And actually, let me try this. Let me equip 2 of these. Let's see if... I want to at least get some of these drops. Let me get it. Not going to do as much damage, but he'll be in the defense, which is what we want. Nothing. Yeah, so if they drop a heart, they won't give us anything. Anything at all. It's money. See if this guy will give us anything. No. Alright, so I will wait for that. Just go find the Barda rings. Alright, and we can take on Shaft here, but not Dracula, because we gotta get this center piece here. Now, the interesting thing with this, we can't exactly fly over the hole here. Once we do, we actually get pulled into that room. So, if I were to fly over here, like as a bat, it actually just pulls me right into that room. So I will actually show you. I'll go on this side so I can get the map here. So we'll just hop over here. Yeah, so we got everything except for the center point. And then it'll just automatically turn us. Yeah. Alright, so let's take on this guy. And you can, I think you can actually do this here too. Use the library card. Pretty much any point when we can teleport in here. I'll get in here that we can use it. So, pretty much skip this because we can come back. So once we have access to our menu, we'll actually switch to it. Just gotta wait. Okay. And we don't need the spike breaker anymore, so we'll get this. Kind of nice we have two of them. And wherever the library card is, there we go. And we are out. And despair. So that is every single room, and it shows with the 2040-60. Now, there is a way to glitch out of the map and get like extra rooms, but I don't know how to do that, so I'm not going to be showcasing that. Apparently it's quite difficult. I think the way to do it is to kind of glitch into the floor with the dog. I think that's one of the ways you can do that.
How about this?
But I'm not... I've never tried it, and I've never really had a need to do it, so I'm sure there are tutorials to do that. Okay, so 190,000. That's pretty good.
How about this?
So why don't we take a look at the enemy list since we're here? Yeah, so we were able to get some of the extra ones here. One of them was a stone skull. Alright, so let's see. Let's see what they have. So $100. I'm pretty sure they give us a cloth tunic. Okay, so we got everything from them. Nothing from the dog. Monster Vial, 3 from him. The merman. We could probably fight a few of those and see if they drop anything. Anything else? Because I think it's the same with them. I want to say it's some type of food item. Okay, so the Axe Knights. The axe that shows up right there, that is actually the axe sub-weapon, which is kind of cool. Leather shield from them. Cloth tunic from them. Grapes, yeah, strawberry. Barley tea. Okay, so they have something else. Boomerang. I think that one also gives us a monster vial as well. Okay, smart potion. Yeah, so there are a few different ones. Yeah, so I know this one. The Flame Man also drops cheese. And the Bone Musket dudes, they drop the Talisman. Another one of those rare drops. I'm not sure what he drops. They drop the Medusa Shield. That's what the question marks are. I'm not sure what that one drops. Probably something food related. Yeah, so here's another example. We could get the axe sub-weapon from them. Pentagram, and I think we can also get the bat pentagram from them. It's one of the bomb-type weapons. I believe we could get the bow thrown weapon from them. Nothing from them. Not sure what else we could get from them. Maybe dynamite. It kind of makes sense. Felt hat. Maybe a javelin from these guys. Yeah, some of these other ones, I'm not really sure. We would have to fight them some more. Okay, so blue knuckles, and I know these guys also drop pizza. And I think these frogs as well. They also drop pizza. Yeah, so we got the ice mail a couple of times, and they also drop ice cream. Scimitar 2000. Okay, so turkey. I still think they drop chicken. But I might be wrong. Bronzewort anti-venom. Holy sword. Cutlass and metal werebane. Yeah, so we got the Mudman, so we're pretty much good to go. Let me double check the list here, see if we are missing anybody. As far as I know, we have everybody. The only one that probably shouldn't show up, oh, we got 2 of them, is Dracula at the end. I think we have to attack him, and then somebody else. We're missing somebody. Let's head back up here and check the items. We were about here. High potion. Nothing from the slimes. We got the slimes. Yeah, Ring of Varda. Like I said before, the only way we could get this ring is in the New Game Plus mode. We can't get it normally, even though it's supposed to drop. For some reason, there's something wrong with the coding of it, so that in a fresh new game, we get turquoises instead. So that's pretty much a telltale sign. The only way we can get the Ring of Varda is from having game clear data and then playing in the New Game Plus. Alright, Strength Potion of Garnet. I think he drops tea. The barley tea. Apple. Resist fire. S-Stock. Monster Vial 3. Gold Circlet. Yeah, and I think the other one that she drops is a circlet. Another headpiece. Sirloin Firebrand, we've got those. Resist Ice and Ice Brand. Flameberg. I'm not sure what else he drops. Okay, so this was that lesser demon that's a boss early on. We got the Obsidian Sword, and the other weapon that he has is a dagger. It's a Holbein dagger. Another one of those short daggers that we can get. It's actually pretty decent, but it has a interesting animation. You actually attack up a little bit, but it's a very small hitbox. Combat knife from him, hammer from him, hunter sword and gold plate. Chakram, and the other thing that we could get from him is the jewel swords, which we saw in the first playthrough. Lightning mail from him. Coral circlets. Okay. Okay, so the other one actually has something else then. Gauntlet, and I think it's a medal that we can get, or it might be something else. It's a fist weapon from one of these. Luncheon and Mojo Mail, we got those. Monster Vial 3. TNT and Dynamite. Shuriken, and I'm pretty sure we get a food item from them. Shuriken Flamestar. Luck Potion, and the other thing that we could get from them is the Mystic Pendant, which increases MP regeneration, which is really good. Okay, so we could get a heart refresh from them, and I think we could get that bow thrown weapon. Iron Fist and Yasetsuno, we got that one. Karma Coin. Okay, so we got those. Meal Ticket, and the one that, the other one we get from that one is the Masamune, which is a pretty rare drop. Sirloin, Magic Missile, and Brilliant Mail. Yeah, so we got the Brilliant Mail, the one that has that little halo, and that Magic Missile is that bow thrown weapon. Okay, so turquoise from him, and he has something else. Okay. Everything in the sword. Okay. We we got the Malbong sword. That was that gray one. I'm trying to remember what that girl thing is. Jewel Knuckles Platinum Mail. Yeah, we got that. Stone Mask. Yeah, sushi and green tea. Hammer, and the other one that we could get from that is Stone Sword. It has a chance of, I think, petrifying enemies, but I've never seen it happen. We would have to get it and find out. Neutron Bomb and Naglamir, we got that. File Shield. And I'm trying to remember what he also... I think he has one of the fire swords. Yeah, Dark Shield and Dark Armor. The Dark Shield is the better one. Nothing from the Doppelganger, the creature Zweehander, and whatever else she has. Luck Potion Kingstone, we got that. Okay, so Wizard Hat, and I think she also has a circlet too, maybe. I'm pretty sure it's a headpiece. So we got the Morn Blade. Covenant Stone. I'm not familiar with that one. Necklace of Jay. She might have something else as well. So the one we're missing is number 141. Okay, so Heart Brooch, and I'm pretty sure that's the one that has... It's either the Vorpal Blade, or there's another sword that we can get. That's pretty decent. Yeah, so this is that boss. At level 50, he gives us 10,000 each experience. Yeah, it's a great sword, and then we get the God Garb from him. And number 147 is Dracula. So the one I'm missing is... number 141. So whoever that is. So that one is probably... I'm not sure. I would probably have to check. Because I could probably hang out near the beginning of the map and find out. So, since it's going to be a while until I actually farm for money, we could probably buy some of the stuff that we haven't gotten yet. Just so that we have it. So let's get the Saber, Mace, Damascus Sword. I think the guy on the stairs gives us that.
Thank you.
And I think there's someone else that gives us a Thunder Ring as well.
Thank you.
So we got armor.
Thank you.
Iron shield, hat, leather hat, circlet.
Thank you.
Crown.
Thank you.
Steel cuirass.
Thank you.
Diamond plate, first cloak, elven cloak, Joseph's cloak.
Thank you.
Pails.
Thank you.
And we don't need those. Alright, so let's double check. It was it the Spear Guard? No, I think it's a different one. Frozen Shade, Ectoplasm. Trying to remember which one it was. It's not the Blade Mount. It's the one that's in... Yeah, I can't remember which one it was. It's the one that's on the stairs. See if I can find it real quick. Yeah, it's this guy. I'm pretty sure he gives us the Damascus, because we can actually get it from him, but it's a somewhat rare drop. Yeah, so number 141. That is the one we're missing. So, let's see. Yeah, so the Covenant Stone we don't have. Yeah, so we did get a few of these. Yeah, so some of these, even though they cost a little bit, they are decent enough when it comes to defense. But some of the ones that we can find later on, like the Fury Plate or the Mojo Mail, you know, stuff like that. They're definitely better than some of the ones that we can buy. So it's usually best to, you know, just save your money, because we can usually find stuff that's better than that. All right, so let's resort there. Yeah, it would be cool if we could sell some other stuff too, but we can't. Alright, so we've pretty much got every area here. Yeah, so we have every room so far. I think the next thing we could do is find out what number 141 is. Not entirely sure, so I think I would have to actually check. Yeah, I think I would probably have to check. Either if this, I'm pretty sure this might have like a fandom website. Because I don't have the strategy guide for this, so I can't remember off the top of my head who it would be. But in the meantime, we have leveled up quite a bit since the last time we've done this, so why don't we take a look and see if we can actually get the Dracula tunic. So the only thing we really need is MP. So we could probably equip one of these. We'd only gotten the one, but that's fine. Because we have more than enough MP. Yeah, we're sitting at 229. So let's see if we can actually get it. Okay. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 17. Whoops. I don't know if it's consecutive. We'll find out if I keep on messing it up. Keep on messing it up. Pressing it fast enough. Find out eventually. And it's only to do this. We can't have them. There we go. Okay, so the reason why this one is so great, it's because it has some really good stats to it. Because it increases everything. Strength, constitution, intelligence, luck, attack, and defense. So definitely a must-have. So, we got Dracula tunic. And I'm pretty sure that was all of it. So I could also check on the, I could probably check game facts. So that usually has quite a few different strategy guides. So I could check that for monster number 141 and then the Master Librarian item drop list. I'm sure it probably has like a name for it, but I don't know what it is. So, for now, I think this would be a good time to take a break because this is going to be a 100%. So I would like to get all of the drops and enemies and whatnot. So I'm going to take a break here and see what I could find in the strategy guides. I'll look those up. So let's find a save point. If we can get up here. sure it's... yeah, this next one. Yeah, so we'll break here. I'll double check with what everything is, and I will see you then. Hey, welcome back. So I have been doing a little bit of farming. I've been trying to find like different ways of getting money, whether it's like getting like rare drops, money drops, sellable rings. Couple of spots are okay, but some of the other ones aren't as much. So, and I also have gotten a couple of items as well. So we'll take a quick look at what I've done so far. Currently sitting at 159,000 out of 500,000, so it has been taking a little bit. I got the sword up to level 50, and I was able to unlock him as a weapon, which is a sword familiar. It does have a button combination that you could do, but for some reason it's a little tricky for me to do, so I think I need to practice on that more. So for now, level-wise, when it comes to the familiars, I was just going to level them up. So I switched over to the bat, and I am currently leveling that one up. So I currently have a Muramasa. I had picked that up from the Scarecrow enemy that we find in the reverse library. This one is actually a pretty interesting one. If you noticed, when I hit the guy up here, I actually healed. This weapon is interesting because the more we actually do this, healing from a lot of enemies like that, this sword actually gets stronger. This one started out at like 38, and the more we do this, it gets stronger and stronger, and I believe there is a farming trick that you could do with a lot of patience. Get it up to like 999 attack, but that takes a long time. I was able to get a Flameberg from the flying Flameberg enemies. I was able to get a Fist of Tulkas from the lion dude that we found in the reverse library. I was able to get a Medusa shield from one of the green Medusas. I checked out the info on those, and it turns out they both drop a shield if there's a chance. And let's see, what else? Oh, the bird that is in the upside down beginning of the castle. This is the weapon that he drops. This one is another interesting one because it moves out in front of you. Pretty interesting weapon. It's not too bad. It did take a little while to get. So, alright, so let me just equip this one here. Alright, what else? I was able to get a fire shield from that fire dude that we found in the reverse alchemy lab, which is pretty decent. Still wasn't able to get a dark shield, but that one is also somewhat hard to get as well. I did get a bunch of Namakuras from the skeletons in the Colosseum because I was trying to do a little bit of a farming for the weapon. Not the weapon. They have a chance of dropping $400, so that's why I had the Ring of Arcanas on. So that's why I have a lot of those. This is a sword familiar. Let's see. Haven't really gotten too much else. Oh, the Holbein Dagger. I was able to get this from the Lesser Demons. Yeah, I had gotten a couple of these. So this one's kind of an interesting one because it actually does... It's pretty up close. So you gotta be close to the enemies. But you can move, which is also pretty nice. Yeah, which is pretty decent. So some of the weapons are they're okay. Some of the other ones are, they could be better, but they're really not. So, I was just thinking, there was another one I wanted to try and get. Sorry. I think it's a weapon that we can get from the invisible dude where we got that, whatever it was called. I just saw it. The Morn Blade. I think he has another one. I think it's called the Gur thing. Not sure what it is. If I have gotten it before, I can't remember. Oh, I also picked up a gold circlet from the... it was the Flying Witches that I was talking about earlier, that they drop a crown. And a couple of other ones. Let's see. I think that was it. Got some heart brooches from the birds as well. They dropped those. Also got, I think, a talisman or two from the skeleton musket dudes. And I had also found the enemy that drops the lapis lazuli. It is the bouncing dragon that we could find, the one that's being in control of the flea man. So, I believe the next one I want to try and get is that invisible sword. So there are a couple of spots we can go. But I need to do a teleport here. Oh, and there was another thing too. I think it was, what, 140 or 141, the enemy that was missing. That was Richter. That's the enemy that we're missing. So, in order to have enemies or bosses show up in our enemy list, we actually have to hit them, and then they'll appear. I need the lion. Yeah, and because I didn't hit Richter, he did not show up in this. So, it just gives him the generic enemy stats. Which is fine. I didn't really need it anyway, because he doesn't have any drops. He's just a boss. So. And that is the only time we can find him, too. So, because of that, we would have to reset and fight him again. But since we're not going to be doing that, we could pretty much skip it. But that is the other enemy that is missing from the enemy list. And the one that was at the bottom is Dracula. So if I were to hit Dracula once and then teleport out using a library card, we can actually get him to show up in the enemy list. So. Yeah, and that's how we were able to see Shafted there as well, because of that. Yeah. But because we had left just after fighting Shaft, and then at the start of the Dracula fight, that's why we only saw Shaft and not Dracula. Okay, so there are a couple of places that we could find this guy, but the best spot for him is in the Colosseum. We can find him in the room leading to that, but we need to have... We could find, I think it was like 3 of them in that room. So we're going to go to the teleport room here. Then we're going to head over to the reverse all rocks chambers, because we can also try and get the Dark Shield. So that's another pretty handy one to use with the shield rod. And we could try those out. Yeah, some of the shields definitely have a really good use. That one is one of them, because it shoots off a laser. And I can show off those later. So hopefully we can get a shield from that guy. Yeah. He also has a chance of dropping the, but we don't need that. Dark Shield. Sweet. There we go. That was a pretty reasonable drop. Alright, so let's take a look at the different shields that we have, because there are some that I actually did not show. So the first one, Leather Shield. This one... Let's get rid of them. This one is... with shift brings up the count. And we get a defense up. Alright, so the next one, Axe Lord Shield. What does this one do? Oh, okay. And creates an axe dude, and then he just runs off. Alright, Night Shield. Maybe Intelligence. Offense, okay, that's not bad. And these, I think they only increase your stats up by like a little bit. This is the a la carte shield. It gives you like bonus to many different things, I guess, but I'm not sure because it doesn't really show up here. Shaman Shield. What does this do? Okay, it's kind of like a shield. Intelligence. Okay, that's not bad. Oh, wow, that's a pretty good bonus. Yeah, intelligence went up by 20 points. Okay, so I'd imagine some of the stats ones, they increase your stats by like 20 points. Okay, the Herald. Protection from fire and thunder. Okay, not bad. The Goddess Shield. Protect from dark. Okay. Iron Shield. Oh, it does the sword thing. Yeah, I remember that. Okay, the a la carte does nothing, because it's a fake. And the Fire Shield, which I think does a Fire Blast. Yeah. So it does look away the fire. And also have the Medusa Shield. Which does like a laser thing. Yeah, by the way, if you didn't know this, these also cost MP, by the way, too, so you do have to keep that in mind. Use an MP Prism here, and then we'll equip the Dark Shield. But yeah, this is a Dark Shield. Shoots off a laser. Oh, I thought it did the laser. Okay, my mistake. Okay, let's try these. Okay, it turns our fist blue. Yeah, so some of them aren't too bad. Do find some pretty unique ones. I think one of the more unique ones is the Muramasa. If you get hit by blood, it actually gets stronger, which is pretty cool. It just takes a while to do. So. Alright, so we got that. Let's see if we can get this guy to drop his other item here. Can find him here, so we might as well try it. Just get this map. Okay, so we can go okay, so nothing there. I think up here. Yeah, he has 2 drops. I don't remember what the other one is. So, the invisible dudes we'll actually find down here, where we found the breakable ceiling. Covenant Stone. Oh, was I thinking of somebody else then? I think we had already gotten this. No, it's a accessory. Gemstone buckle, strength plus 50. Oh, okay. Oh, then what's the point then? Wow, we have a lot of attack ones. Because we have the metal that has attack +1, gauntlets +5, strength +10, strength +15. Yeah, I thought they had something else. Oh, we're gonna have to double check then. It's also possible that we had, I was looking at the wrong wiki. Some of it's from, like, the PlayStation version. So we could double check here. Because there were a few changes for the versions. Okay, let's see what
Young Master Alucard.
How about this?
Yeah, so this is Richter. Alright, so Guardian, we didn't get the God Garb from him, so we can definitely do that. We got the Ozrin Sword and Heart Brooch. Frozen Half, I want to say it's some type of food item. The Zoggle, okay, so Covenant Stone, one plate. Who has the, it's somebody. It's alright, we'll find it. Kingstone, one potion, nothing. Sweet Hander. Nothing for the Doppelganger. Dark Shield and Dark Armor for Malachi. Fire Shield, and I'm pretty sure he has a Fire Sword. So we definitely try that one. Hammer and Stone Sword. Buffalo Star and Stone Mast. Jewel Knuckles Mail, we got those. Oh, Spectral Sword. Okay, that's where Girthing is. Okay, so we could try the sword. And that is at the Reverse Chapel. I know where that is. Yeah, so we'll head back. Alright, so I will travel to the Reverse Chapel, and I will see you there. Okay, so I made it back to this point. I did want to actually try and get some of these side drops here too. Mostly the Panther, because I would like to get the Moss Moon, because that one's a pretty good drop. And I'm pretty sure the Tombstone has something as well. I think we did get his drop. I'd love to see what else it has. And since we just left the librarian, I don't feel like going all the way back either, so hopefully we can actually see. Nothing yet. At least we're good on heart. I'll do one more cycle through, then we can continue. Nope, nothing. I'll have to remember to check the list later. Okay, so we got a few different spots we can get these guys from. I think it's just the one Panther. Yeah. Hey, this one also has at least one. It has two. That's two. We could double back and do this one for a little bit. Masamune! Nice! That was a really good one. Yeah, so without doing the special stuff with the Muramasa, this one is definitely one of the best ones that we could find. It's just a little hard to get because of who drops it. And it should be right here, shouldn't it? Oh, here we go. Yeah, Masamune. Yeah, it's a pretty cool one. And it does pretty good damage at this point too, so. Let's go wait, yeah. Yeah, it's not too bad. That was a pretty good good pickup. Let's do that so we can also get the there. Yeah, so without doing the Muramasa trick, the Masamune is one of the strongest katanas that we could find. There are a bunch of other ones. That one I believe is the hardest one to get because of its drop rate. Let's see if we can get another one. That's okay. Alright, and one more. Okay, so nothing. Yeah, it's good we got one. At least one. Yeah, so now we gotta deal with everything that's in here. Which is alright. Just ignore everything. Alright, so we pretty much got everything these guys have. Speaking of disrupted. Oh, just in case actually, I won't grab those. Luck potions are pretty good to go. Alright, so let's double check. We need, okay, the room to the right. This is what we need. Because the spectral sword spawns here. Okay, so he should drop it. There was also something I saw too. This guy is a really good farming spot for experience at a certain point because I guess his experience stays the same. If you wanted to farm for experience to get to level 99, it's really tricky because we get less and less the higher level we get. It's good to do the Guardian up to like level 65 and then we switch over to this guy for the rest of it because we can essentially just come in, hit him with a bomb, and then leave, and then do the same over again. But the trick is, it's easier once we get the Duplicator, and we don't have that because we don't have the one. So, yeah, because pretty much set it off, walk out, set it off, just do that over and over again. And it's pretty easy with this guy because he actually doesn't have a lot of health. His base experience stats like 400, which is pretty reasonable. So. And I'm not seeing any drops. Yeah, compared to some of the other enemies. Actually, we could double check it here. So 1548. 1543. Okay, so maybe not 400. I wonder if they fixed it in this version. It might be a different one. It's definitely possible. Nothing yet. Yeah, pretty much everything there has its own stats and whatnot. Not having any luck that I'm seeing. I'm pretty much picking everything. Picking up everything else. I just can't remember what the good thing is. I want to say it's a sword. Got a little bit of money. Alright, I kind of want to keep that for the item. Could probably try the lapis lazuli. Increase our luck and see if we can get it too. Because the Ring of Arcana is usually pretty good for getting everything that's rare. These are also pretty good because it just increases our base luck anyway, because it's essentially the same thing. I think having the Ring of Arcanas gives us like a better chance of getting rare items. Maybe a better chance of getting money. Maybe. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything drop. Probably switch over to this and then let's use some luck potions. That's why we have them. Just gotta find it. There we go. Yeah, we got plenty of those. Plenty of luck potions. Yeah, so now our luck is plus 30. Could do the a la carte setup. But I also want to tick this guy up. Getting some money. Just a little bit of money here and there. Get plenty of shields, too bad I can't sell them. Yeah, it would be cool if we could sell equipment. It's only those rings that we can sell. Because some of these weapons, we can unintentionally farm quite a bit. Ooh, there it is. That's the Gur thing. Yeah, I knew it when I saw it. Gets stronger when bloodied? What? Oh, I wonder if it's similar to the Muramasa. I wonder. I'm not really sure. Alright, so next up, we could probably try for... Ha! We got another one. Nice. Alright, that works. We could try for the guy that climbs on the stairs here. I think he has a couple of things we can get. Stock of luck potions. Get that guy before he hurts us. Nice. Yeah, this guy. I think he has something. There's another bat. Yeah, so I got up to level 20 with a relic there, you could tell. Yeah, 32. Yeah, so at level 20 we could get a second bat. Alright. Not seeing it. He's not dropping anything. Would be cool if he did. Good shot. And just some money. Ooh, a lot of imps. Thank you. A heart refresh, okay. Does he have anything else? So many luck potions. Alright, alright. Yeah, it's so goofy how that happens. You're pretty much stuck in that position, spamming attack. You can get out of it by spamming buttons, I guess. It's just more of an annoyance. I guess I missed that one. I was gonna say, there's no way these guys are respawning, are they? Okay. Alright, so... got the heart refresh from that. I'm pretty sure he has something else. It might be a magic missile that I'm thinking of, that he drops. Well, we can also get it from the bow dudes. Yeah, these were the witches I was talking about. These drop the gold circlet, which heals you for holy damage if you get hit by holy. Don't mind if I do. Just gotta watch out for everything here. There we go. Come on. Don't mind if I do. Yeah, really good for luck potions. Okay, just a little bit. Just money. See if I can get it to drop it. Nope. Alright, so we're gonna take this one. Yeah, so we already got the drops from this one here. So we can pretty much just head down over here. Alright, let's see. So we'll get... luck potions. Wow, now up to 36. Nice. Okay, so I don't think it's a firebrand, it's like a stronger version of that. Because the firebrand we could get from the fire dude, where we fought the chakram guy. I think they call it Losas. This guy has a fire sword. I'm pretty sure it's like a stronger version of that. It's another one of those somewhat uncommon drops though. And it seems like the background for this guy is Marcel. Yeah, I think the background for this guy is like, weird, because he's supposed to, his shadow is supposed to remain, and we're supposed to see like flames inside that shadow. But I guess there's like an issue with it. Yeah, it's like disappearing. Alright, so I got Marcel. Yeah, pretty decent. Okay. Do have a few other ones to get. Yeah, and with this playthrough, I am not going to max the Marmos out. That takes way too long. I never knew about it, because I thought it was just one of those goofy weapons. But yeah, it turns out if you fight those zombies that like spill a lot of blood, if you collect that blood, you can actually gradually increase the attack on it. It just takes a little while. I just realized that some of these are actually reducing the defense by quite a bit. Yasutsuna reduces it by like 15 points. Or 20 points, and this one just lowers it. Huh, that's odd. Yeah, I think for the most part that's pretty much it. Just go through the list of other items that we could find. But yeah, I will head back over to the library, and actually I don't need to cut that. I can just do it here. There. I would like to find a decent money-making method, though. I don't want to cheat. I don't want to use any glitches. There is one that you could use the sword familiar with, but for some reason I couldn't get that to work. So, I'll pretty much just ignore that. So, I'll probably have to find a way to find a bunch of enemies that spawn in, and probably do the jewel sword method. Which isn't too bad. It'll take a little while. Because I could probably do luck potions as well, because I'm pretty sure those are usually item based. And then this I could probably do a Ring of Varda for the attack, and then up the luck a bit. So I should be okay with that.
Young Master Alucard, how
about this?
Okay, so we have the Guardian. I think I could save him for last, because we don't really need the God Garb. Frozen Half will have to travel into the catacombs. Wait, isn't Dakota catacombs? Yeah, reverse catacombs. Okay, let's pretty much just go through. Some of these they don't have a drop. Zombies, I think they have the cloth tunic, so you could probably find them. Merman, what do they have? We do have a few in the beginning of the map, so yeah, why don't we do that next? Zombies and mermen, because I know where they are. Oh wait, I think the mermen actually drop a zircon. I think that's what they drop. Yeah, so let's go take a look. Get some HP back. Meantime, we'll see if we can get some rings here. Yeah, because I would like to end off with getting the duplicator. It just takes a while because $500,000 is quite a bit. Probably just attack everything with the dual sword. As long as the bat doesn't kill it. Alright, what level is that? 34. Yeah, so I think we can have up to 4 bats, and I think that would be like about level 60. So by the time I get that, I can probably switch over to the other ones. As far as I know, there aren't any other changes. It's only the sword dude that changes to level 50, and the bats that change like every 20 levels to level 60. And that's it. All the other ones don't change at all. It's just a level thing. Alright, so I need the horse. So we gotta travel where the zombies are. We need to also fight some of the mermen too, because I'm pretty sure that's what they drop, is the zircon. Zircon. Yeah, I thought it was kind of funny too, because I was checking out the wiki for this, and I guess a lot of people were struggling with finding the final room, because if you look at the save, it does say 200.6. I guess a lot of people miss this room that's like right up here, which is kind of funny, because every time I play this game, this is like one of the first rooms I check out. But hey, that's alright. It's out of the way. And I kind of already known about it for the longest time too, so. Should probably wait. Let me equip the Chrysogrim here. Okay, where is the Chrysogrim? There it is. See if I can get them to drop the cloth. Alright, I think I gotta change this again. A lot of back and forth with this. Yeah, there we go, cloth through. Okay, so we also have the mermen, which are down here. Pop up. Should probably get that too. Oh, I thought it was that one. There's one of those drop one in. There we go. There's one. Yeah, these guys are somewhat good for Zircon, but it's not really worth it. Because they do constantly spawn. Which I think about it is actually pretty good for experience. Yeah, it would be. But we would have to fight a lot of them. Yeah, we're getting like 1 experience. That is not a lot. It adds up, sure. Okay, so we got the Zircon. Okay, let's switch over to the Jewel Sword. And sorry for the switch back. Let's see. Probably do a Lapis so we can increase some luck. Then again, I could probably increase it some more, because I don't really need to hit these guys hard, because they're pretty weak. Hopefully we can get some rings here. There's one. Now I'm assuming it's luck-based too, so I can probably change it here and there. And see which setup works best. bat keeps on killing them. I don't need them to do that. There we go. Okay, a couple of zircons. Yeah, definitely fun. Yeah, this is pretty much where it becomes tedious because, yeah, I'm not getting any. Okay, so it's probably not the Arcana that's helping me. It's probably the Lapis. It would be cool if we found an accessory that increases the drop rate of rings. With it. This is working a little bit better. And when I was on the wiki for this, where people are asking, it's like, yeah, where's the last room? I think I was also looking on the game guide as well. I believe there was a list of what enemies can drop ring-wise when using the Dream Sword. I'm pretty sure that they could drop all of them, including the Onyx and Diamond. It's been a long time since I've seen the Diamond drop, so I'm kind of questioning on whether I actually did see it. But I still believe it is possible to get a Diamond drop from the zombies, albeit being like extremely rare. So I could definitely try it. Hopefully I could get it to happen, because that would disprove what I've seen, because I guess a lot of people said it's not possible. But it's also possible that the drop rate for it is like extremely low. It would have to be like several hundred zombies, maybe more. So set up a luckiest more. Yeah, it would be cool if I could get a diamond ring. Because they sell for 20,000 apiece. Take that. So yeah, definitely worth it. Yeah, so I'm not sure if I'm misremembering. So I'm pretty much at the... I'm pretty sure that you can get a diamond from these zombies. But it's like really rare. And just to show you, I do not have one. These are the only ones I have. Let me move this. This stuff keeps on moving around because I keep on changing stuff. Yeah, so the zircons are the easiest ones to get, and then aquamarine, then turquoise. Yeah, so we should at least get some of these. I would like to see it again. Because I am pretty sure it is possible. It's like a... It could be like a 1 in 10,000 chance or something like that. I don't know. It's also possible it could be like a version difference too, because I don't remember seeing it in this version. I think it was the PlayStation version that's where I saw it. Because this is what I had done for money. I was fighting these zombies for sellable rings. A little bit slower than the other ones, but somewhat consistent money maker. Just need a lot of patience with it. That's pretty much it. Yeah, so we will know if it drops or not, because the diamond ring, it's a white ring that has white sparkles next to it. So let me this one. Zombie name pops up. We already know what they are. So we could also see the floor too. It's different. So now it would be cool if we got some floor. Yeah, if you're watching this, I hope you enjoy the Castlevania ASMR of killing zombies. That's pretty much what this is. Can I also shut off? That'd be cool if I could. Shut off item names. I don't know, it seems like it's average, but... just not getting a lot. Yeah, and this is a big reason why this is such a good spot for this, because these guys constantly respawn. They have like 1 HP or something like that. The downside though is that it's really tedious and it just takes a while. Come on, Diamond. That would be cool. Yeah, I'm kind of curious. I wonder if anybody had ever data mined this version of the game. This is the PlayStation 4 version, by the way. If anybody had ever data mined the monster drop tables and looked up like the Jewel Sword and see if there is a chance for it and what it is. Because I also could be wrong too. That's definitely possible. Just to see what the drop tables for the jewels are. So I know people have made like some tables for it, but I don't think it's based on data mining. It's only based on. It's alright. I got the Zircon after fighting 5 zombies, so it's like a 1 in 5 drop. That's what it is. So I don't know. It's somewhat accurate, but you could also see how it wouldn't be accurate, because it's only taken into effect a person-specific like instance of fighting the zombies. Come on. Yeah, and I think I could say the same about the Onyx too. It seems like it also doesn't drop. Yeah, it's mostly been the Zircon, Aquamarine, and Turquoise. You could probably try some stronger enemies though too. Trying to think of different enemy spots. I have like a lot of enemies that are very consistent with spawning. I'm not sure, that's pretty much it. And I also don't feel like being in this place for like $500,000 worth of rooms either. This would probably take a couple days. 45 4, 12, 4. Could probably try some of the other enemies. Yeah, could just attack everybody. Yeah, back to back for these guys. All three of them dropped a rank. Huh. This was not consistent. And the downside with this spot is that I have to go up and down these stairs. So, we also have this spot in here. These fire dudes are a pretty consistent spawn. They also have a chance of dropping... it's either the blue bags, which is 250, or the green ones, which are 400. I think. So we could definitely try these guys. And this also is a money bag as well. 250. But the thing is, these guys tend to move around a little bit too, so... Another decent spot for ring farming. Not too bad. With these, you kind of have to move around a little bit if you want to like line them up. And that's really the only thing with these guys. Would be cool if I could get them to drop their stuff, so let's try... Oh, we could try the a la carte setup. Yeah, let's try that. A la carte. And then theirs is... I think it's a drop, so let's do that. Give us a little bit of luck. And then shield. Okay. Yeah, so hopefully we can get some money bags here. Would be cool. Okay, come on. It's also possible it's not a drop either, so I could definitely switch. Yeah, 99 plus 99. Should be getting something. Yeah, it's not dropping anything. That is odd. You would think they would drop something right now. Yeah, I guess this isn't really a consistent spot. That's kind of too bad, isn't it? Yeah, because I have the a la carte set up, I have double Lazuli set up, and I just used a potion. Yeah. That's too bad that's not working. Because it would be cool at a certain point if you could do like every drop, that would be cool. But, yeah, this one... Yeah, I guess I was wrong. This one's like really inconsistent. Yeah, nothing. A couple of bags, but that's about it. Yeah, that was really disappointing. I might have to double check and see what other people do. Because there's also, there was a spot in the Coliseum that I was hanging out at for a little bit because these skeleton dudes have a chance of dropping $400, which is pretty good, and it's in the regular Coliseum too. So I can do that. Let me get a save in here, then we can do that next. Yeah, so with these guys, the issues of having so much junk. Probably the Ring of Arcana. I think that was my best setup. Yeah. I need the goat one. So we gotta head over to the Coliseum. There is another run where you could try that's also in here, but it's a little... It's more annoying to get through because it has a bunch of musket dudes, has a couple of the... Not the Guardian, but it's this giant walking armor dude. And you pretty much just walk in and you get, like, shot. I already got the hunting sword. I think we got the hammer from this guy. Let's see if we can get an instant. Nothing yet. I'll do one more. Nothing. Yeah, the hammer is used by the fairy. That helps with petrification. Alright, so we're at the Coliseum. Alright, so we want the bottom here. Yeah, so these guys. Yeah, see, we already got 2 of them off the bat. So pretty reasonable drop rate of money bags. So we could try. It is an item that they drop too. That's also. This is why I had gotten so many of the Namakuras, because these guys also drop those. So we could probably try the lapis. And it gave us more money bags with different ones. Yeah, it seems like it'd be more of a drop instead. So, let's try that, but with the a la carte stuff. Where is... the downside of having so much. It would be cool if we could sell equipment. This is annoying at times. Okay, so it should be over here. There it is. Alright, so we have a la carte. Let's see if we can get these. Yeah, we'll get more Namakuras this way. But we also have a good chance of getting the money bags. A lot of swords. Yeah, not too bad. Yeah, pretty reasonable. Yeah, it's mostly just the swords, so why don't we try... the other one. Looks like I'm just walking with this one. Yeah, so still getting a pretty reasonable drop rate. Three of them right there. Okay, not bad. Yeah, some pretty decent. Yeah, we are now up to 170,000. So you're seeing it getting money in here. It definitely takes a while. A couple of ways to do it: increasing luck for the money bags, or doing the rings. And it really just falls down to patience. Because some of it is okay, some of it just takes forever. Because I do have a fair amount of rings, but yeah, it's mostly just a patience thing at this point. Let's get these guys to drop stuff. Some zircons. Yeah, so definitely a few different options. I think zircon's zircon one. I should say the ring one is definitely more. I'm not really sure which one's more consistent. I'd say the rings, because you have a chance of getting some of the more expensive ones, but the money bags tend to add up a little bit faster, so I definitely have options. Yeah, it would be cool if it was like every instance, but I think we need more luck for that. Yeah, almost every skeleton there had a ring except for one. Come on. Yeah, that right there is one of the drawbacks of the jewel sword. It's one of the slower weapons. Like, see? That is slow. And the reach is horrible too. Alright, so I think I will take a break here. I'll probably keep looking around for different spots we could farm at. And we'll see if we can actually hit that 500,000. Because that's when we can pretty much wrap up. So, I will catch you later in the next one. So until then, take it easy, and thanks for watching. Yeah, so as you can see, I'm doing a little bit of farming here with the jewel sword. Funny enough, I guess some of the rings are like really hard to get because of such a low drop rate. I was able to get an onyx from these. Now, some of the drop tables that I've seen when it comes to like the ring drops, this one and the diamond isn't listed because I guess it's actually like really rare, and I can show you. Right here. I was able to get one from this guy. So it's definitely possible. It's just really hard to get. So I'm thinking I could potentially get a diamond from this one as well. Because it's essentially just giving me a chance to get one of those rings. So probably should heal. So it's definitely possible. the most common one is that Zircon. It's like a maybe a 1 in 3 or a 1 in 4 drop. It's quite high. Cut a little one. Yeah, all Zircons. Didn't take long to get this one up to 99. Yeah, see, I'm already up to 51. Turquoise. Aquamarine. Zircon. Yeah, as long as I can get the hits in here. Yeah, take him out. Yeah, so I'm trying to individually attack everything, because that pretty much increases the chance of getting a ring, instead of attacking the dude like outright, because that takes everything out. This is actually, it's pretty reasonable. Compared to, you know, like doing the zombie farming is pretty much the same. Be cool if we could get this guy to drop a diamond. So, you know, have proof of it. That it's possible to get a diamond from the, drop here. Grab a little bit. They go for a full heal. Alright. Oh, there we go, yeah. Another Onyx. Yeah, so definitely hard to get. But not impossible. Yeah, so those Onyxes sell for quite a bit. Come on. Okay. He's way up there, so I don't... Yeah, if he goes like too far away, or if I have to use the Chrysogrim, then I'm just gonna back out and reset the encounter. As long as I can, you know, get a couple of hits in and go after him. Okay, not too bad. Yeah, so I did have to change this setup a little bit. I had to put the Ring of Vlad, not the Vlad, the Ring of Varda on because of the attack of the Jewel Sword. It's actually quite low. And this guy's defenses are actually somewhat high at this point. So just so it's easier for me to get attacks in here, because of the higher attack, I have that ring equipped. Compared to, you know, increasing luck or whatever. Even though luck is pretty important with the ring farming. So that's all you really need. Okay. all the rings. Yeah, so what are we at now? Yeah, Hardy 99, 55, Aquamarine 22. I am surprised we got an Onyx. I think there's another ring that we haven't gotten yet. Not the diamond one, there is another one. I can't remember what it's called. So there it is. That's the other one. Yeah, I was trying to remember what the other one was, and it's a garnet. We should be able to get this one a little bit easier than the Onyx. Clearly not, because I got 3. Because this one is the second best one that we could find. Yeah, so the table's a bit off. So, I should technically get the diamond in as well. It's just so hard to get. But it is funny that I got 3 Onyxes before I got the diamond. So, I will keep at this for a little while, and hopefully we can actually get a diamond from this. That'd be pretty cool. And it'd be one step closer to getting the duplicator. You know, I just realized, I actually made a mistake. Turns out the Onyx is easier to get compared to the garnet, because I'm looking at the list here, and then I completely forgot. I thought the Onyx was the second best. It's the opal. Yeah, the opal we don't see often in this. Yeah, so my bad. Yeah, so pretty much a list of what we have here. Whew. So after that little bit of a farming session, here we are.
Thank you.
So many rings from that enemy, from the spectral sword. But I finally got over $500,000. And funny enough, I was actually able to get an opal from that too.
Thank you.
Yeah, so the farming there, it definitely took a while. Much faster than I figured it was going to be.
How about this?
But yeah, we finally get to take a look at the duplicator. And there goes $500,000. And I got a trophy. Oh, okay, cool. So let's take a look at the duplicator and see what it does. Pretty much what it has in the name. It duplicates any used items. So all we gotta do is equip it, and this also includes, let's see. Let's take out a few examples. So let's do meal tickets. That one's a pretty easy one to get. So since we have the duplicator, we could pretty much just spam food. So, that is the duplicator at work. As far as I know, the meal tickets drop every single piece of food that we can get randomly. So definitely a must-have if you're, you know, looking for food or items and whatnot. So let's take a look and see what we got. Yeah, so these are a bunch of the other ones. Yeah, so not too bad. Alright, so did the meal ticket, so let's do a little bit of a refresh here. Yeah, so I needed to use items. And this also includes bombs. So we could take a look at the bombs here. Let's see why these are. Not too bad. Yeah, so I still have the same amount. And we also have... Let's do the monster vials. This one's pretty funny. so this one was, what, Monster Vial 2. So this one we get from the bats. We pretty much summon bats. Yeah, so pretty cool. Quite a few. Alright, so let's see. Monster Vial 3. This one is a skeleton that we can get. And it's not showing all of it, too. Let's do a couple so we can see all the bones. Yeah, so, yeah, pretty decent. So, you can definitely see the use of that. Alright, Magic Missiles is another pretty good one. Yeah, so this one pretty much spawns it where we are. So if we did something like that, just spam the buttons. So, yeah. Let's see, we got TNT, which I believe does not hurt us. Not too bad. Let's see. And I think this also works for food as well. Yeah, so since we have the food, yeah, pretty much get an infinite amount of that as well. Yeah, so definitely really handy. Definitely an overpowered accessory. Yeah, definitely overpowered. Alright, so let's grab Chrysogrim. And since we are all set with that, why don't we take a quick look at the enemy list here.
Young Master Alucard,
How about this?
So I'm thinking for the final part of this playthrough, we found all the enemies, except for the last two, which we kind of already fought. This one was Richter. I just happened to not hit him during our fight. And this one is Dracula. So I think we can probably save that for last. So we can probably check and see any drops that we are missing. Yeah, so we did get the cloth tunic from the zombies. Pretty much got quite a bit. Merman, that is the beginning of the castle, so let's see. Let me take a quick screenshot of that so I can remember what it is. Merman, pretty much the same one, because we can find them in the same spot. Axite, Axe, so let's grab that one. Slinger, Leather Shield. Okay, so we got that one. The Ouija table, we got that one. Skelerang, we can get that one. The Ghosts, we could definitely try that one. The Marionette. Diplocephalus. I think that one drops a food item. The Fleaman, I'm pretty sure that's cheese. We can get that one. Plate Lord, we can get that one. Resist Stone, and that one is a Medusa Shield. So we'll have to get that one as well. Strong Rose, I'm pretty sure that... I can't remember what it was. I remember seeing it on the monster list. Cthulhu, we'll get that one. Bone Archer, we'll get that one as well. That might be the magic missile that we just, that we were using. Skeleton Ape, I think that one is either Dynamite or TNT. Winged Guard, probably a Javelin. Okay, the Bone Pillar, we can get that one. Sword Lord. Okay. Ectoplasm Uncursed. That's something. Okay. Toad. I believe that one is pizza. We just got that one from the items. Corner Guard. This one is the Damascus Sword. Frog. Probably pizza again, or it might be something else. Ice Mail, and I'm pretty sure this one is ice cream. Skull Lord Scimitar, and I'm thinking Skull Shield. That is one of the shields that we have not gotten yet. Magic Tome, got that one. Flea Rider, I'm pretty sure that one is chicken. We'll grab that one. Probably another ring. Spectral Sword. We'll grab that one. Corpse Weed. Yeah, so a lot of different drops that we can get. Okay, Vandal Sword. I think that might be the Vorpal Blade, but I might be wrong. I know there's someone that drops that. That one is another pretty interesting weapon. Okay, so I'll grab that one. Got the Blade Master drop. Okay, we'll grab that one. Okay, so Gremlin has a drop. Valhalla Knight has a drop. Bonarch has a drop. I think that one might be food as well. I think this one is Circlet. Flameberg, and I think this one has, I think it was a weapon, another weapon. Heaven Sword? I think that's what it is. Gurkha, I believe that is the gold mail. Same with this one, he drops the gold mail. Or gold plate, yeah, because this is what he has. All three of them have the piece of armor that we can get. Chakram, and this guy has the jewel sword. Karasuman has, it was something. I remember seeing it on the list, but I can't remember what it was. Okay, Hellfire Beast has something. Guinea Sweet has something. Tombstone. We got the Katana. Might be a ring that it has. Okay, Yorick has... might be a Skull Shield. This one I believe is a hot dog. Another food item. Heart Refresh, and I think this guy has... I think it's the Vorpal Blade. I think this is where we get it. Minotaur Sirloin, and figure out what that is. Yeah, so I had gotten all of these other ones. Hammer, and this one has a stone sword. Yeah, so we did get these earlier. Okay, so we can get that one. Got all of those. Those are just bosses. Wizard Hat and probably a Circlet. But like I said before, I might be wrong. Frozen Half is something. And that should do it. And the last one would be the God Garb. So we can definitely save that one for last. Alright, so that is the plan. That'll finish up this. We will grab those items. And that'll be the end of it. So, we are probably going to be traveling around a little bit, so thankfully I have a little bit left over. We could actually use the duplicator for these, so we don't really need to get that anymore. And I also did notice, I actually haven't used any of the other magic either, too. Which is kind of funny. If I check over here, the only one I have is Soul Seal. That's really the only one you need. So, yeah. Kind of funny. So, because all of these are rare drops, I'm going to have the Arcana equipped, just to increase the rates. Pretty much good with what I have here. Yeah. So this is post-edit me. I decided to speed up this section mostly because of we're now at the final stage. I wanted to get the item drops that we needed from the enemy list. This is pretty much the final part. Another reason why I wanted to speed this up is because some of the drops took a while, especially in this section. And some of the other ones weren't too bad. But yeah, some of the drops can be kind of a pain to get. And it's really dependent on what you have equipped, if you're using any luck potions. It's mostly just luck based. So yeah, if you're lucky enough to get some of these things early on, then yeah. Definitely a lot of fun though, playing this game again. It was really nice to play this version of it. So yeah, not really much else to add. Yeah, so I did attempt a couple of these enemies earlier on, but then because I wasn't getting the drops at that time, I decided to wait. Just like with the bugs and some of the Medusa heads. So I eventually came back and, you know, went through the places again. And I was able to get some of the drops. So there were a couple of equipment changes. Trying out the Rings of Arcana, which increases the item drops themselves, and then adding luck here and there with luck potions and whatnot. Definitely helped out. So, yeah, all in all, it was a pretty fun little challenge. You know, going for the entire drop list of items that we can get. Some of the stuff that we can get, the weapons, various armors, and accessories, yeah, they are pretty decent, and they do have their use. So, yeah, and some of the food as well. Especially if you, you know, need the healing here and there. They definitely have a lot of use. So, yeah, definitely hope a lot of people enjoyed this playthrough, because I did. I've always enjoyed playing this game, because I originally played it on the PlayStation. So it was kind of nice to have a PlayStation 4 version of this. This does come with another Castlevania game. It's pretty much a combo pack. I believe the other one was like a prequel to this, where you're playing as Richter. Pretty much version changes when it comes to this. A little bit of the voice actors and dialogue was changed. And we also get to play as Maria in this version, which she wasn't in the original PlayStation version. We could play as Maria in the Japanese version, but I think that was like Sega Saturn only. Yeah, it was kind of nice that we got that little change as well in this version. Yeah, and in order to do that, we pretty much head over to the New Game Plus and add the name Maria. So here we go. That was pretty much all the items that I was able to get. It was a full list, and I was able to get all the enemies, because at the end of the Dracula fight here, I was able to get the achievement from axes to zombies, pretty much completing the enemy list. So that was definitely a nice one to get. And here we have Shaft again. This was obviously another pretty easy fight, so definitely overpowered at this point. Definitely overpowered. Yeah, and the same fight as last time with Dracula. They're pretty much talking at this point, and he swoops in, and then we pretty much go into attacking. All in all, a pretty good fight. Clearly overpowered. But it didn't take too long.
Go back to
there we
the
go.
abyss. Trouble the soul of my mother no more.
How could I have lost?
You lost your heart, your soul. You'll never win without them.
How poetic. So, I tragically sacrificed all I held dear in a search for power, did I?
Did you not?
Tell me, what were Lisa's last words?
She said, "Do not hate humans. If you cannot live with them, then at least do them no harm, for theirs is already a hard lot." She also said that she would love you for eternity.
Lisa, forgive me. Farewell, my son.
Yeah, this is where I got the trophy. If I was using a capture card, you would have seen me pop up for it. Well, yeah, there we go. And we also get a different ending this time around. I'm pretty sure it's because we have the full map completion. Instead of Maria staying with Richter, she actually chases after Alucard. So this is either the good or the best ending. Either way, it's a good ending. In order to get the bad ending, we pretty much take out Richter without even getting the Holy Glasses. And I think there's also one where we get the Holy Glasses but take Richter out anyway. So, yeah, definitely a few different endings to this game. So this one was getting the Holy Glasses and then defeating Dracula with full map completion. And then we'll see the change here at the end of it.
So you made it.
Alucard, you're all right.
So you had to fight your own father? It's my fault. If I hadn't been so weak, we wouldn't be here.
Not so. I had my own reasons to face him.
Still, it couldn't have been easy.
It wasn't.
It was pretty easy.
But remember,
it was pretty easy.
The only thing necessary for evil to triumph
is for good men to do nothing.
So what now, Alucard?
The blood in my veins is cursed. It's best for the world if I disappear, now and forever.
I see.
Farewell, then. We'll not meet again.
Alucard.
Well, are you going after him or not?
I'm sorry. I have to follow him. I can't just...
It's all right. Hurry up and catch him. If anyone can save him, you can.
Thank you, Richter, for everything.
Thank you, Maria.
So there we go. We got the final ending. Yeah, definitely a blast playing this playthrough. It took a little while. It took about a week and a half. I was playing it off and on for quite a while. Just about 2 weeks playing this. But yeah, I was able to get quite a bit of it done. Yeah, definitely a really fun game. It's definitely one of the best PlayStation games we've ever gotten. So I would imagine this one ranks quite high in a lot of people's top 10 lists. Hopefully they have this, because I would imagine most do. So yeah, if you like the game, please let me know in the comments. I like to hear any feedback or whatever, because I'll be also working on some other games. Going to be working on, still working on Ghost of Tsushima, and I'm working on some of the other Tales games and Xenoblade Chronicles. We're also going to be doing a couple of playthroughs of that. So yeah, definitely a fun game. Can't recommend it enough. Especially this version, because it remains, pretty true to the original one. And we also get a couple of, extra things from the Japanese version, such as we finally able to play as Maria. So yeah, definitely a lot of fun. It might be some time before I play this game again, because this was a pretty long playthrough. Kind of a challenge at the end of it, getting all the enemy drops, but I feel it was worth it. Had a lot of fun playing it. So. Yeah, and that was another thing I had remembered too, a little while ago. I had remembered there was another change that they had with the original version of this game. It originally had a different song at the end, This song is not the original one. This one was changed. I believe they switched it out probably because of not having the license for it, or they probably just wanted to have something else, which is fine. You could probably find that song on YouTube or wherever it was. So, yeah, pretty decent one. Yeah, definitely a very fun game. It's worth playing it. So if you haven't played it, yeah, try and get it, because it's a lot of fun. Yeah, and this one was definitely an extended playthrough. It really doesn't take that long to beat, maybe a couple of hours or whatever. Definitely a fun game for a lot of the casual players, or really anybody that's into RPGs like this. Because the Castlevania series is definitely a really good one, because it's been around for quite a while. Yeah, because I think the PlayStation 1 version of this game came out in late 90s. It was either like 97 or 99, so it has been around for a while, and it's had various versions of it. The original Japanese version on the Saturn, the PlayStation 1 version, and then here we are in the PlayStation 4 version. So, yeah, just like I said before, this pretty much remains true to the original version of the game. A couple of changes, but yeah, definitely a good one. So, with that, thank you as always. I hope you enjoyed this very long playthrough. And yeah, thank you for watching. I appreciate it. Until then, see you next time, and take it easy.